Chapter 1, 1 East Sea, Goa Kingdom, Fusha Village. A man stood leisurely by the coastline, watching a ship slowly disappear into the horizon. Luffy has set sail too. Lu Yu's face showed a thoughtful expression. Ding! The God-level pirate crew system has been successfully activated. Novice gift pack received. Recruitment function unlocked. With a burst of electronic sounds, a light blue panel appeared in front of Lu Yu. Host, Lu Yu 21 years old items, Novice gift pack system functions, 100 cubic meters portable space, recruitment mall title, Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirate. Yes, Lu Yu was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was just another worker trapped in the grueling 996 work culture, his life fulfilled in all the worst ways. At the same time, as a fan of the sea, he had always yearned for the freedom of adventure. Who knew that one day, he would wake up and find himself in the world of One Piece? As a time traveler, it was only natural for him to have a golden cheat ability system. This one was called the God-level Pirate Group System. However, the system's activation condition required him to witness Sabo, Ace, and Luffy setting out to sea. Thus, Lu Yu, who had been reborn in Windmill Village, had only now unlocked the system. System, use the Novice Gift Pack. Lu Yu activated the gift pack without hesitation. After all, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a multiverse recruitment card, 1000 reputation points, a super small broken ship, and an exquisite pirate flag. As the system notifications rang out, Lu Yu's panel updated with new items. Reputation points, used to recruit and exchange mall items. Recruitment card, can be used to summon crew members from different worlds. It had to be said this novice gift pack was pretty standard. System, use the multiverse recruitment card. Lu Yu had been waiting far too long to set sail. This grand line, this era of extreme chaos and ambition, would begin anew with him at the center. As soon as he gave the command, a glowing magic circle appeared in front of him. Then, a tall, black-haired woman with cold, piercing eyes emerged. Akame. Lu Yu instinctively called out her name. This was Akame from Akame Ga Kill. In her left hand, she held the legendary Taigu, Murasame. Ding! Night Raid Group unlocked. Akame recruited. Armament Haki detected. Host synchronization in progress. Swordsmanship talent detected. Rewarding aim no habakari. Before Lu Yu could react, an immense wave of power, swordsmanship, and combat knowledge surged into his mind and body. His strength increased at an astonishing rate. He checked his updated panel. Host, Lu Yu 21 years old. Abilities, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Assassination Techniques, Beginner Level Armament Haki Items, Aim no habakari, Super Small Broken Ship. Reputation Points, 1000 Crew, First Squadron, Akame from Akame Ga Kill. Night Raid Group Activation. Recruitment Conditions met. Title, Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirate Group. Looking at the significantly improved panel, Lu Yu exhaled deeply. This was it, proof that he was becoming stronger. Moreover, with Akame at his side, safety wouldn't be a concern, at least for now. Akame. Lu Yu closed the panel and turned to her. Although the system assured him that recruited crew members would be absolutely loyal, he still wanted to confirm it firsthand. Captain. Akame knelt on one knee, looking up at him with complete admiration. The respect in her gaze was undeniable. It was real. From now on, you're my crew member. No need to kneel every time. On this sea, we're partners. As for the rest of the Night Raid members, I'll recruit them as soon as possible. Lu Yu smiled. Thank you, Captain. Akame stood up and walked to his side. Lu Yu, are you leaving too? A gentle voice called out. It was Makino, the owner of the party's bar. Before today, Lu Yu had lived in Windmill Village and worked at Makino's bar. Yet, Sister Makino, I want to see the world. I want my name to be known across the seas. He spoke with a fiery determination. Are you kidding? He had traveled to One Piece, gained a powerful system. How could he not make a name for himself? You should go explore the sea. But remember, your safety comes first. No matter what, this place will always be your home. Makino smiled warmly. She truly had a perfect personality. Yet, is this your girlfriend? Before Lu Yu could finish, Makino smirked and teasingly pointed at Akame. Apparently, no matter how perfect a woman is, she still loves gossip. Akame is my crew member. Lu Yu corrected her proudly. Akame's name would soon be known across the seas alongside his own. Akame. That's a lovely name. Take care of Lu Yu, okay? He's a bit reckless. Makino took Akame's hands and began chatting endlessly. Akame, who had always been a bit socially awkward, was completely overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. After some farewells, Lu Yu was ready to set sail. He had sent Sabo, Ace, and Luffy off on their own journeys. Now, it was his turn. Makino was the one to see him off, watching as his tiny ship drifted away. Perhaps this was the bond between pirates and their homeland. She stood by the shore until Lu Yu's ship disappeared from sight before turning back toward her bar. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was now officially at sea on his super small broken ship. Thankfully, he had prepared supplies in advance. His experience working in the bar had also exposed him to red-haired Shank's crew and Vice Admiral Garp's marines, allowing him to pick up some basic navigation skills. However, 3 days later, with no map or clear direction, Lu Yu found himself completely lost. "Captain, is this the adventure of a pirate?" Akame looked at the eerily calm sea and asked in confusion. After all, according to what she had learned, sailing was supposed to be dangerous. "I guess so." Lu Yu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. After all, this was the East Blue, the weakest of all the seas. Most powerful pirates didn't linger here for long, as it was home to monsters like Shanks and Garp. As a result, in 3 whole days, they hadn't encountered a single pirate ship. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 2, Eliminating the Pirate Crew. Chapter 2-2, Eliminating the Pirate Crew. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yu had become familiar with Akame. There was no significant difference from their original personalities except for their absolute loyalty to him. Otherwise, they retained full autonomy. "Captain Lu Yu, is that a pirate ship ahead?" At that moment, Akame swiftly climbed onto the mast and peered into the distance. A large ship flying a skull flag was heading straight toward them. "Pirates!" Lu Yu grinned. "Ha ha ha, finally!" He turned to his crew. "All right, get us close, let's rob them." "Got it!" Akame responded enthusiastically, adjusting the sail to steer toward the enemy vessel. They had rehearsed this line before. After all, as their pirate crew grew in strength, they needed to establish their own aura of dominance. "On the enemy pirate ship, Captain, a shabby-looking ship is approaching us," a lookout reported. "There are only 2 people on board. The man is handsome, and the woman is gorgeous." He licked his lips. "Should we take action?" The pirate captain laughed. "Ha ha ha, capture them both. If they're high quality, we might fetch a good price for them." "Aye, Captain." The captain rose from his seat. Towering over 2 meters tall, his massive frame was covered in fat, and he wielded an enormous longsword. His name, Jekasfa. Bounty, 18 million berries. His crew numbered in the hundreds, and their ship was armed with turrets and impressive force for the East Blue. As the ships drew close, Lu Yu and Akame leaped onto the enemy vessel. "Captain Lu Yu, they've committed many crimes. Can I just kill them all?" Akame asked, slowly drawing her cursed katana, Murasame. "Pirates robbing pirates, that's fair game," Lu Yu replied. "Leave the bodies intact. We'll collect the bounties later." With that, he unsheathed Aim no Habakiri, a sleek white sword with striking patterns. Its thick spine and versatile grip allowed for both one-handed and two-handed use. A sharp, menacing aura radiated from the weapon. "Ha, are rookies this arrogant nowadays?" sneered a hunched, elderly pirate clutching a Mauser rifle. He didn't take Lu Yu or Akame seriously. To him, they looked like young nobles who had lost their way at sea, valuable merchandise for the black market. "All right, boys, Xing." Before he could finish, Akame was already behind him. A thin line of blood formed on his throat. A heartbeat later, the curse took effect, draining the life from his body in an instant. "The captain said you all must die," Akame declared coldly. "Burn!" She charged forward, cutting through enemy after enemy with effortless precision. Speed, technique, and power all perfectly balanced. Some pirates only suffered a minor wound, only to collapse moments later as death overtook them. Panic spread through the enemy ranks. "Useless fools!" Jekasfa roared. Boom! He swung his massive sword, forcing Akame to retreat. Though she was stronger, brute strength wasn't her forte. Armament haki. A dark aura surged around her arms and legs. Despite only 3 days of practice, Akame had already mastered this ability. Her speed exploded. Ka! Destroy! A dazzling slash cut through the air. Jekasfa barely had time to react before his body was sliced apart. He fell with a heavy thud. "Who are you?" he gasped, but his words died as darkness claimed him. A chain reaction followed. One by one, the remaining pirates collapsed. Akame calmly sheathed her katana and stepped behind Lu Yu. Ding! Pirate crew annihilated, bounty, 18 million berries, Gained 2000 reputation points. Bonus, 10 million belly earned. Super small broken ships devouring function activated. Would you like to absorb the enemy vessel? Lu Yu barely had to lift a finger, the battle was already over. The system's notification rang in his ears, confirming another way to earn reputation, eliminating pirate crews. Absorb it, Lu Yu ordered. His small, ragged ship latched onto the enemy vessel and began absorbing its structure. Within moments, a brand new pirate ship took shape, a vast improvement from the wreck they had been sailing. A multiverse recruitment card required 10,000 reputation points. Lu Yu now had 3,500. If he destroyed a few more pirate crews, he could perform a second summon. He glanced at Akame, wondering who their next recruit would be. For now, he dismissed the idea of targeted recruitment. Every night raid member required a hefty 50,000 reputation points. It was best to summon randomly until he had more to spare. With the pirate ship fully absorbed, all supplies and treasures on board were transferred to their inventory. Captain, I'm hungry. I'm going to cook, Akame said in a cheerful voice. Go ahead, Lu Yu nodded, smirking. He had to admit Akame's cooking was top-notch. She wasn't just a fearsome warrior, she could handle both battle and the kitchen with ease. Not to mention, she was pleasing on the eyes. Among the loot, Lu Yu found a sea chart. Checking their location, he realized they had been circling the kingdom of Goa for the past 3 days. The nearest marine base was in Shell's town. He smirked. Let's head there, cash in these bounties, and stock up on supplies. With that, Lu Yu set their next course. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 3, Akame Chapter 3-3, Akame at the same time, in the Kingdom of Goa. Captain Kajor, according to the reconnaissance unit, the Jekasfa pirate group has been annihilated. And it was the pirates from that small ship we detected a few days ago. Lu Yu had just defeated the Jekasfa pirate group, and the Navy had received the report. What? Kajor was stunned. The Kingdom of Goa was under the protection of Vice Admiral Garp. Originally, they had dismissed Lu Yu's ship, seeing that it carried only 2 people. But now, those 2 had managed to annihilate a pirate group with a bounty of 18 million, proving they were far from ordinary. Moreover, Lu Yu's ship had remained in the waters near the Kingdom of Goa for 3 days. Their intentions were becoming clear. These pirates were targeting the kingdom. As an ally of the world government, and with Garp's personal interest in protecting the region, particularly for the sake of Curly Dodden and Windmill Village and Mount Kalyabo, Kajor's expression turned solemn. Upload the information to headquarters immediately to identify this pirate crew. Everyone, remain on high alert. Officer Gula, come with me. We need to assess the strength of these pirates ourselves. Kajor wasted no time giving orders. Pirates of this level could not be ignored. If left unchecked, they could pose a serious threat to the world. Soon, the stationed navy began mobilizing. Meanwhile, on Lu Yu's ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being noticed by the navy and triggering an investigation. You have gained 500 reputation points. As Lu Yu and Akame enjoyed their lunch, the system notification rang in his ears. The navy. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't engaged the navy since setting out, so why were they suddenly investigating him? Could it be that Garp had taken an interest in him? But Luffy had already gone to sea. Shouldn't Garp be chasing after him instead? Lu Yu was confused. Akame, finish eating quickly. We need to leave this area and head to Shell's town. He took out a map and handed it to Akame. Aside from combat and cooking, she was skilled in nearly everything else, including navigation. Got it, Captain Lu Yu. Akame nodded, quickly finishing her meal before preparing the ship for departure. Although their small, modified ship had been improved, its speed was still lacking. A day later, Navy warships appeared on the horizon. Captain Lu Yu, we are being followed. 2 Navy warships are approaching quickly from behind. Should we engage? Akame unsheathed her katana, Murasame. Not yet. If they attack first, we'll retaliate. Lu Yu stopped Akame. Since the Navy ships came from the Kingdom of Goa, they were likely affiliated with Garp. Lu Yu had a good impression of Garp and didn't want to provoke the Navy unnecessarily. Understood, Captain Lu Yu. Akame assumed a battle-ready stance. If the Navy made a move, she would counter immediately. Protecting the captain and ship was her duty. Soon, the Navy warships closed in. Pirate ship ahead, stop immediately. This is the naval fleet under Captain Kajor from Navy headquarters. Do not resist, or we will be forced to take action. Repeat, cease all movement. Lu Yu, deep in thought about his next move, snapped out of it as the Navy broadcasted their warning. So it really is Garp's subordinates. What a hassle. Then a thought struck him: his reputation points. Simply being investigated by the Navy had already earned him 500 points. If the Navy issued a bounty on him, how much more could he gain? Aim, prepare for battle. Once I give the signal, we retreat immediately. Lu Yu gripped his sword, aim no habakuri. During his fight with Jekasfa, Aim had taken care of most of the battle, leaving him with little opportunity to test his own strength. This time, he wanted a proper fight. Understood. Aim leaped into action. Lu Yu activated his armament haki and charged forward. The Navy's warning was ignored as the two pirates attacked first. Seeing this, Kajor ordered his men to fire. Dozens of Mauser rifles locked onto Lu Yu and Aim. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, but their bullets proved ineffective. Before long, Lu Yu and Aim landed on the Navy warship's bow. Brother Kajor, long time no see. Lu Yu smirked. If he wanted to build a notorious pirate reputation, he needed to act the part. Since they had made the first move, he felt no guilt about playing along. Lu Yu. Kajor recognized him immediately. Hadn't he been working in Makino's bar in Windmill Village? When had he become a pirate? More importantly, Kajor had never sensed anything extraordinary about Lu Yu before. But now, the killing intent radiating from him and Aim was unmistakable. Brother Kajor, will you let us go? Or do you want to fight first before letting me leave? Lu Yu held his sword horizontally, eyes locked onto Kajor with amusement. As a pirate, you stand against justice. Today, I will. Before Kajor could finish, Lu Yu vanished and reappeared in front of him, swinging his sword. Kajor barely blocked with his own blade, but a massive crack appeared on it. Lu Yu's power and speed were overwhelming, and his attack angle was dangerously precise. Kajor was shocked. Had Lu Yu trained under the red-haired pirates? But his flag was different. His thoughts were cut short as Aim attacked. The Navy soldiers rushing to aid Kajor fell to her deadly strike. Brother Kajor, I am Lu Yu, captain of the Hunter Pirates. I look forward to seeing my bounty. Aim, retreat. With that, Lu Yu and Aim vanished. Kajor did not pursue. He simply watched as their ship disappeared over the horizon, his face filled with frustration. He had no chance of winning. A captain of Navy headquarters, yet Lu Yu and Aim had made him feel powerless. Another dangerous figure had emerged in the East Blue. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 4, Being Rewarded. Chapter 4-4, Being Rewarded. Then, Kajor spoke to Garp. Are you talking about the brat who used to work in that girl Makino's bar? Garp was completely baffled after receiving the call. The fragrance of the senbei he was chewing suddenly seemed to disappear. He had noticed Lu Yu before and had even considered inviting him to join the Navy. However, since Lu Yu never showed any interest, Garp eventually gave up on the idea. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu had now gone out to sea and become a pirate. Yes, Kajor confirmed. And according to the information we've gathered, there are only two of them. Just two people managed to wipe out the Jekasfa pirates. Against our two warships, they showed no panic at all and even killed several Navy officers right in front of me, Kajor added somewhat weakly. Such a powerful pirate was beyond what he could handle. I see. He didn't kill all of you, probably because of the old ties. Don't engage with him for now. I'll issue a bounty order. With that, Garp hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he submitted the necessary reports. Although he usually didn't bother with such matters, Lu Yu had grown up alongside Luffy. That connection had some influence on his decision. 3 days later. Ugh! A news bird landed on Lu Yu's ship. The latest newspaper. Lu Yu handed over 100 belly and took a copy. As expected. 2 days ago, Lu Yu's reputation points had suddenly soared by 5,000. At that moment, he had already guessed that the Navy had placed a bounty on him. Now, seeing it in the newspaper confirmed his suspicions. Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, had a bounty of 23 million belly. Aim, a crew member of the Hunter Pirates, had a bounty of 15 million belly. Lu Yu was quite satisfied with his first bounty, which had surpassed the 10 million mark. After all, the strength he had displayed so far was only at this level. Bounties weren't necessarily based on strength but rather on how much of a threat the individual posed to the world. Since Lu Yu had previously spared some Navy personnel, his evaluation by Marine headquarters was only at this level. Aim, we've been rewarded. Lu Yu handed the newspaper to the dazed Aim with a smile. Captain Lu Yu, as pirates, shouldn't we keep ourselves hidden? Akame asked hesitantly after taking the newspaper. Why do you seem so happy about getting a bounty? After all, she had once been part of Night Raid, where secrecy was crucial. Being targeted by the government was never a good thing. This is the sea. Out here, a bounty is equivalent to a pirate's reputation. If you don't have a bounty, you'll be laughed at by other pirates. Besides, there are countless pirates in this world. The world government and the navy won't mobilize their entire force just for one small-time pirate. Lu Yu briefly explained the nature of the pirate world to Akame. I see. Akame nodded, though she still didn't fully understand. To her, the sea was completely foreign territory. There's a ship ahead. It doesn't look like a pirate ship or a navy vessel. At that moment, Akame leaped onto the mast, scanning the horizon. Hearing this, Lu Yu was intrigued. Could they have encountered a merchant ship? As pirates, robbing a merchant vessel seemed like the natural course of action, right? Lu Yu smirked. Brother Lu Yu, they seem to be coming straight for us. From the way they move, they look like the bounty hunters you mentioned. The leader is wearing a green hat. Akame jumped down, drawing his Murasame the one-shot killer and prepared for battle. A green hat? Bounty hunters? No way. A grim look crossed Lu Yu's face. They were nearing the town of Shells. Judging by the timing, it was highly likely that he knew who was coming. Soon, a ship appeared in their sights. Standing at the bow of the ship was a familiar figure, causing Lu Yu to grin. Instead of a merchant vessel, he had unexpectedly run into Rorano Zoro. Captain Lu Yu of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Crew member Akame. Both of you carry high bounties. You must realize what that means. Zoro stood at the bow with an arrogant expression, his voice full of confidence. Seeing Zoro, Lu Yu almost thought he had mistaken him for someone else. Before meeting Luffy, this guy was quite the over-the-top hothead. Then again, it made sense. As a well-known bounty hunter in the East Blue, such arrogance wasn't unexpected. Akame, stand down. While Lu Yu was still processing the situation, Akame had already prepared to attack. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately stopped her. If Akame fought, Zoro might not stand a chance. With Murasame's cursed ability, Zoro could end up dead with a single misstep. I'll handle this. As the captain, it's my job to take on Zoro, the pirate hunter of the East Blue. Lu Yu said, drawing his sword, aim no habakiri. The moment Lu Yu unsheathed his sword, Zoro's expression changed. This sword. I may not have seen it before, but I can sense its aura. It's a fine sword. I hope your skills live up to it. Zoro drew his three swords, then leaped forward, launching a fierce attack on Lu Yu. His offensive was truly impressive. His coordination of strength and technique was surprisingly precise. For a brief moment, Lu Yu was caught off guard. His swordsmanship was more focused on attack than defense, making him vulnerable in direct confrontations. Armament Haki. Lu Yu dodged Zoro's strike and instantly reinforced his arms and legs with Haki. While he couldn't yet coat his weapon in it, it was enough for now. Bowing slightly, Lu Yu launched himself forward with explosive speed, appearing behind Zoro in an instant. Checkmate. Lu Yu's sword stopped at Zoro's neck. Big brother. Zoro's two crewmates instinctively rushed forward to help. However, Akame stepped in front of them, her Murasame gleaming ominously. One step closer, and they would be buried by Akame in an instant. Stand down. These two are out of your league. Zoro immediately stopped his companions. From their brief exchange, he could tell that Akame was even more dangerous than Lu Yu. Right now, he himself wasn't even Lu Yu's match. Moreover, the strange burst of speed Lu Yu had just displayed left Zoro deeply intrigued. Go on. Zoro slowly sheathed his swords, spreading his arms wide with a fearless smile. To him, a wound on a swordsman's back was the ultimate disgrace. I have no intention of killing you. In the future, if you meet a certain idiot captain, he's going to need your help. Lu Yu grinned and put away his sword. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the obsession of protagonist member Zoro. Reputation points plus 5,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Zoro. Reputation points plus 3,000. Swordsmanship plus 100. The system notification rang in Lu Yu's mind once again. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 5, Rich Rewards, Chaos breaks out in the tavern. Chapter 5-5, Rich Rewards, Chaos breaks out in the tavern. As the system prompt echoed, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. He hadn't expected that defeating Zoro would come with such a reward. But thinking about it, Zoro was an important member of the protagonist's group. Defeating him and forging a bond with him would only boost Lu Yu's reputation. Over time, as Zoro's name spread across the seas, so too would Lu Yu's. Look! That man defeated the great swordsman Zoro, and so on. Most importantly, his reputation points had now exceeded 10,000. Tisk! With that thought in mind, Lu Yu slashed Zoro's chest without hesitation. Remember this, it's for the scar left on your chest by that so-called super pirate. My name is Lu Yu. After declaring his name in a dramatic tone, Lu Yu raised his foot and kicked Zoro back onto his own ship. Then, he turned and left. Zoro was the type who wouldn't feel satisfied unless he bore a fresh wound from a fight. With the crisis resolved, Akame resumed course, sticking to their original route. Meanwhile, Zoro lay on his own ship, catching his breath. Lu Yu! He clenched his fists. Soon, my sword will be the tool I use to surpass that man. Zoro wasn't discouraged by his defeat. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. As he lay there, his crewmates quickly bandaged his wounds. Back on Lu Yu's ship, Akame was steering while Lu Yu sat on the deck, raising his hand to bring up his system panel. Host, Lu Yu 21 years old. Abilities, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Assassination, Basic Armament. Haki items, Aim no Habakery, Small Broken Ship. Reputation points, 16,500. Crew, First Squadron, Akame from the world of Akame no Ga Kill, Night Raid Group. Recruitment conditions unlocked. Title, Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. As for the belly he had earned, they were stored in the system's portable space. With over 16,000 reputation points, Lu Yu had to decide whether to use them for a random recruitment or save up for a designated Night Raid member. After some thought, he decided to wait. For now, they were still in the East Blue, where the risk factor wasn't too high. Better to save up and summon a key member like Tatsumi or Nyenda later. Not only would it grant a team bonus, but it would also make Akame feel more at home. With his decision made, Lu Yu closed his system panel. Akame, find the nearest island to restock our supplies. We're almost out of food. He spoke with a smile. Got it. Akame picked up the sea chart, scanning it carefully. Their next target was shells, and along the way, they would pass by several villages. Any of those could serve as a supply point. The closest one was Gunnerdo village. With that, Akame adjusted their course and set sail. Gunnerdo village, a local tavern. Gunnerdo village was a small settlement, far from the Navy's reach and lacking any real military defense. Because of this, it had become a popular stop for pirates. Fortunately, even pirates understood the importance of supply stations like this one. As a result, they refrained from looting or destroying the village. After all, even criminals knew better than to ruin a good thing. At that moment, inside a crowded tavern. Hey, pirate, you haven't paid yet. A timid voice cut through the noisy chatter. A group of pirates was preparing to leave when a nervous waitress stopped them. Ha! The pirate leading the group turned around, scowling. Do you know who you're talking to? I am the great pirate with a bounty of 16 million Haduras. Eating here should be payment enough. And you dare ask me for money? Hadura's expression darkened with displeasure. But, you ate so much. Despite her fear, the waitress bravely held her ground. Little girl, do you have any idea what happens to those who anger pirates? With a flick of his wrist, Haduras lashed out. In an instant, the thin fabric of the waitress's dress was torn apart. AHH! Her scream echoed through the tavern, but the onlookers merely chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. None of them stepped in to help. Hearing the commotion, the tavern owner rushed out from the kitchen. But the moment he saw Haduras, he froze in place. He knew better than to interfere. Rumor had it, a different tavern owner had been killed just for demanding payment from pirates. Faced with this reality, the owner dared not take a single step forward. You dare offend a pirate? You should be prepared for the consequences. Haduras turned to his crew, grinning. Boys, take turns. Just then bang! The tavern doors swung open. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Two figures stepped inside, moving at a leisurely pace. Leading them was a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, yet exuding a powerful aura. He paid no attention to the commotion, walking right past Haduras without a care in the world, heading straight for the front desk. Beside him was a beautiful young woman with long, jet black hair that shimmered like polished onyx. But despite her delicate features, her piercing gaze warned others to keep their distance. The sudden arrival of these two newcomers disrupted the pirates' momentum. Those who had been gearing up to join the fun hesitated, their faces turning sour. Hey, boy, do you have a death wish? Hadura's voice boomed across the tavern. Don't you see I'm in the middle of something? His gaze landed on the girl beside Lu Yu. This one's not bad either, she can join the fun too. Lu Yu, however, remained indifferent. He reached the bar, acting as if he hadn't even heard Hadara's. Not even sparing him a glance. This blatant disregard made Hadara's blood boil. When had he ever been treated like this? He was a notorious pirate in the East Blue. Someone with a 16 million bounty. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hadara's, are you seriously being ignored? Man, you might as well quit being a pirate. Go home and drink your milk. Damn, even a brat like that doesn't take you seriously. Mocking laughter filled the tavern. Hadara's veins bulged in rage. His humiliation had just begun. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 6, Joining as Handymen Chapter 6 to 6, Joining as Handymen. Hadara's, who was already furious, became even more enraged upon hearing those words. In the world of pirates, reputation is more important than life itself. Lose your reputation, and you might as well forget about surviving in this world. Bastard! How dare you look down on me? Seething with rage, Hadara's drew his longsword and stormed toward Lu Yu. Brat, I'll show you that anyone who offends me, Hadara's, won't live to see another day. With those words, he raised his sword high and swung it down at Lu Yu. Even so, Lu Yu didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he remained seated on the bar stool in front of the counter, unfazed. This blatant disregard sent Hadara's anger soaring to its peak. Die! Clang! Just as Hadara's sword came down, a kitten intercepted it effortlessly. No matter how much strength he mustered, he couldn't push forward. The one who blocked it was Akame. No one even noticed when she had made her move. Swish! Clang! A muffled sound followed, and then the clang of metal hitting the ground. Hadara's collapsed, blood slowly seeping from the gash on his neck. The woman whose clothes had been torn by Hadara's trembled as she covered her mouth with both hands, terrified of making even the slightest sound. Murder, he's dead. Clearly, this was her first time witnessing such a brutal scene. Her pupils quivered in fear. Meanwhile, Lu Yu finally spoke up. Boss, do you sell supplies here? I need some fruit and meat. Also, if possible, get me some good wine. His purpose for coming here was simple, to restock supplies. He had no intention of fighting. As for Hadara's, he had simply dug his own grave. Why yes, sir, the shopkeeper stammered, cold sweat running down his back. How much do you need? I'll prepare it immediately. Do you require preservation tools? We have ice and fresh keeping boxes for sale. He was terrified. After all, the woman who had just killed Hadara's without hesitation was merely a subordinate. If even his crew was this strong, what did that say about the man himself? The other pirates in the tavern, who had been rowdy just moments ago, fell silent one by one, afraid of provoking this mysterious and dangerous figure. Thank you. I'll take them. Lu Yu tossed a pouch onto the counter. Here's 20 million belly. Get everything ready for me. Then, turning his gaze toward the other pirates, he pulled out a stack of bounty posters. A bounty of 11 million, leader of the Hadara's pirates. A bounty of 13 million, leader of the Roolki pirates. A bounty of 12 million, leader of the Biazya pirates. He scanned the posters, nodding in approval. Not bad. A small tavern like this has several pirates with bounties over 10 million. Lu Yu had purchased these bounty posters from a news coup, specifically to gauge the worth of the pirates he encountered. I just founded my own crew. Any of you interested in joining and doing some work for me? Silence. The already tense atmosphere grew even heavier. Even the half-dressed woman's heartbeat seemed deafening in the eerie stillness. Then are you joking? I'm a pirate captain. Why would I do odd jobs for you? We have bounties in the tens of millions. Do you have a death wish? Killing Hadara's means nothing. Do you really think you can take us all on? Tension flared once more as the pirates, notorious for their short tempers, looked ready to erupt at any moment. Lu Yu sighed. Not interested? What a shame. I really didn't want to kill you all. After all, every pirate crew needs some deckhands. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. Shing! A flash of silver. Thud! A severed head rolled across the floor. The tavern fell into dead silence. The head belonged to the captain of the Biazya pirates, the one who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago. He's dead. Captain? Just like that? Impossible. Our captain was strong. Captain! The Biazya pirates let out enraged cries and charged at Lu Yu. Lu Yu remained seated. Akame. Understood, brother Lu Yu. Akame moved. Eliminate. Slice. Unlike Lu Yu, Akame's execution was swift and precise. As expected of a trained assassin, she wasted no unnecessary movement. In an instant, the Baizya pirates worth tens of millions in bounty were completely wiped out. Akame sheathed her blade and returned to Lu Yu's side. The remaining pirates could only stare in shock. Strong. Haduras and Baizya had been on equal footing with them. That was why all these pirate crews had coexisted here peacefully. Now, those two groups were gone, erased as if they were nothing. They hadn't even seen how it happened. This level of power was far beyond their comprehension. Lu Yu stretched lazily. So? Do you guys want to make the same choice as them? I just want some workers. Why is this so difficult? In truth, all the miscellaneous tasks aboard the ship were handled by Akame. However, Akame was supposed to be a combatant, not a deckhand. She had been forced to spend more time on chores than training, which frustrated Lu Yu. That's why he wanted to recruit some subordinates. Roelki was the first to react. He quickly stood up, swallowing his pride. Please. Let me join your crew. I'll do anything. Though his voice wavered, he knew that if he hesitated, he wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. Oh? You're willing? Good. You're in. Lu Yu turned to the others. Before he could even speak, the remaining pirates all dropped to their knees. Captain, please accept us. We'll do anything. We'll work like slaves. I can wash clothes and clean decks. Me too. These so-called great pirate captains, who had once bragged about their strength, were now trembling, too scared to even wipe the sweat from their faces. Seeing their enthusiastic willingness, Lu Yu finally smiled in satisfaction. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 Change, Chapter 7, Changes in Mood. Chapter 7-7, Changes in Mood. The tavern owner had finished preparing the supplies. In addition to running a tavern, they also provided provisions for pirates. Simply operating a bar wasn't enough to survive in these times. After all, they weren't like Makino's tavern, which had the protection of an emperor of the sea and a vice-admiral of the navy headquarters. Alright, since you're handymen now, get these supplies loaded onto the ship. Remember, the captain you serve is none other than Lord Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Move it! Akame, acting like an authoritative big sister, issued the orders. Upon hearing her command, everyone had long forgotten about their earlier lustful thoughts toward her. This beautiful woman harbored a terrifying demon inside her. Yes, ma'am. The pirates scrambled to carry the supplies. As they left, Lu Yu stood up, preparing to depart the tavern. My lord. The tavern owner hesitated, as if struggling with something. Speak your mind, Lu Yu said calmly. Sir, these pirates only show you respect on the surface. If you take them with you, they may rebel one day. I fear for your safety. Having witnessed Lu Yu eliminate the troublemakers in his tavern and place a hefty order, the owner gathered the courage to speak. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering across his face. I think you misunderstand. I don't need their loyalty. They just need to be afraid, so terrified that it seeps into their very bones. With that, Lu Yu turned and walked away. Only after Lu Yu had disappeared for several minutes did the tavern owner collapse to the ground, trembling. What kind of being was I just speaking to? Is this the embodiment of absolute evil? His voice quivered as he muttered his thoughts aloud. Of course, Lu Yu neither knew nor cared about this. He had recruited these pirates purely for convenience, handling the mundane chores of a pirate crew. With them aboard, he wouldn't need to handle trivial tasks personally. Beyond that, they were meaningless to him. Ding. You have annihilated 2 pirate crews worth 2 million belly each. Rewarding. Ding. You have subdued 3 pirate crews worth 3 million belly each. Rewarding. A system notification rang in Lu Yu's mind. TCH, this system sure has a delay. By the time Lu Yu arrived at the port, the pirates had already finished loading all the supplies onto the ship. Some had even started wiping down the hull. He had to admit, their labor skills weren't bad. Moreover, the 3 pirate captains Roelki, Alec, and Dor had some decent strength. They might just be passable as enforcers. Upon seeing Lu Yu and Akame approach, the pirates immediately ceased their work, lined up, and stood at attention before the ship in 2 orderly rows. Thud. 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 As Lu Yu and Akame walked toward them, the pirates felt their nerves tighten. After all, mere moments ago, they had barely escaped death at the hands of this man. Captain. Lord Akame. The entire crew bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Seeing their obedience, Lu Yu's mischievous side surfaced. This feeling wasn't bad at all. We'll rest for the night and set sail tomorrow. He issued the command without any further words. There was no need to formally welcome them, they were just handymen, nothing more. With that, Lu Yu returned to his lounge chair on the ship, stretching out lazily. Yes, Captain. The pirates responded in unison, then rushed to finish their preparations. Lying on his lounge chair, Lu Yu shut his eyes for a nap. This journey had begun to shift his mindset. Strength, power. These things inevitably changed a person's outlook. As someone reincarnated from Earth, Lu Yu had initially held on to his old way of thinking. But in the world of One Piece, that mentality was far too naive and powerless. In fact, it was beginning to feel like a burden. Suddenly, a thought echoed in his mind, then don't be human. The truth was evident: destruction led to creation. His perspective was being reshaped by the sea's harsh reality. Pirates weren't just about freedom. Look at Luffy, he was practically a marine disguised as a pirate. The trouble he caused for pirates across the world made the Navy's job easier. No wonder Akainu wanted him dead so badly, he was practically taking over his job. As random thoughts drifted through his mind, sleep finally took over. The next morning, Lu Yu and his crew set sail for Shell's town. Meanwhile, at a marine base. What? You claim to know the whereabouts of the newly wanted pirate, Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. He's still in your town and has killed 2 pirate crews. Understood. Once verified, your reward will be issued. The marine put down the den mushi and immediately reported to his superior. Not bad. A pirate worth 18 million berries, and he's already wiped out 2 crews worth tens of millions. No need to act immediately. Report this to headquarters. Increase his bounty. That'll get me more merit points. A marine officer chuckled slyly. The information quickly made its way to marine headquarters, and soon, they began verifying it. Ding. Congratulations, host. The marines have taken notice of you. Your bounty has increased. Reputation points plus 3,000. At that moment, Lu Yu was practicing his swordsmanship when the system notification rang in his head. Huh? The marines. He paused, puzzled. He didn't recall encountering the marines at any point. What's up with them? Have they got nothing better to do than randomly increase pirate bounties? However, Lu Yu didn't dwell on it. Gaining reputation points wasn't a bad thing, after all. With his newly recruited handymen, their travel speed had increased significantly. Akainu no longer needed to handle lookout and navigation duties. This meant both of them had ample time to train. As for the pirates' former flags, they had all been replaced. Even for a crew of mere handymen, Lu Yu would not allow other pirate insignias to fly under his command. This was the basic principle of being a pirate. Brother Lu Yu, he says he has something to discuss with you. While Lu Yu was mid-swing with his sword, Akainu approached with Roelki in tow. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 8, The Dragon Hunter Pirates Takes Action. Chapter 8-8, The Dragon Hunter Pirates Takes Action. Roelki stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lu Yu. Captain. The Door Pirates and the Alec Pirates are actually colluding with the Navy. Roelki wasted no time relaying the information. The Navy. I see. Lu Yu responded indifferently. To him, those 2 pirate crews were nothing more than errand boys. Their actions didn't warrant much concern. After all, it wasn't uncommon for the Navy to collude with pirates in the East Blue. For Lu Yu, this was insignificant. Captain, I'm willing to eliminate any hidden threats for you. I hope to become a trainee crew member. Noticing Lu Yu's lack of enthusiasm, Roelki pressed forward. Yes, Roelki was a pirate with ambition. Since he had chosen to follow Lu Yu, he didn't want to be just another errand boy. Though he couldn't officially join the crew right away, becoming a trainee was a significant step forward. A trainee crew member. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Roelki's ambition at least proved he had potential. You're now an apprentice of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. As for those 2 pirate crews, leave them be for now. Just keep them busy with chores. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Hearing this, Roelki's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Captain. I'll make sure those errand pirates do their job well. Roelki declared before leaving happily. Meanwhile, in Kokoyashi village. Arlong, aren't you going too far lately? Several villages are starting to revolt. If this keeps up. Colonel Nezumi trailed off, his narrow, rat-like eyes glancing at the fishman sitting before him. Arlong, seated at the head of the table, clearly didn't take the Navy officer seriously. And why would he? Whether in terms of strength or influence, Nezumi was nowhere near his equal. Taking a bite from the dragon's share was no easy feat, one had to be prepared to die for it. Of course, Nezumi had his own leverage. If Arlong wanted to maintain his reign in the East Blue, he still needed Nezumi's cooperation. Public resentment isn't my concern. Nezumi, let me remind you, if you take my money, you do your job. Otherwise. Crack. Arlong crushed the wine glass in his hand, startling the Navy officer. Nezumi had always been a coward at heart. A rat in both name and nature. Arlong, I have a chance to be promoted to a headquarters officer. If you help me, my jurisdiction in the East Blue will expand. And when that happens, all those territories will be yours as well. Nezumi finally revealed his true purpose. He had never intended to reprimand Arlong. His earlier words were merely a prelude. Headquarters officer. Nezumi, you'd better tread carefully. If you need me to spell it out for you, there won't be any turning back. Arlong warned. I understand. This is the intel. I'll keep an eye on things and withdraw the Navy when necessary. All you need to do is take care of this man. Nezumi said, pulling out a bounty poster along with a den mushi. On the poster was an image of Lu Yu. Dragon Hunter Pirates. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. With a name like that, there's no way I'm letting him leave the East Blue alive. Arlong laughed wickedly, grabbing the bounty poster and leaving. Just the name alone, Dragon Hunter, was an outright challenge. Of course, the dragon Lu Yu hunted was not the one Arlong assumed. Watching Arlong depart, a sly grin crept onto Nezumi's face. He, too, had his own moves to make. The entire East Blue was about to be shaken. The Navy, long absent from these waters, suddenly took to the seas. Warships patrolled the ocean, striking fear into the hearts of small-time pirates. Was the so-called safe haven of pirates about to turn into a battlefield? Many pirates chose to lay low, waiting for the storm to pass before resuming their adventures. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter pirates' ship. The Door pirates and the Alec pirates slowly spread out to the sides. Their ships, like wings, flanked Lu Yu's small, battered vessel. Meanwhile, the Roolki pirates lingered at the rear. Brother Lu Yu, the Door, and Alec pirates seemed to be adjusting their navigation. Shall we? Akame approached, gripping Mura's aim as she spoke calmly. Ignore them for now. If we strike too soon, we'll scare away the real prey. Lu Yu smirked. From the beginning, he had known the Door and Alec pirates were up to something. But he had allowed them to linger because they made excellent bait. Rather than diving headfirst into chaos, it was better to wait until the battle came to him. Understood. By the way, Brother Lu Yu, is the government of this world as corrupt as it seems? Akame brushed her hair back, a hint of naive curiosity in her tone. Corrupt? If Roger's final words ushered in the so-called golden age of piracy, then this era is more fittingly called the age of extreme evil. And the world government? They are the age of extreme darkness. The Navy may claim to uphold justice, but in reality, they are nothing more than accomplices to evil. Lu Yu spoke to Akame, sharing his perspective on the world. To him, a crew wasn't just a collection of tools. Akame wasn't just a pawn, she was his comrade. One day later. They were a day away from Shell's town. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching. Captain, it's the Arlong pirates. Captain. Just as Lu Yu was preparing to land in Shell's town, Roolki's urgent voice rang out. Arlong. So, he finally showed up. Lu Yu grinned. Roolki, wipe out the Door and Alec pirates. He issued his command. Now that the fish had taken the bait, there was no need to keep the bait around. Roolki hesitated momentarily but quickly composed himself before turning to attack the two pirate crews. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Akame turned their sights toward the true enemy, the Arlong pirates. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 9, Crushing Battle. Chapter 9-9, Crushing Battle. Soon, the massive pirate ship loomed over Lu Yu's small, battered vessel. Lu Yu. Dragon Hunter pirates? You really dare to call yourselves that? Now, burn your pirate flag yourself. I'll allow you to end your own life. Arlong sat on his high seat, his face full of mockery and amusement. If Lu Yu had chosen this name, he should have been prepared for the consequences. Arlong, a slave once imprisoned by the celestial dragons. After being freed by Fisher Tiger, he joined the Sun Pirates. Later, he formed the Arlong Pirates. Nothing more than a stray dog who lost his home. Too scared to even set foot on the Grand Line, so he hides in the weak seas of the East Blue. And now, you think you have the right to be arrogant? They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face when insulting them, and you definitely shouldn't expose their deepest wounds. But Lu Yu didn't care. He struck straight at Arlong's pride, branding his words onto the fishman's soul like a red-hot iron. Arlong, who had been grinning moments ago, instantly turned livid. His amusement was gone, replaced by pure fury. Lu Yu's words had ripped open the wound he wanted to forget, pouring salt and acid into it. Boss Arlong, kill him! Damn humans! Just as filthy and vile as ever. You dare mock us? We are the Arlong pirates. Tremble before us. A chorus of enraged shouts erupted from the fishmen crew. Arlong's entire body trembled with rage. His twisted expression showed just how deeply those words had cut him. With a sharp, grating sound, Arlong drew his massive saw-blade sword, Kiribati. Then, without hesitation, he dove into the sea. His top officers Hachin, Kurubi, and Chu followed instantly. They sensed a dangerous aura from Akame and knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. Boom! Arlong accelerated in the water, bursting out like a torpedo. His kiribaki slashed toward Lu Yu in an instant. Little bug, die! To Arlong, Lu Yu, just 1.8 meters tall, was nothing more than an insignificant pest. A mere human could never match the raw strength of a fish man. And with the added momentum from his aquatic acceleration, Arlong believed his power had reached its peak. There was no way this weakling could withstand his strike. Clang! A deafening clash rang out. Arlong's eyes widened in shock. With just one hand, Lu Yu had effortlessly raised his sword and blocked the full force of his attack. In that instant, Arlong realized something terrifying. He had made a grave mistake. But it was too late to turn back now. The battle had begun. If he couldn't kill Lu Yu now, then he would be the one to die. Die! Die! Panic surged through Arlong's mind. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. He swung his saw blade wildly, each strike fueled by fear and rage. Slowly, the rage faded. Only fear remained. Driven to his limits, Arlong's power suddenly surged beyond its normal constraints. Not bad, Lu Yu remarked, blocking each attack effortlessly. The natural fighting power of fishmen is indeed remarkable. But your arrogance makes you unfit for life on land. With ease, he parried every single one of Arlong's frenzied slashes. Meanwhile, Akame had already finished off Kurubi and Chu. Hachin, despite being a skilled swordsman, was severely injured. After being wounded by Murasame, he made the desperate choice to cut off his own arm and retreat into the sea. Akame didn't chase him. She had no experience fighting underwater, and she wasn't about to start now. Instead, she stood silently, watching Arlong with cold, predatory eyes. The moment Lu Yu gave the order, she would end him instantly. Arlong felt like he was facing an immovable mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it. At the same time, he could feel the icy gaze of death itself watching him from the side. This chilling sensation made him feel like he was sinking into an abyss of despair. Akame, go help Roolki clean up the battlefield, Lu Yu instructed casually. Hearing his words, Akame tossed the corpses of Kurubi and Chu overboard, then used them as a springboard to leap toward the door and allied pirates. Impossible! This is impossible! How can a mere human possess such overwhelming strength? Arlong's mind shattered under the weight of this realization. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Urgh! He had completely lost himself in madness. No longer thinking rationally, he threw everything he had into his attacks. The same man who had plunged countless villages into darkness and fear was now experiencing that same terror himself. And standing before him was an unshakable force, a darkness he could never hope to overcome. I think it's time to wrap this up. Lu Yu's voice was calm, almost mocking. Arlong, bounty of 20 million berries. The highest bounty pirate in the East Blue. And this is all you've got. You call yourself a pirate? Don't make me laugh. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Yu unleashed his armament haki. Up until now, he had been blocking Arlong's attacks purely with physical strength. Now, with his haki coating his sword, he swung down with terrifying force. Krrsh! The strike cleaved through Arlong's kiribaki and carved a massive wound across his chest. One blow. That was all it took to completely shatter Arlong's fighting spirit. Lu Yu followed up with a powerful kick, sending Arlong crashing into the sea. He was no longer a pirate. To Lu Yu, Arlong was nothing more than a stepping stone away to gain reputation. Killing him? That was unnecessary. He wasn't Luffy, who went around doing free work for the Navy. Besides, Lu Yu could already sense the scent of the Navy closing in. With Arlong defeated, the remaining fishmen abandoned ship and fled into the sea, too terrified to even retrieve their own vessel. This worked perfectly for Lu Yu, who immediately claimed their pirate ship as his own. On the other side, with Akame joining the fight, the door and Alec pirates were swiftly wiped out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your broken ship has absorbed resources and upgraded to a primary extremely evil battleship. As the system notification rang, Lu Yu's small, tattered boat transformed before his eyes. A menacing black dragon head appeared at the bow. The hull expanded to twice its original size, now adorned with ominous black and red accents. Rows of fearsome cannons lined its sides, and even the pirate flag grew larger and more intimidating. Just the sight of it exuded overwhelming dominance. A fitting ship for the journey ahead. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 10, Nezumi's Plot Chapter 10-10, Nezumi's Plot. At that moment, Roolki steered his pirate ship closer. Staring at the massive warship before him, his face twisted in shock and horror. Where is Captain Lu Yu? Just moments ago, Lu Yu's small and tattered ship had been in that exact spot. Now, in its place stood a monstrous warship, its fearsome design and ominous colors exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Most importantly, this was exactly where Lu Yu's ship had been. Could it be? Captain Lu Yu was killed? But, who could have done it? Just as Roolki was lost in thought, Akame suddenly leaped onto the terrifying warship before him. Sister Akame, this. He. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. I'm not as decisive as Sister Akame, am I? As an apprentice crew member, I have to avenge Captain Lu Yu as well. Little ones, attack. Roolki hesitated for a moment, then gave the order to engage. In his mind, Akame had already taken the initiative to avenge their captain, while he himself had been too afraid, too uncertain. Was this the difference between an official crew member and an apprentice? Feeling ashamed, Roolki clenched his fists and charged forward. Captain! But the moment he landed on the deck, he saw Lu Yu standing calmly at the bow of the ship, completely unharmed. This, could it be? Roolki, you performed well. From now on, you're a full-fledged crew member. Take the lead, set course for Shell's Town. Lu Yu could see the emotions flashing across Roolki's face but didn't dwell on them. The plan had to move forward. Ah! Captain is mighty. I Roolki will serve the captain with my life and soul. I'll lead the way immediately. All his doubts and questions vanished in an instant. Overjoyed, Roolki rushed off to steer the ship. Watching Roolki's excited antics, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel that this crew member had a few screws loose. However, he chose to say nothing. The appearance of Arlong had confirmed something for Lu Yu. There was no reason to linger in the East Blue any longer. Either he'd run into monstrous foes far beyond his current strength, or he'd only encounter weaklings. For him, neither would be of any benefit. Moreover, his bounty had now soared to 30 million. There was no point in staying here. First, they would go to Shell's Town to take Morgan's head. Then, they would head straight for Logtown. Meanwhile, in Shell's Town. What? You want to join forces with me? Ha ha ha. Captain Nezumi, what makes you think you have the qualifications to stand before me and say such things? You're just a pathetic nobody with no real strength. Morgan's scornful voice echoed through his office. To him, even though Nezumi held the same rank as him, the man was utterly beneath him. A branch captain who climbed the ranks through bribery and flattery? That was nothing compared to Morgan, the man who slew the infamous Black Cat pirates. How could he possibly cooperate with someone as lowly as Nezumi? Captain Morgans, please hear me out. This new pirate, he's already taken down several major crews with bounties in the tens of millions. Even the Arlong pirates have fallen to him. Right now, he's heading for Shell's Town. I have the information. You have the power. With your axe, such a pirate will surely meet his end. Nezumi's eyes gleamed as he spoke with a sycophantic smile. He wasn't the least bit offended by Morgan's insults. He was long used to such treatment. Now that Arlong had been defeated, he had the chance to take control of the remnants. If he could join forces with Morgan to take down Lu Yu, he would gain an even firmer grip over the East Blue's illicit affairs. At that point, he would rule his own little empire. Pirate? Lu Yu? Just a rookie. If he dares step foot into my waters, I'll cut him down myself. Get lost. Stay any longer, and I might just chop you up instead. Morgan sneered with contempt. I can pay to make your statue even bigger. Nezumi added, unfazed. Morgan's eyes lit up. Although he had already drained most of Shell's Town's wealth and forced its people to build a grand statue of him, Nezumi's proposal piqued his interest. Humph. Fine. I'll let you assist me. But the pirate's head belongs to me. Morgan brandished his axe with a menacing grin. Nezumi merely smiled flatteringly in response. Yet, deep inside, he was grinning for another reason. Captain Morgan. A pirate ship has entered the inner sea. Based on reports, it's the infamous Dragon Hunter pirates, with a bounty of 30 million. A marine officer burst into the room, delivering the urgent news. So, they've arrived. Nezumi, watch closely. This is the grandeur of a true hero of justice, not the pathetic scheming of your kind. Morgan declared proudly as he put on his coat and prepared to depart. Nezumi quickly followed behind him. At the same time, 3 marine warships sailed into the inner sea of Shell's town. These reinforcements had been summoned by Nezumi. To take down Arlong, Lu Yu had to be powerful. In Nezumi's mind, even if Lu Yu had won, he must have suffered significant losses in doing so. Now was the perfect time to strike. Meanwhile, at the marine training grounds, a green-haired swordsman was tied to a post. That's right, Zoro. Previously, he had been cut down by Lu Yu. Now, he was bound as punishment for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Nearby, a young man in a straw hat and a little girl had arrived at the scene. Navy. What are they up to? Luffy asked in confusion. Fear? No, there was no fear at all. After all, Garp had frequently visited him before he set sail. He had seen plenty of marines growing up. Since they weren't attacking him, he didn't really care. On the other hand, Kobe was trembling in terror. After all, he was still technically a pirate. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 11, I'm here to collect the reward. Chapter 11 to 11, I'm here to collect the reward. Captain, there are warships approaching us. The leading ship belongs to Morgan, the captain of the Navy branch stationed in Shell's town. Morgan and his men were quick to respond, heading out to sea without delay. Before long, their fleet appeared just ahead of Lu Yu and his crew. Perfect timing. I was just planning to look for him, Lu Yu said, lifting a corpse from the ground. Without hesitation, he leapt straight toward the approaching warship. What's the captain trying to do? I think he mentioned earlier that he was going to turn in the pirate's head for a bounty. But, we're pirates too. I don't get it. Isn't this suicide? The crew was completely baffled. After their brutal battles with the Door pirates and Alec pirates, only 21 handyman remained. Seeing Lu Yu charge forward alone had them scratching their heads in confusion. Then Akame jumped after him, adding to their disbelief. Are they seriously taking on 4 Navy warships with just the 2 of them? It was insane. Normally, pirates would run the moment they spotted a Navy ship whether they could win or not. Attacking a Navy warship was a whole different level. That would make them targets of high-ranking officers. If a school officer couldn't handle it, a general would be sent. To avoid unnecessary trouble and because the Navy was no joke, most pirates wouldn't even think of doing something like this. But Lu Yu's actions? Absolutely confusing. Bang! Bang! Lu Yu and Akame landed side by side on Morgan's warship. Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Akame, combat specialist, Morgan sneered. Coming here yourself? You must be ready to die. He raised his axe, its sharp edge glinting under the sun. To him, Lu Yu's arrival was suicide. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Yu unsheathed his long sword and casually tossed several severed heads across the deck. Each one rolled toward the Navy soldiers. What the hell? Just when everyone thought Lu Yu was going to start a fight, he dumped a pile of heads at their feet. These are pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, Lu Yu said casually. 7 heads total. I want 100 million berries. That's right. He was here to cash in. Going out to sea meant massive expenses, supplies, weapons, gear, you name it. And he had plans to build a super pirate crew. Even with his system giving rewards, it wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. What kind of sick joke is this? You're a pirate trying to collect bounties on other pirates, a Navy soldier shouted, swinging his sword at Lu Yu. Shh, blood sprayed across the deck. The same soldier who was just yelling now had his head cleanly sliced off courtesy of Akame. The blood reached Morgan's feet. His eyes twitched. He hadn't even seen Akame move. If that strike had been aimed at him, he would have been dead by now. I didn't come here to fight, Lu Yu said, leaning on the ship's railing with a smirk. There's nothing here worth attacking. I'm headed for the Grand Line straight to the New World. I don't think you, Captain Morgan, have any reason to stop me, do you? Morgan might have looked tough, but in a real fight, he wouldn't last a minute against someone like Arlong. Lu Yu had no interest in wasting time here. He just wanted to cash in the heads, grab supplies, and bounce. You damn fool! I am Captain Morgan, the top dog of Shell's town. And you dare swish? Before he could finish, his arm was severed clean off. His axe clattered to the deck. Ah! Morgan screamed in agony. Just as he was about to speak again, Akame stomped on the metal mask on his face, shattering it as she ground his head into the deck. Should I kill him? Akame asked, raising her murasame. Yeah, end him, Lu Yu said calmly. To the shock of every Navy soldier present, Morgan was instantly cut down. He didn't even get a last word before being sent to the underworld. The surrounding soldiers were frozen in place, fear painted across their faces. It wasn't just about Lu Yu's strength. It was the terrifying calmness in his voice. The way he took lives like it meant nothing. He didn't seem like a pirate, he seemed like a demon. Can anyone here give me the bounty? Lu Yu asked, his voice smooth. If not, I'll head into Shell's town myself and collect it. And if you all prove useless, I'll kill you too. After all, I am a pirate. He smiled brightly as he said it, but to the Navy, it sounded like the devil himself whispering from hell. I am a righteous Navy officer. I won't shh. Before the man could finish his sentence, Lu Yu's sword, aim no habakari, flashed and another head hit the floor. Lu Yu didn't feel any guilt anymore. After so many kills, he'd grown numb. He knew if he didn't kill first, the enemy would. That's the brutal law of the sea. The anime makes it all look fun and adventurous. But reality? Slavery. Civilian deaths. Navy ships mercilessly blasting pirate crews to pieces. Those horrors wouldn't make it past any TV censorship. That's why they needed a feel-good idiot like Luffy to go around causing trouble for a living. If I exchange the bounty for you, a trembling middle-aged Navy officer asked, will you stop killing us? He was clearly terrified but also prepared to die. Yeah, Lu Yu nodded. I'm a pirate. I keep my word. That answer might have sounded a bit corny, but he said it with confidence. The Navy officer took a deep breath and nodded. I'll take you to collect the bounty. Just, please don't kill anyone else. He bowed his head. Justice? Screw that. You can't talk about justice if you can't even save your own damn life. Lieutenant Cross. No, shut up. Cross snapped at the soldiers trying to object. I'll take full responsibility. If they send me to a military court for this, so be it. It's on me. With that, Cross led Lu Yu away to claim the reward. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 12, Nami was frightened. Chapter 12-12, Nami was frightened. Under Cross's leadership, Lu Yu soon received his reward. Oh, and he also casually used a warship to haul away a full load of supplies. Keeping his word, Lu Yu didn't continue his assault on the Navy. As the terrifying black and red ship faded into the horizon, many naval officers collapsed onto the deck, their legs weak. We survived. Looking at the bodies of Captain Morgan and another officer nearby, the surviving Marines had only one thought echoing in their minds. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Cross, you actually assisted the pirates. Prepare for a formal investigation by headquarters. I'll be reporting everything to them immediately. Captain Morgan is dead, and Shell's town currently has no commanding officer. I, Captain Nezumi, will take temporary control. Out of nowhere, Captain Nezumi popped up opportunistic as ever with a bold declaration of authority. Technically, with Morgan dead, Captain Nezumi, as another branch officer, had the right to temporarily take charge. But then where were you just now? The question came in a deep voice. Who's there? Who dares talk like that to me? Nezumi snapped, turning red with fury. After all, he was the highest-ranking officer on site now, yet someone dared to question him. When Lu Yu killed Captain Morgan and was about to wipe us out, where the hell were you? If it weren't for Lieutenant Cross, we'd all be dead right now. You stayed silent the entire time, and now you want to send Cross to military court. I don't agree with this crap. I support Lieutenant Cross. We're people too, not cannon fodder to be thrown at a monster. I don't recognize you as our leader, Captain. Voices of protest rose one after another. Cross's courage had moved them deeply. He risked his life, reputation, and even his future in the Navy to keep them alive. Now this bootlicker Nezumi wanted to use the situation to grab credit and throw Cross under the bus? Hell no. As tension boiled over, Captain Nezumi began to panic. Sure, he was stronger than the average officer, but going up against an entire unit? That was suicide. Click click click. Suddenly, countless rifles were aimed at him. What are you doing? Before things could go sideways, Lieutenant Cross stepped forward and shouted. I did what I had to do to save all of you. But that doesn't mean you should point your guns at fellow Marines. Put them down. Captain Nezumi, I'm willing to accept whatever punishment is handed to me. Cross walked calmly to the front, a relieved expression on his face. This is what he wants. Let's go. Captain Nezumi, trembling, took Cross into custody. But a group of Marines followed closely behind. If he dared do anything shady to Cross, they'd react instantly. Back at the port, the remaining Marines began sorting through the aftermath and awaited new orders from Navy headquarters. That's when two figures approached. Why were you released? Is that guy a pirate? Yep, it was Luffy and a tied-up Zoro. To the Marines in Shell's town, Zoro was still a criminal. Hey! Have we been found out? Kobe, we're leaving. Luffy's arm snapped out like a whip, grabbing hold of a ship. With his other hand, he snagged Zoro and launched them both out of sight. His devil fruit powers left the Marines stunned. After all, devil fruit users were rare in the East Blue. Luffy didn't know it, but thanks to Lu Yu, his future journey would become a whole lot smoother. A week later, Lu Yu and his crew reached the waters off Kokoyashi village. With Captain Nezumi too busy and Arlong severely injured by Lu Yu, the village was enjoying a brief period of peace. Brother Lu Yu, there's someone floating in the water up ahead. Akame pointed toward the bow. A young, orange-haired woman was lying unconscious on a piece of driftwood. Nami. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. The moment he saw her, her name popped into his head. They were near Kokoyashi village, so it made sense she'd be here. Clearly, she was eyeing their ship. And it made sense their current warship looked badass. For a money-hungry thief like Nami, this was prime loot. But with her lack of power, she had no choice but to resort to tricks. Gotta admit she was smart. Pull her aboard, Lu Yu ordered. Let's see what she's up to. He already knew why Nami was doing this. She was trying to buy back Kokoyashi village from Arlong, which pushed her down the path of thievery. But Luffy was already on the move. Her days of struggle were nearing their end. As for recruiting her? Nah, Lu Yu had no interest. She was Luffy's crew, not his. Under Akame's guidance, Roolki fished Nami out of the sea. No sooner had they laid her on the deck than she coughed up a mouthful of seawater and slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She asked, blinking with an innocent, almost naive expression. A pirate ship, someone replied flatly. The moment she spotted their flag, terror spread across her face. All right, enough acting, Lu Yu said, crouching beside her. Nami, from Kokoyashi village. Navigator of the Arlong pirates. In charge of drawing sea charts. I'm heading to Kokoyashi village now, planning to slaughter everyone there and move on. His voice was cold, and his eyes gleamed with a twisted sense of humor. The murderous aura around him was so dense it felt like a physical weight crashing over Nami. She was terrified. She'd only boarded the ship to steal something, but now, she realized she'd boarded the wrong damn vessel. What kind of monster was this guy? Seeing her so scared, Lu Yu's inner troll was thoroughly satisfied. Nami was still too green whether in strength or acting. And clearly, her fear response was hardwired in. She was nearly in tears from just a few words. Brother Lu Yu. A merchant ship just appeared ahead. Akame called out from the deck. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 13, Encounter with Kuina Chapter 13-13, Encounter with Kuina Merchant Ship. Hearing Akame's words, Lu Yu stood up and walked to the side of the ship. He picked up the telescope and spotted a luxurious merchant ship floating in the nearby sea. But this didn't look like any ordinary merchant ship. As a pirate, Lu Yu never considered buying supplies if he could just steal them. And from the looks of it, this ship was definitely carrying something worth stealing. Justice had nothing to do with Lu Yu, he was a pirate, through and through. After spotting the merchant ship, Lu Yu left Nami behind and immediately gave the order to attack. Seeing this, Nami felt a sudden urge to escape. It was too dangerous to stay on this guy's ship. Not to mention, the fact that he knew every detail about her earlier made it pretty clear he came here to attack Kokoyashi village. She had to get back before they reached the village. Warn everyone. Get them out. Because for the first time in a long while, she genuinely felt the presence of death hovering around Lu Yu. Ms. Nami, please remain on the ship for a while. Just as Nami was about to sneak away, Akame appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Her tone was calm but firm. Akame's wasn't as naive as she looked. She was experienced, sharp enough to lead the night raids newcomers and run missions. Underestimating her would be a mistake. I wasn't trying to leave, Nami said awkwardly. I just miss Nami, Akame interrupted coldly, don't say anything unnecessary. If I feel even the slightest threat, I only have one response: eliminate it. She sat down on the deck, resting her hand on the hilt of her murasame. The message was clear. Seeing how unshakable Akame was, Nami could only sigh in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes locked on the massive, extravagant merchant ship now just ahead. Such a lavish vessel was bound to have guards. And the closer they got, the more off it felt. This wasn't just a merchant ship, it was something else entirely. No regular trade vessel had this kind of defense, nor this level of luxury. Even weirder, when the people aboard spotted the approaching pirates, they didn't panic. No screaming. No running. No signs of fear. Some of them, dressed like nobles, were casually sipping wine and chatting like nothing was happening. One of them, a fat noble with a goblet in his pudgy hand and a voice that cracked like a rooster, smirked and said, "Didn't expect pirate entertainment today." He turned lazily to his guards. "Take care of them. Kill all the pirates, except the leader. That one looks nice. If his face isn't scarred, he might be useful." "Understood," Duke Karaza, the captain of the guard squad, responded immediately. "Everyone, prepare for combat. Wipe out the pirates. But don't kill the leader." The guard captain unsheathed his sword and barked the order. But before they could make a move, "Hey, hey, hey! Did I just hear you say you're gonna attack my ship?" A voice came from behind him. Cold sweat instantly formed on the captain's forehead. He didn't dare move a muscle. It wasn't just the voice, it was the pressure. A suffocating, murderous aura washed over him, more intense than anything he'd ever felt. As someone who'd escorted high-profile targets across dangerous waters, he'd met desperate men before. Killers. Pirates. Assassins. He'd seen that kind of aura, but never this strong. This was something else entirely. Then clang! A sword whistled past his ear. One of his own swordsmen had leapt into action, slashing at the intruder. The captain instinctively rolled out of the way and looked up. Standing there, smirking, was Lu Yu, the same man who had been on the pirate ship just moments ago, now casually standing aboard the merchant ship. How the hell did he get here? This was Lu Yu's assassination technique. A swordswoman. Lu Yu muttered, glancing at the attacker. Strong one, too, and a woman. But before he could finish the thought, another fierce attack came at him. Every move she made felt familiar, but something was off. That sword style, he'd seen it before. Is Heinryu? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. A disciple of Koshiro. And then it hit him. Zoro. The way she fought was reminiscent of that green-haired swordsman he'd battled before. But her form was more refined, her swordplay sharper, with an understanding of swordsmanship that surpassed mere technique. It was something deeper, instinctive. Spiritual. Thanks to his fusion with Akame's abilities, Lu Yu's own swordsmanship had evolved too. Kuina. He suddenly blurted the name out. And just like that, the swordswoman froze. Her sword wavered. One simple name had exposed the truth. So this ship really isn't what it seems, Lu Yu said, stepping forward. No way someone like you shows up just to guard a merchant vessel. Tell me the real reason you're here. With a sudden surge, Lu Yu unleashed his armament haki, forcing the distracted Kuina back with a single blow. He smiled. And that smile broke her stance more than any attack could. Her eyes softened. The great sword Wado Ikimonji, Kuina replied softly. Lu Yu nodded slowly. Now he got it. Kuina had trained with Wado Ikimonji since she was a child. There was no way she was here just for a great sword. This sword, this Wado Ikimonji, it held a meaning. Just like her technique. All right then, Lu Yu said, cracking his knuckles. Kill the rest of these bastards. I want the treasure and supplies. The sword's yours. He turned and made his way toward the captain of the guard team. Kuina stood there stunned. That sword Wado Ikimonji had been promised to her as a reward. But now it didn't matter. In Phi's fanfic her sword got stolen, besides, she had no love for these nobles. Originally, she planned to take action only after the reward was hers. Now? She drew her sword. Blood painted the deck crimson. The nobles watched the massacre unfold like it was a theater performance. Unfazed. Entertained. They'd seen this kind of slaughter before. But this time, none of the guards remained standing when it was over. Only Lu Yu and Kuina stood on the blood-soaked deck, drenched in red. Between the two of them, they'd painted a masterpiece of death. And for all of Lu Yu's ruthlessness, his killing finesse still lagged behind Akame's. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 14, The Powerful Heavenly Dragon Guard Chapter 14 to 14, The Powerful Heavenly Dragon Guard Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the entire merchant ship trembled violently. The deafening noise and fierce shaking reached their ears instantly. Two little devils. I gotta admit, kids these days are bold as hell. And brutal too. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before them. Chains clinked and dragged across the floor with a metallic hiss. Dried blood still clung to the cold iron links, giving off a faint stench of death. From the man's body, a terrifying aura radiated outward. Heavenly Dragon Guard Yakazuo. Remember that name. It's the name that'll haunt your nightmares. Yakazuo bellowed, then charged straight at Kuina. To him, both of them looked weak, insignificant even. So, picking a target felt totally random. Boom. Crack. Just as Yakazuo lunged, Kuina swung her sword in rhythm with her breath. But her sword shattered under the sheer force of his attack. Still unable to fully control armament haki, Kuina froze for a split second, just long enough to take a full-powered punch to the gut that sent her flying. She crashed to the ground but rolled to her feet immediately, clutching her broken sword and keeping her stance. But anyone could sense it, Kuina was hurt. And not just minor scratches either. Multiple fractures. One arm out of commission. For a swordsman, that's like losing half your power. Of course, monsters like Zoro or Luffy don't count. Those guys pull out their ultimate moves with 1 HP left like they're Ultraman or something. Damn, he's strong. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the fight. Then, the armament haki around him erupted. A deep black sheen quickly covered his sword, Aim no Habakiri. The sword itself was incredibly sharp on par with the supreme great swords, but even that wouldn't be enough. Not against this guy. He needed haki to stand a chance. More than the raw power, what caught Lu Yu's attention was Yakazuo's earlier introduction. Heavenly Dragon Guard. That kind of title wasn't something a random thug could claim. Just looking at those blood-stained chains told Lu Yu this guy wasn't normal. And anyone bold enough to appear in front of nobles, hell, to ignore nobles was someone you had to take seriously. Kuina, let me handle this. Lu Yu stepped in front of her, standing tall with haki-infused confidence. This girl actually wanted to keep fighting? From the clash earlier, it was obvious Kuina couldn't handle Yakazuo. Someone's looking to die, hey. How long do you think that brat'll last? Shame, really. Yakazuo gonna ruin that pretty body. The surrounding nobles began chattering, their voices dripping with mockery and detachment. To them, this was nothing but entertainment. Lu Yu and Kuina weren't people in their eyes, just playthings. Even Yakazuo was no exception. Swish! Lu Yu launched himself at full speed. His slash came down hard, aiming straight for Yakazuo's neck. He put everything into its speed, power, precision, nearly 80% of his full strength. But a massive fist came flying toward him in response. Yakazuo had completely ignored the slash. Lu Yu barely dodged, frowning as he landed. Something felt off. He saw it coming. Yakazuo had predicted the strike and covered his neck in armament haki just in time. Observation haki. That's what it was. The bastard didn't just use armament, he combined it with observation haki. No way this guy was a regular guard. Heavenly Dragon Guard, could it be he's one of those guards for the Celestial Dragons? Did I just win the worst lottery ever? Wait, are there Celestial Dragons on this ship? Lu Yu's grip on Aim no Habakiri tightened as his stance shifted. His movements became light, almost ethereal, as he slowly circled Yakazuo. The world nobles? Guys like you have no business protecting scum like that. Today, you're dying here. Yakazuo growled in irritation. Lu Yu's pacing was getting to him. The arrogance and indifference from earlier? Gone. Now, he was getting pissed. Boom. 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 Yakazuo launched a barrage of violent punches, but Lu Yu's body seemed untouchable. Every fist hit nothing but air or a fading silhouette. Even when Yakazuo swore he had him, Lu Yu's figure vanished like mist. Raik! Yakazuo roared in rage, loud enough that the nobles winced and covered their ears. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Yu's sword slashed through the air. A single clean strike. Yakazuo's wrist hit the floor. Blood splattered in thick droplets. You're just a half-baked brute. Now die slowly, in the dark. Lu Yu's voice echoed like a whisper from the void. His body blurred and vanished, then reappeared again, slash after slash raining down from all directions. Every cut dug into Yakazuo's body. Blood flowed freely. His strength began to fade. His breathing slowed. Even his haki weakened. Impossible, how can I lose to a damn bug like you? Die. Why won't you die? Yakazuo screamed like a madman, fists flailing wildly. But the fear in his eyes was undeniable. He was losing. And he knew it. Bang! Finally, Yakazuo collapsed, his body trembling. His severed arm hung limply beside him. You ready to die now? Lu Yu appeared behind him, sword raised for the final blow. Gotcha! Before he could strike, a massive hand clamped down on Lu Yu's ankle. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake it. Oh shit Pucci! Panic shot through him. If Yakazuo landed a hit while dying, Lu Yu would be seriously injured or worse. He was too careless. But just then, a broken sword pierced through Yakazuo's eye. Blood spurted. Yakazuo's grip loosened. Kuina. Despite her injuries, she had rushed in and stabbed him in the face with her shattered sword. That one blow ended it. Yakazuo collapsed completely, lifeless. Chapter 15, Nobles? Kill them. Chapter 15-15, Nobles? Kill them. After Yakazuo's death, Lu Yu cast an admiring glance at Kuina. He had to admit her timing was impeccable. It almost felt like Lu Yu had baited Yakazuo on purpose. The moment Yakazuo managed to grab Lu Yu, his psychological guard completely dropped. That false sense of victory made him lower his defenses. That mistake got him killed. If not for that moment of carelessness, even in Kuina's current state, a sneak attack wouldn't have been enough to take him out in one strike. What a damn good battle, Lu Yu muttered. But this guy, this so-called former Heavenly Dragon Guard, he really was just someone who got tossed aside. Died to 2 kids. How pathetic. Suddenly, an arrogant voice cut through the air. Hey! How about it? Do you two want to become my personal guards? They both turned their heads to see a man in lavish clothing step forward on the deck. He oozed aristocratic arrogance. Even the other nobles around him seemed overly respectful, almost groveling. Clearly, this guy had the highest status among them. Lu Yu ignored him entirely and looked back at Kuina. Kuina, want to join my crew? She blinked. Crew? Wait, you're a pirate. They had just fought together seamlessly, but now Kuina finally remembered Lu Yu was a pirate. And based on how he jumped aboard earlier, it was pretty damn obvious his goal was to rob this merchant ship. She didn't like that. Not one bit. Sorry. I'm not interested in becoming a pirate. She refused him on the spot, no hesitation. Her home country was a mess, plagued by pirates. Her hatred for their kind ran deep. Zoro's already become a pirate, Lu Yu said calmly. He's out at sea right now. Not all pirates bring disaster. Some of us have our own reasons. I'm Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. And I'm officially inviting you to join. The mention of Zoro stopped Kuina in her tracks. She had always wondered how the hell did Lu Yu even know about her? She had faked her death and gone into hiding, training under a different name. Yet somehow, he'd recognized her immediately. Not just that he even knew about her connection with Zoro. Now that got her curious. And as the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat and the girl. The moment Kuina's curiosity was piqued, Lu Yu had already won. My ship's over there, he said. Go rest up. I'll return your sword. If you don't like what pirates stand for, fine. I won't make you do pirate shit. He smiled, then casually walked up to her. Hey, what are you? Wait, let go. I haven't even Before she could finish, Lu Yu picked her up and yeeted her off the ship. Akame, catch her. She's a full member of the crew now. Lu Yu shouted toward his ship. Then, he turned back around and locked eyes with the nobles. Well, he said. Made up your mind yet? I'll pay you 100 million berries a year, the fancy noble said proudly. Come be my personal bodyguard. Pirates are just jokes. If you want to live easy on these seas, pirates are a dead end. Work for me. I'm Prince Anis, noble of the allied kingdom of Yakolan. He spread his arms wide like he was the damn king of the world. To him, everything had a price. If someone said no, that just meant the number wasn't high enough. Lu Yu looked young, too young to have killed someone from the Heavenly Dragon Guard. But that only meant his future was full of potential. And 100 million berries? To Prince Anis, that was pocket change. I refuse, Lu Yu said, dragging his sword across the deck, each step heavy and deliberate. Protect Lord Anis, a voice shouted, and the guards rushed forward to shield their master. 200 million. Anis yelled, brushing the guards aside like they were in his way. Is that still not enough? Money meant nothing to him. The goods on this ship alone were worth over 1 billion berries. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yu didn't say a word, just kept dragging his sword, the metallic sound grating against the wood. 300 million, no 500 million. Anis screamed. Do you even understand how much that is? You're a pirate. You could rob ships for your entire life and still not make that much. All you need to do is guard me. That's it. SHHHK. Before Anis could finish his pitch, Lu Yu's sword flashed through the air. In one clean arc, every guard between them was decapitated. Blood sprayed across Anis's face, and heads rolled at his feet. I already said I refuse, Lu Yu muttered. And your money? Doesn't mean shit to me. He raised his sword again. No. You can't. Anis panicked. I'm a noble of the Allied forces. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Navy will send admirals to hunt you down. Haha. That's right, I'm a noble you wouldn't swish. Thunk. Anis didn't get to finish. Lu Yu's sword sliced through him like paper. The prince's head hit the deck, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even in his final moment, he couldn't believe Lu Yu actually went through with it. Prince Anis is dead. No way. This has to be a dream. A noble of the Allied forces, killed by a pirate. Yes. It's just a dream, haha. I must have seen wrong. That can't be. The nobles who had been standing around, smug and elegant, instantly broke into a panic. But Lu Yu's sword showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, screams filled the air. All that talk of status and power? Meaningless in the face of death. One by one, the nobles fell. Soon, the deck was silent. Ding. You attacked the merchant ship belonging to a great noble of the Allied kingdom. Information has been automatically sent to Navy headquarters. Gained 8,000 reputation points. As the system prompt echoed in Lu Yu's mind, he felt a rush of energy flow through his body. The reputation points weren't just numbers, they also strengthened him. But that little auto-report feature to the Navy? Yeah, that was going to be a pain in the ass. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 16, Slave Ship. Chapter 16 to 16, Slave Ship. After feeling his body growing stronger, Lu Yu noticed that the small wounds he had received during the battle had completely healed. This is... As he processed the changes, a strange sensation washed over him. Suddenly, his surroundings became clearer, more defined. The awakening of observation haki. That was his first thought. He quickly opened his panel, and sure enough, basic observation haki was now listed among his abilities. It must have awakened during the fight just now. Testing his newfound power, Lu Yu spread his observation haki throughout the ship. Almost immediately, he sensed other life forms on board. Following his intuition, he made his way toward them. A few minutes later, he reached the storage room below deck. Let me go home. I miss my mother. Wah! Wah! My lord, please spare my child. I will be your slave. I'll do anything, just let my child go. Bad guy, don't bully my mom. Countless voices filled the air. Slaves. Lu Yu's expression darkened as he took in the sight before him. This is a slave ship. Although he was a pirate, he despised the slave trade. Slavery wasn't uncommon in the world of One Piece, but seeing hundreds of people locked away like cattle was still jarring. As someone who had reincarnated from another world, he still carried the modern belief in human rights. He didn't feel anger or hatred, just an innate disgust. With a swift motion, Lu Yu unsheathed his aim no habakiri and slashed through the chains of the nearest cage. The people above are dead, he announced casually. By the way, I'm not a good person, I'm a pirate. Can you make it back on your own? At that moment, the woman who had just been begging for her child's safety froze. Her face, which had been filled with hope moments ago, twisted into despair. Mom, this big brother saved us. We can go home now, the little girl said excitedly, unaware of the heavy atmosphere. But her mother didn't share the same optimism. Instead, her face grew even paler. Bang! The woman collapsed to the floor, drained of all strength and hope. Bang! 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 One by one, others followed, dropping to the ground as if their last thread of wool had snapped. Hi! Lu Yu frowned. This wasn't the reaction he expected. Shouldn't they be overjoyed at regaining their freedom? Moments ago, the room had been filled with cries and desperate pleas. Now, there was only silence. It's useless. We're going to die anyway. We can't go back. Those nobles are dead. They'll blame us for it. We've been marked as slaves. Even if we return to our villages, we'll be hunted down. And we might bring disaster upon our loved ones. Laughter mixed with sobs as a man clutched his head, muttering in despair. Lu Yu finally understood. Because he had killed the nobles, these former slaves believed they had no future. Even if they escaped, society would still see them as slaves. And since they had been registered, the deaths of the nobles would likely be blamed on them. Even with their freedom, they felt doomed. The kingdom of Yakolan. Lu Yu muttered to himself. He thought for a moment before stepping forward. If you truly believe you can only die, then I'll send you to your deaths, he declared coldly. But if you want to live with dignity, then recognize that you are not slaves. You are people. His voice grew sharper. When you think of yourselves as slaves, you will always be slaves. The murmurs slowly faded. Then, one man hesitantly stood up. I want to go home. My mother and children are waiting for me. I want to go back too. I refuse to live as a slave. I'm not afraid of death. Why should I keep living like this? More and more people began to rise, their spirits reigniting. Lu Yu smirked. I already told you I'm a pirate, he reminded them. I'm taking this ship. If you want to return home, I'll drop you off at Kokoyasi village. After that, figure it out yourselves. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. As he stepped back onto the deck, Lu Yu took a deep breath. The stench of the slave quarters still clung to him. Shaking it off, he made his way to the ship's treasure room. It didn't take long to find the massive sword, Wado Ikimonji, among the riches. As for the rest of the valuables, he simply tossed them into his system space. Returning to his warship, he leaped onto the deck and called out to Kuina. Here. He tossed her the Wado Ikimonji without hesitation. To him, this so-called great sword was nothing special. He already possessed Murasame and Aim no Hazen, both of which were far more powerful comparable to the supreme grade swords. Kuina caught the blade and frowned. I already told you I won't become a pirate, she said firmly. I don't care how you know about me, but I have my own path. I'm going to Wano country. I'm going to defeat Kaido. Before she could finish, Lu Yu cut her off with a chuckle. What? Do you even know what you're saying? Kuina's face flushed in anger. You may be strong, but you're nowhere near Kaido's level. He's one of the 4 emperors, the captain of the beast pirates and the current ruler of Wano. Her disbelief spilled out in rapid succession, her flushed cheeks making her look unexpectedly cute. Lu Yu grinned. Of course, I know that. He turned to face the sea, his expression shifting into something more determined. That's why I'm inviting you to join my crew. Kuina blinked in surprise. Unlike Kaido, we're still growing. We're constantly getting stronger, while he's already at his peak. He gestured toward the slave ship. Look at them. Wano country is suffering the same fate right now. If you want to defeat Kaido, you need power. I can give you that. He turned back to her, his voice unwavering. I want the world to tremble at the name of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. I want our mark to be carved into the history of this era. Holding out his hand, he asked once more, are you willing to join me? Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 17, Prepare to attack the Allies. Chapter 17 to 17, Prepare to attack the Allies. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Kuina was momentarily stunned. There was no denying that what he had just said was incredibly compelling. She found herself drawn to his charisma and vision. The future he described wasn't just some vague ambition like becoming the Pirate King or finding the legendary One Piece. It was clear, direct, and purposeful. I'm in. Kuina declared after a brief moment of thought. Lu Yu was right. Their strength might not be overwhelming now, but they had the will to grow stronger. Given enough time, they could very well shake the world to its core. Sister Kuina, I'm Roolki, an apprentice crew member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Roolki introduced himself enthusiastically. Those guys over there? They're our ship's handymen. And this here is Akame, our enforcer. And finally, this is our esteemed and great captain, Lu Yu. His enthusiasm left Kuina slightly bewildered. Was this how pirates typically interacted? Did she need to start introducing newcomers like this in the future? Fortunately, Lu Yu interrupted before Roolki could continue. Roolki, do you know anything about the kingdom of Yakolan? The sudden question snapped Kuina out of her thoughts and redirected Roolki's focus, preventing him from rambling any further. While Lu Yu appreciated the flattering introduction, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was a little excessive. The kingdom of Yakolan. Roolki repeated. Captain, that's one of the world government's allied nations, one of only 3 in the East Blue. Why are you bringing it up? Their military force isn't weak. They have a massive trade network and a well-trained army. The private guards of the high-ranking nobles are said to be as strong as Marine headquarters officers. Roolki had been a pirate in the East Blue for a while. He might not have extensive knowledge of the Grand Line or the New World, but when it came to his home waters, he knew plenty. Any pirate hoping to survive long in the East Blue needed to understand who they could afford to mess with and who they absolutely couldn't. That powerful, hey. Lu Yu mused before turning to Akame. You have more experience dealing with nobles. I need a strategy. Akame, who had been munching on a box of candy, looked at Lu Yu with an innocent expression. I'm just the executioner. Nayenda was the one who handled the planning. Is that so? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow before turning back to Roelki. How deep is your understanding of the kingdom of Yakolan? Tell me about their combat capabilities, the nobles' personal guards, and, most importantly, the country's overall situation. Before making any moves, Lu Yu needed solid intelligence. Only fools acted without proper information. I know a fair bit, Roelki replied. I've been to Yakolan before. It's like most allied nations, the rich drown in luxury while the poor freeze to death on the streets. They not only pay regular taxes but also have to contribute extra every year for the heavenly tribute. Life for the common folk is miserable. The only upside is that, as an allied nation, the world government offers them protection. No sane pirate would dare attack one of these kingdoms. He paused before adding, for more detailed intelligence, I'd need to make a purchase. A thorough report on an allied nation would cost around 10 million berries. Lu Yu appreciated Roelki's initiative and execution ability. He was proving to be a valuable asset. Here, take 20 million, Lu Yu said, tossing a box of money at him. I have to make a stop at Kokoyasi village. You handle the intel gathering. Be back in 5 days, and when you return, you'll officially be a full-fledged member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Roelki's face lit up with excitement. Got it, Captain. The honor of the Dragon Hunter Pirates will always shine upon me. He quickly disappeared, eager to complete his task. With Roelki gone, Lu Yu turned his gaze toward Nami, who stood frozen in shock. Her mind raced. What kind of pirate crew was this? They were openly planning an attack on a world government ally. This wasn't just some small-time raid on a defenseless village, this was an assault on a kingdom. Even the marine branches in the East Blue wouldn't be as formidable as a nation's army. She realized with growing dread that she had chosen the wrong group to steal from. Nami, you can steer a ship, right? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Take that merchant vessel and bring us to Kokoyasi village. Though his words were polite, Nami sensed there was no room for refusal. If she refused, she might not make it off this ship alive. Given how ruthlessly these people handled nobles, killing her would be nothing to them. I can. Nami quickly replied, scrambling onto the luxurious merchant vessel. The group set sail for Kokoyasi village without further delay. Meanwhile, in Marineford, a report landed on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk. He skimmed through the contents, his brows furrowing. The Dragon Hunter Pirates, he muttered. The descriptions in the report raised several concerns. Since when had such a dangerous crew appeared in the East Blue? He vaguely remembered Garp mentioning something about this Lu Yu before. He flipped through his files and found the original report Garp had submitted on Lu Yu. The contents didn't quite match up with the new intelligence. There was a significant discrepancy between the initial assessment and the latest developments. Worse yet, the Dragon Hunter Pirates had acquired a new swordsman, a female one at that. Just then, Garp strolled into the office, munching on a rice cracker. What's up, Sengoku? Sengoku slid the report across the desk. The Dragon Hunter Pirates just looted a merchant vessel from the kingdom of Yakolan. No survivors. Garp paused mid-bite. That brat's got some guts. Attacking an allied nation's ship? Ha! He burst into laughter. Sengoku's face darkened. Why is it that every major problem in the East Blue seems to be connected to you? First, your son Dragon becomes the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Then, your grandson Ace joins Whitebeard's crew. Now, this Lu Yu appears out of nowhere. Garp merely grinned. Guess the East Blue breeds interesting people. Sengoku clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to smack Garp over the head. If they weren't in the office, he might have done it already. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 18, Panic in Marineford and Furious Allies. Chapter 18-18, Panic in Marineford and Furious Allies. Just as Sengoku clenched his teeth in frustration, Staff Officer Tsuru stepped into the office. We've received intelligence on the Dragon Hunter Pirates 3 times in a row, she said calmly. Sengoku, I believe we need to strangle this threat in the cradle, before another uncontrollable force emerges in the East Blue. Without wasting time, Tsuru got straight to the point. She was a woman of action. Once she made up her mind, she acted on it swiftly. Unlike that old rascal Garp, who never seemed to care about anything these days. But to be fair, Garp had endured far too many setbacks. His son became the leader of the revolutionary army, and his grandson turned into a pirate. His disillusionment with the world government had slowly eroded his sense of duty. Frankly, it was a miracle that Garp still remained at Marineford as a naval hero and the face of the Marines. So Tsuru didn't hold it against him. After all, Garp had always been unpredictable since his youth. Who should we send? Sengoku asked, voice tinged with hesitation. His bounty is only 30 million berries. That's not enough merit to warrant the deployment of an admiral level. I'll go, came a soft but determined voice from the entrance. Jun. Sengoku blinked in surprise as he turned to see her walk in. Then he glanced at Tsuru, who gave him a subtle nod. It became clear, she had already chosen the right person for the job. With Jun's strength, there was no doubt the mission could be completed. But even so, she was a vice admiral of Marineford. Wasn't sending her after a 30 million bounty pirate a bit excessive? It's already decided, Tsuru said firmly. The seeds of evil must be uprooted before they grow. Back then, when Roger and the Golden Lion were just starting out, the Marines hesitated because of this obsession with so-called fairness. And look what happened, they became kings of the sea. Her tone held a trace of bitterness. Of course, Sengoku hadn't made those decisions. Back then, he was just a high-ranking officer. I understand, Sengoku replied, nodding solemnly. Here's all the intel we have on the Dragon Hunter pirates. Jun, proceed with caution. I'm issuing a full pursuit order, target the Dragon Hunter pirates. Commanding Officer, Vice Admiral Jun of Marineford. Understood. Jun said crisply. Vice Admiral Jun will not fail. She turned on her heel and headed off to prepare her ship. After all, the East Blue was quite a distance from here. Once she left, Sengoku's expression turned grave. Still no leads, he asked quietly. No, Tsuru replied. We've locked down the entire port. We even searched the surrounding area, but no suspicious figures were found. Sengoku, are you sure that intelligence just appeared on your desk out of nowhere? Her voice held a hint of concern. Tsuru had just returned from investigating the origin of the documents. Despite using observation haki, intelligence channels, and even checking all surveillance snails multiple times, there was no trace of anyone delivering the message. This was the Fleet Admiral's office deep within Marineford. For someone to bypass all surveillance and drop classified intelligence on Sengoku's desk, without leaving a single clue. It had to be a special devil fruit ability. That was the best case scenario. Because if it wasn't, the implications were terrifying. Someone who could come and go from Marineford undetected, was a threat unlike any they had ever seen. Meanwhile, the entire Marineford base was thrown into chaos. Security was ramped up. New surveillance bugs were installed. Every Marine's identity was re-verified. Surprisingly, several spies from the Four Emperors crews were uncovered during the sweep, an unexpected bonus. And then, Lu Yu's bounty was updated. From 30 million to 50 million berries. At that moment, Lu Yu was lounging in Kokoyashi village, happily eating oranges. The oranges here really were top quality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing your bounty to 50 million berries. You've earned 20,000 reputation points. Ding! Total reputation has reached 50,000. You have unlocked observation haki. Ding! You now have 2 crewmates. God-level pirate group Halo unlocked. The system chimes echoed in Lu Yu's ears. He had been steadily building up his reputation, killing pirates, evading the Marines, destroying corrupt merchant ships along the way. Now, his panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Yu, 21 years old. Abilities, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Assassination, Intermediate Armament Haki, Basic Observation Haki. Items, Aim No Habakery, Extremely Evil Battleship, God-level pirate group Halo, when equipped on the ship, boosts all crew members' strength by 20%. Reputation, 51,500. Crew, 1st Squadron, Akame, from the Akame GA Kill World, Night Raid Group. Recruitment available. Special Crew, Kuina. Title, Captain of the Dragon Hunter. Pirates. Lu Yu exhaled deeply as he read over the stats. Now that his reputation had reached 50,000, he could summon one member from the Night Raid squad. He already knew who he wanted. System. He said calmly. Then, raising a hand, he activated the recruitment. 3 days later, Yakolan Kingdom. What? Anis was killed. In the East Blue, someone actually dared to lay a hand on one of our people. Wendy's, a high-ranking noble of the Yakolan Kingdom, was livid. The Yakolan Kingdom was one of the 3 major world government affiliates in the East Blue. Anis had been in charge of transporting slaves, an incredibly lucrative venture. That one shipment alone would have netted Wendy's at least 500 million berries. Now, it was all gone. This wasn't just an insult, it was a massive loss. Who did it? Wendy's snarled. A new pirate crew, sir, a trembling guard reported. They call themselves the Dragon Hunter Pirates. They're still in the East Blue. He handed over Lu Yu's bounty poster and intelligence file with shaking hands. Even as a guard, he knew if Wendy's was in a bad mood, a life could be snuffed out just like that. There was no concept of justice under these nobles. Lu Yu. Wendy's eyes narrowed. Good. Very good. Contact the world government immediately. Pressure the navy. We're paying that damn heavenly tribute for a reason. I want him alive. A cruel grin crept across his face. If Lu Yu had dared to challenge the Yakolan kingdom, then he would suffer a fate worse than death. As preparations were made, Wendy's picked up a den mushi and dialed a special number. A pirate's number. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 19, Nayenda's Plan, The Pirate Crew's Ambition Chapter 19-19, Nayenda's Plan, The Pirate Crew's Ambition. Lu Yu, of course, remained unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. 5 days later, Roolki returned to Kokoyasi village with the information in hand. The moment they received the intel, Lu Yu and his crew set sail once again. During their stay in Kokoyasi, the villagers, especially Nami, had been living in constant anxiety. Even though Lu Yu repeatedly promised he wouldn't harm them, Nami had witnessed his brutal methods firsthand. Deep down, she couldn't fully trust someone that dangerous. What if one day he just woke up in a bad mood and decided to wipe out Kokoyasi village? To Nami, that kind of massacre felt entirely possible. So, when Lu Yu finally left with his crew, she exhaled in relief for the first time in days. But just that same afternoon, a marine warship arrived at Kokoyasi. That's right, it was Captain Nezumi. From there, the story would continue with Luffy and Nami's fateful meeting, back on Lu Yu's ship. With the intel now in hand, Lu Yu had a much clearer understanding of the kingdom of Yakolan's strength. And frankly, if it came down to a direct confrontation, even with Lu Yu's immense combat power, there was a very real chance they'd all die on the spot. Captain, do you have a plan? Kuina asked as she looked over the stack of intelligence reports. Everything pointed to one thing: this wasn't a battle they could win head-on. If they wanted to avoid the kingdom altogether, they could. But if they faced them directly, odds were high that their pirate crew would be the one wiped out while the kingdom remained intact. I do, Lu Yu said calmly. Decapitation strategy. Decapitation. Kuina echoed, confused. It sounded simple, but reality wasn't so kind. The nobles might not be strong themselves, but their guards were another matter entirely. Just look at Yakazuo, he was only a personal guard of one of the nobles, yet incredibly powerful. There were bound to be more like him in the kingdom of Yakolan. Taking out a noble wasn't just risky, it bordered on suicidal. Nayenda, I'll leave the detailed planning to you, Lu Yu said, turning to the newest member of the crew. That's right. After accumulating 50,000 reputation points, Lu Yu had used them to summon Nayenda. She wasn't just a military strategist with razor-sharp intellect, she also wielded the humanoid imperial arm, Susanoo. The perfect balance of brains and brawn. Kuina, Roolki, Nayenda said confidently. I'm Nayenda, captain of the 1st Division. The captain has briefed me on your backgrounds. Let's jump into our primary concern, the kingdom of Yakolan's actual military strength. She unrolled a set of documents onto the table, speaking with cool precision. Professionals really were different. In just minutes, Nayenda broke down the distribution of enemy forces, their expected tactics, and the general outline of their next battle strategy. What's more, since Nayenda was new, neither the Marines nor the kingdom knew of her existence. That made her their ace, perfect for launching a surprise assault. We also need to consider the time factor, Nayenda added. The captain says the Marines are watching us closely. That gives us, at most, 1 month, Lu Yu confirmed. Whatever we do, we need to wrap it up quickly and head for the Grand Line. He no longer believed they could destroy the kingdom of Yakolan in one swift strike. But if they could inflict serious damage, cripple the leadership, disrupt command structures, it would be enough. After all, this was also about building the reputation of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Lu Yu pointed to one document in particular. We start with this guy, the noble Wendy's. Wendy's was a high-ranking aristocrat involved in the slave trade. He'd been gunning for Lu Yu and his crew since day one. As Lu Yu and his crew set sail toward the kingdom of Yakolan, another ship was cutting across the sea in their direction. A heavily modified pirate ship. Boss, are we really gonna waste time on some rookie? He's probably already dead, picked off by other pirate crews before we even get there. Yeah, and the kingdom's making such a big deal out of him. Just for a newbie. The crew voiced their doubts one after another. This was the Mondost pirates, a notorious crew who had once dared to challenge the Big Mom pirates in the New World, barely escaping with their lives before returning to the East Blue. They no longer bothered with petty crimes like robbing merchant ships or villages. Now, they took on secret assassination missions for world governments and underground factions. When kings wanted their hands clean or towns refused to pay the heavenly tribute, they were the ones sent to solve the problem. Their pirate status gave them cover, and their strength kept them in demand. Stir, if both the Marines and the kingdom are after this Lu Yu, maybe we can profit from both sides, said Mondo, the first captain of the Mondost pirates, eyes gleaming with greed. Already ahead of you, brother. I've sent a few small pirate crews to test the waters, said Stir, the second captain. We should be getting solid intel soon. Honestly, though, if the kingdom of Yakolan is this desperate, don't you think it's time? Mondo raised an eyebrow. You mean? The two brothers had been together for over a decade, founding the Mondost pirates from scratch. They didn't need to explain things twice. With just a glance, Mondo understood. By the time night fell, they had reached the outer seas of the kingdom of Yakolan. Within a day, they landed, walking boldly into the heart of the kingdom. Before long, they stood outside a lavish mansion. It belonged to none other than the noble Wendy's. What the hell are you two doing here? Wendy's demanded, visibly annoyed. The mission he'd assigned them didn't require setting foot in the kingdom. They were supposed to eliminate Lu Yu discreetly and efficiently. Now they'd appeared right at his doorstep. Lord Wendy's, Mondo said, ignoring the irritation. My brother and I have spent long enough drifting on the seas. We want noble status. I'm sure you, of all people, can make that happen. He didn't mention Lu Yu at all. Because deep down, no matter how much people romanticize freedom on the seas, how many pirates really want that life? Real power was on land. In titles. In privilege. And the nobility of the kingdom of Yakolan? That was the real prize. So now, under the guise of a contract, the Mondost brothers had come to seize something greater than gold or territory. They wanted to transform. And Wendy's might be their ticket. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 20, Crazy Plan. Chapter 20-20, Crazy Plan. After hearing what Mondo said, Wendy's face twisted with anger. What kind of joke is this? You're just a pirate, how dare you try to negotiate with me? If you're so capable, then prove it. If not, get lost. Wendy's had already been suppressing a lot of frustration from recent events. Just a few days ago, a furious buyer had called to scold him, forcing him to cough up hundreds of millions of berries. And now, these two pirates dared to show up and talk about negotiations? To him, they were nothing more than stray cats and dogs stirring up trouble. Lord Wendy's, Mondo spoke calmly, the mission you posted has now been accepted by the Mondost pirates. In the entire East Blue, are there really other pirates brave enough to take on your job? He glanced at the guards standing nearby and smirked. Besides, you don't seriously believe that these guys can protect you, do you? Stir added with a wicked grin, licking his crimson tongue slowly. What are you implying? Mondo. Stir. You. Lord Wendy's, Mondo interrupted coldly, drawing attention to the gleaming hilt of the sword at his waist. We need a clear answer. Now. Wendy's suddenly stood up, his expression livid. These two were threatening him openly. Worse, they were the very people he had called for help. He'd practically invited wolves into his own house. Lord Wendy's, Mondo said with a charming yet dangerous smile, placing a hand on Wendy's shoulder, once we become nobles of the kingdom of Yakolan, we'll back you fully. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. The king of Yakolan won't be on the throne much longer. Are you really planning to remain a noble forever? Wendy's heart skipped a beat. A coup? The thought instantly crossed his mind. The kingdom of Yakolan wasn't a democracy, it followed a strict hereditary system. Even his position as prince had been passed down from his father. To suddenly push for a regime change? It was a bold idea, one that made Wendy's instinctively hesitate. But the throne? The allure of absolute power was hard to resist. If no one had ever brought it up, maybe he would have remained a noble for life. But now, the opportunity was staring him in the face. Let us handle the dragon hunter pirates, Stir said, stepping forward with a devilish smile. During the battle, the king might unfortunately die at the hands of Lu Yu, the infamous pirate. Then you, Lord Wendy's, noble of the kingdom of Yakolan, rise up to lead the troops and heroically slay Lu Yu. And in the chaos, you become the new king. Wendy's anger slowly faded as he listened. The plan, it sounded insane. But that was what made it so perfect. If it worked, he wouldn't just be Lord Wendy's anymore. He'd be His Majesty Wendy's, ruler of the kingdom of Yakolan. I'll leave it to you, then, he said at last, his voice calm once again. And once the task is complete, your noble seats will be secured. The room filled with an eerie silence as the conspiracy took root. Then it's settled, Mondo said with a grin. Your Majesty Wendy's, do make sure our titles are prepared. With that, he turned and left. Stir licked his lips and followed. Once outside, the two hurried toward the port. Captain, you're back, a crew member reported. We've got an update. All the men we sent were wiped out, he said grimly. Even the ship was sunk. Ha, so they're stronger than expected, Stir replied, smirking. But that's even better. The stronger they are, the more valuable they become. Yes, Mondo nodded. But keep your eyes on Wendy's too. If he makes even one wrong move. He narrowed his eyes. Kill him. They weren't the type to entrust their fate to anyone, not even a prince. Set sail. Mondo shouted, stepping onto the bow. Our next target, Dragon Hunter pirates. With Lu Yu heading straight toward the kingdom of Yakolan, tracking him down would be easy. Aboard Lu Yu's ship, the Mondost pirates. Lu Yu raised a brow. Who are they again? They once challenged Big Mom in the New World and lived to tell the tale, Roolki answered quickly. Now they're one of the biggest underground forces in the East Blue. Sometimes, Roolki thought Lu Yu was a walking encyclopedia. Other times, he seemed completely clueless. Either Lu Yu genuinely didn't know, or he just didn't care about anything short of the New World. When it came to the major players there, Lu Yu knew everything, even the secret stuff. He was definitely aiming to become a top-tier pirate. I see, Lu Yu said flatly. Keep sailing. If we run into the Mondost pirates, just wipe them out. He had no time for small fry. If the Navy got involved during a prolonged fight, things would get complicated. 3 days later, Brother Lu Yu. A pirate fleet up ahead. Akame called down from the mast. 6 ships, looks like the Mondost pirates. Lu Yu stood at the bow, a wide grin spreading across his face. Finally. He hadn't had a real fight since his power-up. Boom. 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 Dozens of cannonballs fired toward them instantly. Nyenda, Akame, Kuina. Lu Yu barked. Handle your positions. Roolki, intercept the shells. Use everything, we're not saving ammo today. With those words, Lu Yu launched himself forward like a cannonball. Behind him, Susanoo materialized around Nyenda as she and Akame took flight toward the enemy ships. The battle had begun. Bang! In a flash, Lu Yu landed squarely on the deck of the Mondost's flagship. He stared at the stunned pirates. Hey, looking for me? With aim no habakuri resting casually on his shoulder, Lu Yu grinned. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 21, Tsukuyomi Chapter 21-21, Tsukuyomi. Hey, are you here to see me? The voice echoed in the ears of Mondo and Stir. For a moment, the two were stunned. Usually, when pirates clash, shouldn't it begin with cannon fire? Isn't it the one with superior firepower who gets to board the enemy ship and initiate combat? But this guy, he wasn't following any rules. More importantly, they weren't even close. How did he get here so fast? Boss, I'll go cut him down. That guy's just a rookie, and he dares to board our ship? He's asking for it. One of the more hot-headed members of the Mondost pirates charged at Lu Yu with a massive sword. SHH. Lu Yu's blade flashed. In a movement too swift to follow, his sword pierced straight through the pirate's heart. The fight hadn't even started properly and it was already over. Bastard! You dare kill one of us? Screw this! He's dead meat, I'll eat him alive. Brothers, attack! Kill him! The crew of the Mondost pirates had all been to the New World. They weren't greenhorns. They'd seen plenty of battles. Blood didn't scare them, it only excited them. One by one, they raised their weapons and charged at Lu Yu with bloodthirsty grins. Mondo and Stir didn't stop them. In their minds, sure, Lu Yu could kill one guy, but he couldn't possibly survive being mobbed by their entire crew. Or so they thought. These punks actually think I need to take this seriously. Lu Yu raised his hand. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. A jade pendant appeared in his palm. As it began to glow, a towering figure materialized behind him. The being wore a flowing black and purple robe. Her face was sharp and beautiful, with floating megatama and ethereal blue flames dancing around her. The humanoid imperial armed Tsukuyomi no Mikoto had arrived. Yes, this was one of the rewards Lu Yu obtained after extracting Nyenda's power. Not only had he gained immense strength, but he had also earned a humanoid imperial arm equal in power to Susanoo, one that had its own will and consciousness. A true force to be reckoned with. What the hell is that? Is he a devil fruit user? No, that's not it. Ding. No way. That's... Puff. The moment Tsukuyomi appeared, the charging pirates froze in fear. Some dropped their weapons altogether. But Tsukuyomi wasn't interested in their hesitation. With a long halberd forming in her hand, she charged forward. The Megatama orbiting her morphed into deadly scythes, cutting through the pirates like reapers harvesting souls. Blood sprayed. Limbs flew. Screams filled the air. And amidst it all, Lu Yu calmly walked across the deck toward Mondo and Stir, who could only watch in disbelief. I asked you something earlier, didn't I? He stopped a few feet away, his voice calm but cold. You come here to find me? Though his expression held a smile, his words were ice. Gulp. This is all a misunderstanding. Mondo stammered. We're from the Mondost pirates, he continued, trying to sound sincere. Our men had a bit of a conflict with your crew earlier. So, we came to apologize. Really? I didn't realize it was your group. We acted rashly. Please forgive us. We'll leave right away. Mondo swallowed hard, bowing slightly, face drenched in sweat. Ah ha ha ha, yeah. That's right. Stir chimed in quickly. We came here to apologize. Those guys who offended you, they deserved what they got. No hard feelings from us. The two were practically groveling now. Because Tsukuyomi had finished slaughtering every last one of their crew. Now, she stood silently behind Lu Yu, her overwhelming aura pressing down on the remaining pirates like a tidal wave of despair. What kind of monster is this? They thought. Is he really just some newcomer to the Grand Line? They had faced monsters before. Even when they crossed paths with Big Mom's crew, they had escaped with their lives. But this time, there was no escape. No time to react. Lu Yu had wiped out their entire force in minutes, no, seconds. You said you came to apologize. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Then you'd better show it. As his words fell, the air around him shifted thick with power. Tsukuyomi moved in a flash, now standing behind Mondo and Stir. Bang! Bang! Two spinning Megatama appeared around them, exerting crushing gravitational pressure. Unable to resist, the two pirates collapsed to their knees in front of Lu Yu. This is what a real apology looks like. So, tell me again, Lu Yu said, his tone now playful, what exactly was the misunderstanding? Did you misjudge my strength, or did you overestimate yours? His grin returned, but it wasn't friendly. It was terrifying. I'll fight you. Mondo clenched his fists, his pride trying to push back the fear. But before he could do anything, Brother Lu Yu. A familiar voice called out as Akame landed gracefully on the deck beside him. The pirate ship nearby has been dealt with, she reported casually. Captain, she added, these guys are strong, but nothing special. Then Nyenda appeared, sitting confidently on Susanoo's shoulder. The combat strength in this world isn't bad, she said, but that's about it. When Mondo heard their words, his will to resist crumbled completely. Just moments ago, he had at least hoped to escape Lu Yu. Now, he realized they had backup, terrifying backup. Akame and Nyenda alone were enough to level his entire crew. And now this another humanoid imperial arm just like Tsukuyomi. Is this the end? Mondo thought, eyes wide in disbelief. All that effort, all the battles, and it ends like this? Despair consumed him. You want to live? Lu Yu's voice cut through the silence. Then how about becoming my handyman? Handyman? Mondo looked up, stunned. Who the hell do you think I am? I'm a great pirate. I've been to the New World. I survived the 4 emperors. He stood proudly for one moment and then knelt again. Thank you, Captain, for granting me the honor of being a handyman of the mighty dragon hunter pirates. Lu Yu blinked. Hi. This guy changed his tune so fast it gave him whiplash. What a bootlicker. I also thank you, Captain. Stir added quickly, bowing so low his forehead touched the deck. It's an honor to serve under you. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 22, East Blue Shakes, System Screening Chapter 22 to 22, East Blue Shakes, System Screening. After seeing the reactions of the two, Lu Yu revealed a satisfied expression. He hadn't heard of this pirate crew before, but after getting some details from Roelki, he realized they weren't exactly weak. However, compared to Lu Yu and his team, forget it. There's no point comparing them to a group of cheaters. Still, there was something interesting about them. Their influence in the East Blue was surprisingly strong. The reason they hadn't crossed paths with Luffy and his crew was probably just fate or the lack of it. How many pirates can you summon right now? Lu Yu asked bluntly. Earlier, he had wiped out the main fighting force of the Mondost pirates aboard the 3 ships. That left their leadership hanging by a thread. In a short amount of time, we can gather a crew of over 500, Mondo replied nervously. But, in terms of quality, we can't be too picky. He understood clearly, Lu Yu was gauging their worth. If they didn't prove useful, they'd be disposed of without hesitation. Power ruled the seas, especially in Lu Yu's pirate crew. 500, huh? That should do, Lu Yu nodded. Try to call as many as possible, the more, the better. He paused for a beat. Oh, and by the way, you're not qualified to officially join my Dragon Hunter pirates. Once this temporary work is done, you're free to go. With that, Lu Yu leapt onto Tsukuyomi's back and returned to his warship. Era. What's the captain planning now? He's always so mysterious, Nyenda said with a playful smile. Now that she was free from the pressures of the Empire, her real personality started to shine. Gone was the strict, serious Nyenda from the world of Akame Ga Kill. Brother Lu Yu, you really can do everything, Akame said dumbly, tilting her head. Akame had always been a bit dense, but with Nyenda around, her silly side became even more natural. Their bond ran deep. It doesn't seem all that difficult to bring Night Raid back into the world, Nyenda said with determination. And more importantly, I see a real path for growth in this world. She clenched her fists and dark armament haki coated her skin. As a member of Lu Yu's crew, observation haki came standard. Upon arriving in this world, she had automatically awakened the power. Nyenda understood strength. This black energy was no joke. By the time Lu Yu and the others left, Mondo and Stir were still frozen in shock. If not for the strong stench of blood still lingering in the air, they might have thought it had all been a dream. Brother, what now? Stir asked, his voice shaky. Usually calm and clever, Stir's brain had all but shut down. It was impossible to process everything that had just happened so quickly. How would I know? Mondo snapped. Just follow the orders that Guy gave us. If we want to live, we don't have a choice. Mondo was just as confused, but there was no time for it. If they failed to deliver results, Lu Yu wouldn't hesitate to kill them. That much, he was absolutely sure of. I get it, Stir nodded, gritting his teeth. Let's start reaching out. Even if we only made loose arrangements before, they should still come in handy now. He picked up the Den Den Mushi, and soon, the sound of Purururu echoed across the waters of the East Blue back on Lu Yu's ship. Brother Lu Yu, are you sure it's okay to let them handle this? Akame asked, looking puzzled as Lu Yu relaxed on the deck. To her, the Mondost pirates were enemies. Trusting them with anything felt strange. They're familiar with the kingdom of Yakolan and probably have existing ties, Lu Yu replied. That makes them more likely to earn their trust. This way, our plan will go more smoothly. With Nyenda, Susanoo, and Tsukuyomi no Mikoto on board, our combat strength has skyrocketed. Lu Yu was confident. It might seem like he had only added Nyenda, but the actual upgrade in power was far more significant. With the Mondost pirates aiding them, their decapitation mission in the kingdom of Yakolan would be much easier. As expected of our captain. Roolki chimed in, turning into a one-man cheer squad. Only you could come up with something like this using the enemy's hands as our weapon. Captain, you're amazing. Lu Yu chuckled. Roolki, you've been doing well. But I'll need you to keep it up. You're a formal member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates now. Roolki beamed. Lu Yu opened his system panel again to double-check something. But Roolki's name still didn't show up. When Kuina had joined, she was instantly listed as a special crew member. Roolki, however, wasn't showing up at all. Was something off? After all, having more official crew members increased the system's passive bonuses. That was one of the reasons Lu Yu believed his crew would become a powerhouse in the future. But now, the requirements seemed a little unclear. System, what are the conditions for joining the Dragon Hunter Pirates? He asked directly. The system responded quickly, crew member must have a strength rating above A, or talent above S, to be registered as an official member. Lu Yu nodded, finally understanding. So that's how it works. This was a god-tier pirate system with its own personality and standards. Otherwise, Lu Yu could have just recruited 10,000 weaklings and boosted his crew's power through sheer numbers. As Roolki celebrated, night fell. Everyone headed off to rest. They needed to prepare for the battles ahead. Meanwhile, across the East Blue, countless pirate ships began sailing in the same direction. Even pirates who rarely ventured out into deeper waters started moving. The navy grew anxious. What were these guys up to? Were they planning to attack some major figure? Or had a legendary treasure appeared? Whatever it was, the scale of the movement was clearly beyond the navy's ability to handle. And to make things worse, they had no clue what was going on. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 23, Sengoku's Headache, Arriving at the Kingdom. Chapter 23-23, Sengoku's Headache, Arriving at the Kingdom. Purururu. Navy Headquarters. Yes, I understand. The pirate group involved is Purururu. Navy Headquarters. All night long, the den mushi at Navy Headquarters kept ringing non-stop. And all of it was because of the East Blue. You see, the East Blue is a very special sea. Things there are a lot more complicated than they appear on the surface. Now, with this incident breaking out, it's clear a powerful force is behind it. The worst part? Vice Admiral Jun has already been dispatched to the East Blue. But even at her speed, it'll take at least 4 days to get there. By the time she arrives, the Navy might already be cleaning up a mess cold and rotten. If they try to handle things with just the East Blue's current forces, it could lead to massive casualties. And if that happens, it would be an utter disgrace for the Navy. At such a critical moment, allowing this kind of situation is completely unacceptable. Garb. I thought you said the East Blue was stable. Then what the hell is going on? Sengoku slammed the table, clearly frustrated. He remembered how Garp always insisted on going to the East Blue for vacation and always claimed things there were under control. With Garp constantly going back and forth, the pirate activity in the region stayed relatively tame. Sure, there were occasional problems, but nothing ever escalated. But this was like a full-blown uprising. If the East Blue descends into chaos, what part of the world could be considered stable? That delicate balance they'd maintained for so long, if it gets torn apart starting from the East Blue, it could ripple out and destabilize the entire sea. Ah ha ha ha. Sengoku, you're overreacting again, Garp replied with a grin. They're just pirates out for a midnight stroll. No need to get so worked up. Here, have some senbei. Ha ha ha. Sengoku's eye twitched. A stroll. He was already on edge, and Garp's casual response only made it worse. Typical Garp saying the dumbest things with the most serious face. It was infuriating, and completely in character. Forget it. Talking to you is useless anyway. Let's just focus on stabilizing the East Blue. The kingdom of Yakolan is moving, Garp interrupted casually. Sengoku froze. The kingdom of Yakolan? What did their allied nation have to do with this pirate outbreak? Remember the report on the Dragon Hunter pirates? That's who Vice Admiral Jun dealing with. Garp leaned back, seemingly nonchalant, but Sengoku knew better. He might act like a fool, but this was the man who once chased the pirate King Roger across the world. The so-called hero of the Navy wasn't an idiot, far from it. You're saying the kingdom of Yakolan is involved with these pirates? If that's true, then maybe we don't need to interfere too much. Sengoku tapped his fingers, deep in thought. If the kingdom of Yakolan was behind this, then the Navy might be better off staying out of it. They didn't want to offend their allies, after all. Incidents like this had happened before. As long as it didn't get out of hand, the Navy often turned a blind eye. You think the pirates gathered by Yakolan can really deal with the Dragon Hunter pirates? Garp gave Sengoku a long look, then chuckled. Sengoku, you're too idealistic sometimes. If those Dragon Hunters aren't handled properly, we'll have an even bigger mess on our hands. He paused and smiled meaningfully. In his mind, he was already thinking about Luffy, who had just set sail. These youngsters, such a headache. Ha ha ha. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his temples. Why did working with Garp always end like this? Garp, go get some rest. I need to think. All right. But I'm taking leave tomorrow. I'll be heading to the East Blue. As for how long? I'll confirm that after I return. With that, Garp walked out cheerfully. Sengoku didn't even argue. He was used to Garp's last-minute leave requests. Besides, as a vice admiral, Garp had the authority to deploy forces to the East Blue. For now, Sengoku had one mission: contain the situation. Whether for the Navy's honor or East Blue's stability, this couldn't be allowed to spiral further. 3 days later. As expected of Boss Mondo. Even though we ran into a bunch of Navy ships, none of them dared chase us. Ha ha ha. They must be scared of the mighty Mondost pirates. It's the East Blue. What can those useless navy dogs even do? More than 30 pirates stood proudly aboard the ship of the Mondost pirates, laughing and boasting. They were high on adrenaline and full of arrogance. No, this success was thanks to the great dragon hunter pirates, Mondo said with a forced laugh. Stir nodded in agreement, a bit awkwardly. Lu Yu had made it clear they couldn't reveal the true source of their orders to the other pirate crews. So the two could only play along and take the credit. Still, being respected felt pretty damn good. They were used to acting anyway, and slipping into these roles was second nature now. This plan is called the Kingdom Replacement Plan. The Kingdom of Yakolan will soon be ruled by pirates us. And you, yes, you. All of you will have the chance to become nobles. Throw away your pirate rags. But remember this well. Even dressed in noble clothes, standing aboard a ship, we're still pirates. Mondo's voice boomed across the deck, instantly silencing the crowd. Boss Mondo is mighty. Nobles. Long live the Mondost pirates. The crew erupted in cheers, their morale surging. At that moment, their ship sailed into the inland sea of the Kingdom of Yakolan. A massive group of pirates, entering allied territory yet not a single cannon fired. The kingdom's army had received orders, allow them to dock. They were confused, of course, but orders were orders. And they would follow them unless the pirates attacked civilians. The kingdom was on high alert, but for now, there was no conflict. Once the pirates landed, they marched straight toward the palace. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 24, The Rebellion Begins in an Unexpected King. Chapter 24-24, The Rebellion Begins in an Unexpected King. Nearly 1,000 pirates had gathered in front of the Grand Palace, their ragtag presence clashing with the elegant architecture. Lord Wendy's. We've done what you asked. Mondo stepped forward, arrogance written all over his face. Behind him, several captives were tied up tightly with thick ropes. It was Lu Yu and Akame at least, that's what it looked like. Ha ha ha. Mondost. Wendy's laughed. As expected from the top dogs of the East Blue underworld. Wendy's turned toward the regal man seated on the throne, dressed in extravagant royal robes. Your Majesty Valinar, these are the ones who attacked the royal caravan of our great Yakolan kingdom. If we let this go unpunished, we'll have more pirates trying their luck. It's a disgrace to the crown. Valinar, the king of the Yakozlan kingdom, stood up with theatrical flair. He spread his arms wide, basking in the spotlight like a seasoned performer. Such wicked souls must not be allowed to live in my kingdom, he declared. As your king, I, Valinar, shall personally deliver justice to these criminals from the dragon hunter pirates. Sword of Justice. At his command, a royal attendant walked forward, holding a golden sword embedded with dazzling gems. Valinar grabbed the sword and stood tall. With a single motion, he shrugged off his royal cloak, revealing gleaming armor underneath. And this wasn't just ceremonial armor. Wendy's expression darkened. He knew that armor it was no ordinary protection. Forged by a now missing user of the diamond fruit, it was an indestructible battle suit created through devil fruit powers. And Wendy's had seen its power firsthand. This diamond fruit is different from Yozu. Can these rebels really take down the king, even with that armor protecting him? If not, all his careful planning would mean nothing. Among the crowd, Nayenda watched the king closely, brows furrowed in confusion. There are imperial arms in this world too, she muttered, sensing a strange energy from Valinar's armor. To her, it felt like the power of an imperial arm, something she thought only existed in her world. No, Lu Yu answered calmly beside her. That's the power of a devil fruit. A product unique to this world, like I told you before. The so-called captives tied up earlier? Mere stand-ins. Fakes. Devil fruit, huh? Nayenda mused, eyes glinting. If we got our hands on one, it'd boost the crew's strength big time. Coming from a former general and the boss of Night Raid, her mind naturally drifted toward how to use power strategically. Lu Yu chuckled. They do boost strength fast, no doubt. But honestly, I don't need them. Compared to his own cheat ability, devil fruits were child's play. Back in front of the throne, Valinar approached Mondo and Stir, standing before the fake Lu Yu and Akame. You dared provoke the Yakolan kingdom, Valinar said with mock sympathy. You must have been ready to face the consequences, right? Today, die with pride. He raised his jeweled sword high only for a blur to flash past him. Hey, hey! A voice said coolly. Are all nobles in this world this full of themselves? Before Valinar could react, his golden sword was snatched from his hand. Who the hell are you? He roared. The man grinned. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates Lu Yu. Feel honored. You'll be the first king I kill. Without warning, Lu Yu released his armament haki and slashed down with full force. Clang! Instead of slicing through flesh or armor, the sword snapped. Shards flew. Even with haki reinforcement, his blade shattered like glass. His arm vibrated from the backlash, proof the armor wasn't just tough, but dangerously reactive. I told you, just a filthy pirate. Boom! Before Valinar could finish, Lu Yu sent him flying with a brutal punch. Protect his majesty. Wendy's, where are the guards? Get the kingdom army. Get Urk. Wendy's, what are you? SHHK. As the nobles screamed and panicked, Wendy's made his move. All the guards in the palace had been replaced with his own loyal men, without arousing any suspicion. After all, he was the one managing the situation. The kingdom army stationed outside couldn't get in. Which meant, at this moment, Wendy's held the lives of every noble in his hands. And he didn't waste time. One by one, the nobles were silenced. Back near the throne, a coughing, bloodied Valinar rose from the rubble, a dark smile on his face. I see. He muttered. So this was your plan all along, Wendy's. Get the pirates to take the fall, then swoop in and steal the kingdom for yourself. Valinar dusted himself off, standing tall despite the injuries. Wendy's stepped forward, arrogant as ever. Give up the throne now, Valinar. Since you've always treated me kindly, I'll let you live. I'll even grant you noble status if you behave. What's that? Suddenly, the ground shook. Boom. 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 He he he. Ha 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 ha. Valinar's laugh echoed as the dust cleared. You think this is why I'm king, he sneered. I murdered my own father to wear this crown, Wendy's. You think I'll lose it to a rat like you? As he raised his arms, the tremors intensified. From behind him, metallic warriors with a gleaming diamond-like shine began to rise from the ground, forming a defensive phalanx in front of the palace. No, no way! Wendy's gasped, eyes wide. This can't be. That devil fruit user vanished. But the truth stood tall behind the king. The armor itself transformed, shifting, twisting until it took on a human shape. And standing there, emerging from the shimmering armor, was the long-lost user of the diamond fruit. Valin. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 25, Intelligence Station established. Chapter 25-25, Intelligence Station established. With the sudden appearance of a massive steel army, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. At least, that's how it looked to Wendy's and Valinar. I see now, this must be the power of a devil fruit, Wendy's muttered, eyes wide. Warriors forged entirely from special metals, Valinar added, awe in his voice. And under complete control, absolutely loyal. Nyenda narrowed her eyes as she watched the army form up. A glint of understanding flashed across her face. So this is what you've been hiding. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood calm and motionless. There wasn't even a flicker of concern on his face. Not awakened, he assessed silently. This isn't some sudden transformation, this army was built up over time. Against ordinary forces, it would have been overwhelming. But this wasn't just any opponent. This was Lu Yu. Oi, oi, oi. You guys sure you're not mistaking who you're up against here? He stepped forward, facing the thousands of steel soldiers without a hint of fear. You're standing against the Dragon Hunter pirates. Oh boy, you're a reckless captain, Nyenda sighed, arms folded as she walked up beside him. But there's no way we're just gonna sit back and watch. With a flash, her imperial arms Susanna burst onto the battlefield like a raging titan. Brother Lu Yu, Akame said quietly, joining his side. Looks like it's time to fight after all. I figured we wouldn't have to step in, but guess I was wrong. Letting others dig their own graves really is dangerous. Next came Kuina. She drew her sword in one swift motion, her stance screaming readiness. For a swordsman, once the sword's drawn, there's no turning back. I. I'm Roolki, the stammering recruit shouted, moving into formation. Official crew member of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Despite his trembling knees, Roolki stood tall. Fear lingered, but his resolve burned hotter. Valinar's heart pounded as he stared at them. There were only a few standing there, but their presence was overwhelming. That same crushing sense of dread he'd seen it before. Long ago, when his father stood against a monster and lost. That same hopelessness, that same despair. And now it was his turn to feel it. Kill them, he screamed. Valin. Panic. Rage. Trauma. They all came crashing down, clouding Valinar's thoughts. All he wanted now was blood, every last one of them dead. All of them. Wiped out. Attack. Valen commanded, raising his hand. The steel army surged forward, a wave of metal crashing down. Clang clang clang. The thunderous sound of metal on metal echoed as the steel soldiers advanced, rigid but powerful. They're strong, but slow, Lu Yu muttered. Their movements can't compare to humans. Leave them to me. Nayenda said with a smirk. Fighting armies is what I do best. Akame, let's go. With Susanna charging ahead like a mad berserker, Nayenda carved a path through the metal army. Each of her steps was a death sentence for those unfortunate enough to stand in her way. Susanna's entire purpose was to protect what mattered most, and it did so with ruthless precision. These steel warriors never stood a chance. What the hell? Valen gasped. Who are these people? That girl's insane. He could hardly believe it. These iron soldiers were the ultimate product of 10 years of work in army forged from the best metals collected by Valinar. And now? They were being dismantled like junk. Useless. Valinar screamed. Why are you just standing there? Kill them. I raised you for this. But before he could keep ranting, Valen snapped. Shut up. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. All his years serving Valinar meant nothing now. Not when his own life was on the line. Worthless trash like you, Schlick. Before Valinar could react, Valen's arm morphed into a spear and pierced straight through his chest. Heh! Didn't you say you'd kill the king? Valen sneered. Well, I already did. Now can I go? He barely finished his sentence before a shadow passed by. Schlick! Blood flicked from Akame's blade as she slid Murasame back into its sheath. Valen's pupils contracted, and his breath caught. Lu Yu's orders were clear, Akame said flatly. You, the devil fruit user, are included. With that, Valen dropped. And just like that, so did the steel soldiers. So once the user dies, the creations vanish too. Nayenda murmured, taking notes. Good to know. Definitely useful intel. As captain of the 1st Division, she had a duty to observe and learn, especially in battles like these. Well, looks like it's over, Lu Yu said with a lazy grin, walking forward. He'd planned to fight, but clearly, there was no need. His crew had handled everything. They really were monsters hand-picked from across the worlds. Mondo. Get to work. Right away. Mondo stammered. He turned to his pirates. All right, boys. Take Wendy's down. The kingdom of Yakolan belongs to us now. Kill the guards too. Yeah. The pirates still weren't sure what just happened, but orders were orders. They swarmed Wendy's like locusts. The poor man didn't even get the chance to scream before he was sliced into pieces. Boss Mondo, what now? Are we really robbing an ally? This is wild. We're standing in a damn palace, man. This is the kingdom of Yakolan. They were ecstatic. Shouting, laughing, celebrating their wild luck. But while they were partying, Mondo and his top officers looked anything but proud. Instead, they stood stiff, nervous, pale. Because in Mondo's trembling hand, there was a card. Not a playing card, not a map. But an order. Temporarily assume the throne of the king of Yakolan. Use every resource to build my intelligence station. Failure equals death. Just 2 sentences. Yet they were more terrifying than anything Mondo had faced. Because he knew if he failed, there would be no warnings. No second chances. Only death. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 26, The First Devil Fruit. Chapter 26-26, The First Devil Fruit. The warship cut across the inland sea of the kingdom of Yakolan, leaving the coastline behind. Nayenda stood at the railing, watching the kingdom fade into the distance. She turned to Lu Yu, her brow slightly furrowed. Captain, are we really doing the right thing here? She asked, voice unsure. Handing over a whole country to pirates? I mean, yeah, we're pirates too, but this just doesn't sit right with me. Despite her absolute loyalty to Lu Yu, she still had a mind of her own, and on a human instinct level, this felt wrong. Still, she didn't oppose him. Just questioned it. Lu Yu glanced at her and replied calmly, people live within whatever limits they're given. Pirates are no different. He paused, watching the sea ahead. Right now, they're the acting agents of the kingdom of Yakolan. A chess piece I left in the East Blue. He turned back to her, his voice steady. Justice and evil, they're just perspectives based on where you stand. Nayenda thought it over and nodded. That's true, every country's got its own version of justice. She understood now. For the sake of the Dragon Hunter pirates' future, this was a strategic move. Roolki, Lu Yu called, turning his attention. Head to Logue Town. Once we're outside its waters, stock up on supplies. After that, we set sail for the Grand Line. Aye, Captain. Roolki replied quickly, but then hesitated. Oh, and one more thing I almost forgot. He jogged over, pulling something from his bag. I found this earlier when I was sorting through the fruit baskets. He held up a devil fruit. Everyone on deck instantly turned toward him, wide-eyed. You're kidding. A devil fruit? Nayenda asked, eyes gleaming. This thing could be useful for research, Lu Yu said, intrigued. But we don't really have any genius scientists on board. Let me cook it. Akame chimed in, grinning. You can't cook a devil fruit, Nayenda groaned, rolling her eyes. Lu Yu chuckled. If I'm right, this is the paramecia-type devil fruit that belonged to Valen, the guy Akame just killed. The diamond fruit. He looked at the fruit thoughtfully. There's a legend. Devil fruits don't disappear when the user dies. They reincarnate into the nearest fruit around. Looks like that legend's true. Nayenda raised an eyebrow. That's wild. It's like these things are alive. Yeah, it's not like an imperial weapon at all, this thing feels organic, Akame muttered. Lu Yu turned to Roolki and held out the fruit. It's yours. Roolki froze. What? He stumbled back a step, eyes wide. And no way, Captain. This is a devil fruit we're talking about. Even if it's paramecia, it could create powerful fighters. It's got potential, it should go to someone more deserving. He was clearly panicking now, waving his arms as he rambled on. I mean, I just joined. How can I eat a devil fruit when the senior members don't even have one yet? He looked up and saw everyone staring at him with soft smiles. Wait, did he just say something dumb? Lu Yu walked forward and rested a hand on his shoulder. We're partners, aren't we? If you think being a partner means always standing behind us, not fighting alongside us, then yeah, you can refuse it. Roolki's eyes welled up. He dropped to his knees. Captain. I get it. He looked at the fruit, took a deep breath, and bit into it. Blag, tastes like crap, he coughed. What the hell is this taste? Everyone laughed, but soon, a strange energy began to flow through Roolki's body. He raised his hand. The sword he was holding started to shift and change its edges, warping and reshaping until it became a discus. I can manipulate metal, he muttered, shocked. Seems like it, Lu Yu observed. But there's probably a range or condition tied to it. Still, this ability's dangerous, almost like the rust fruit. It can completely neutralize swordsmen unless they've reached the level of a great sword master. Or unless they use armament haki, Nayenda added. Lu Yu nodded. Roolki, you've got potential. Start developing your ability. Someone else can handle navigation. With that, he walked off to the ship's helm, his coat billowing in the wind. Status, host, Lu Yu, 21 years old, abilities, advanced swordsmanship, advanced assassination, intermediate armament haki, basic observation haki items, aim no habakari, extreme battleship, god tier pirate group halo equipment, destroying the kingdom gift pack reputation, 28,500 crew, first team, Akame, from Akame Ga kill, special crew, Kuina, Roolki title, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates Night Raid group. Recruitment conditions, active. Lu Yu opened his system panel and let out a deep breath. Sure enough, after eating the devil fruit, Roolki's strength had jumped to an A rank evaluation from the system. Though his potential score was also A, it was enough to officially make him a core crew member. Lu Yu could feel a surge of power resonate with him, the bond strengthening. Every time a new core member joined, or an existing one grew stronger, he could feel it. As captain, he received the greatest feedback. The stronger his crew, the closer he was to his ultimate goal. System, Lu Yu said, his eyes sharp. Open the Destroying the Kingdom gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, plus 10,000 reputation points. Basic attributes plus 50. A wave of power rushed through his body. The higher one's basic attributes, the more potential there was for growth, and once you hit a certain threshold, every point became a huge leap in power. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 27, The Dragon Hunter Pirates becomes the target. Chapter 27 to 27, The Dragon Hunter Pirates becomes the target. Chapter 27, The Dragon Hunter Pirates become the target. 3 days later. East Blue Logue Town. Vice Admiral Jun. A marine officer rushed forward, saluting as he spoke urgently. We've completed our investigation. The Dragon Hunter Pirates never appeared in the kingdom of Yakolan. He paused, catching his breath, then continued with more troubling news. Additionally, a high-ranking noble of Yakolan Wendy's has appointed pirates as nobility. The Mondost pirates, in particular, have now become part of Yakolan's official military. Jun narrowed her eyes, flipping through the report in her hands. The absurdity of what she was reading made her frown deepen. A kingdom, legitimizing pirates. It made no sense. But then again, for those desperate enough, anything was possible. If that's true, no wonder the pirates are swarming there, she muttered. Most of them turn to piracy because their lives back home are a mess or they're hungry for more power. Now there's a kingdom handing out noble titles like candy? No pirate would pass that up. She tossed the report onto the desk. Do we know where the dragon hunter pirates are now? The officer stiffened under her gaze, clearly uncomfortable in the presence of her overwhelming aura. They haven't made any moves since the last incident. But if their goal is to enter the Grand Line, they'll definitely stop by Log Town to resupply. Definitely. Probably. Jun repeated, unimpressed. I want confirmed coordinates. Track them. Now. Yes, ma'am. The officer saluted, and Jun added with a faint smile, also, your term here is over. Captain Smoker will be replacing you as the head of this branch. The officer exhaled a breath of relief and left the room in a hurry. Not long after, the door creaked again. Hey, Smoker, Jun said without looking up, can you not smoke in here? It's cramped, and I hate the smell. Smoker, who was mid-puff, raised an eyebrow. Huh? I thought you were gonna ask me about the dragon hunter pirates. Nope. I just want you to put that out, Jun replied flatly. Seriously? It's disgusting. TCH fine. He turned and walked out, trailing smoke behind him. Jun chuckled softly, then moved to the window. Just as expected, Smoker had already rounded up Tashiji and a squad of marines. That guy can't sit still when pirates are involved, she murmured to herself. Somewhere at sea are we really letting Roolki go off on his own like that? Nayenda asked, eyeing the now vanished ship on the horizon. She didn't hide her doubts. To her, Roolki was a terrible excuse for a pirate. His farewell had been ridiculous, something like I am now a true pirate. And his awkward movements didn't inspire much confidence either. Lu Yu, however, didn't seem bothered. It's fine, he said with a shrug, swinging his sword aim no habakiri through the air. Besides, the Navy's eyes are on us now. Not him. Even while speaking, he never paused his training. Each slash was crisp, precise. Nayenda watched him, then sighed. If you say so. As the captain, Lu Yu said, pausing to adjust his stance, I've gotta stay sharp. Can't let anyone outpace me. Still, Nayenda said with a smile, I can never keep up with that brain of yours. Yup. Just let the genius handle it, Nayenda added, waving off the conversation. With a captain like ours, we've got it easy. Lu Yu stopped mid-swing and turned to Nayenda. Actually. I've got a request. Oh, she raised a brow. Let your Susanna spar with me. I'm done with drills. I need real combat. He cracked his neck and stepped back. I won't be using Tsukuyomi, just my raw strength. So tell him to come at me like he means it. All right. Nayenda smiled faintly. You heard him, Susanoo. Got it, the spirit answered, stepping forward and pulling out his massive weapon. But don't blame me if I knock you out. Try it, Lu Yu grinned. But don't hold back. With that, his body vanished. Assassination technique dark step. Lu Yu hadn't truly disappeared, he was moving through blind spots, dancing unpredictably across the battlefield. This technique, inherited from Akame, had become more refined as his power increased. Clang! Their weapons collided a moment later. Captain, you may be quick with your dark step, Susanna said, calm and analytical, but don't forget I've mastered observation haki. Which means... Bam! Before Susanna could finish, Lu Yu's foot smashed into his gut, sending him flying. Damn! That was a feint, Susanna muttered, recovering midair. The slash was just a distraction. He landed hard, but his aura flared. A Megatama appeared, swirling into a vortex of energy. Vortex Soul activate. Susanna tapped into his hidden skill. According to the system, this consumed 1000 reputation points per hour, nothing Lu Yu couldn't afford for a good fight. Yasakani no Megatama. The name was similar to Kizaru's technique, but this was Susanna's own. His speed skyrocketed, and his stave-like weapon called Wolf Fang Mace glowed with power. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, releasing his full armament haki. Every strike and counter-strike threatened to destroy the ship beneath them. If not for the evil battleship's self-defense protocols kicking in, they might have torn the entire thing apart. A little while later. Time to eat. Akame and Tsukuyomi no Mikoto walked out carrying trays of food. The clashing of blades and booming impacts still echoed as the two warriors continued their duel. Brother Lu Yu sure works hard, Tsukuyomi remarked. No wonder he's so damn strong, Akame said, watching with admiration. Is this how he trains every day? Nayenda added, chuckling. Insane. The three women stood together, watching as the captain and spirit continued their violent dance, strength and strategy on full display. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 28, Smoker Chapter 28-28, Smoker. The next morning. At this time, the dragon hunter pirates were already nearing the waters just outside Logue Town. Brother Lu Yu. A navy warship has appeared ahead. Akame's voice rang out from the mast. It's one of those standard navy patrol ships. Probably stationed in Logue Town. Should we avoid it? Since Roolki had gone ashore to purchase supplies, Akame had once again taken over as lookout. Lu Yu stood calmly on deck, smiling. We're here to cover Roolki's supply run, aren't we? Naturally, we need to draw some attention from the navy. Let's go, then. Nayenda added cheerfully. You got it, Captain. Akame replied with a grin. Kuina, watching the exchange, covered her face in disbelief. She'd been part of the dragon hunter pirates for a while now, but she still couldn't get used to how fearless or reckless these people were. Any other pirate crew would have avoided the navy entirely. A pointless fight like this? Most would steer clear. But Lu Yu had explained it to her once. This is for the reputation of the dragon hunter pirates. We're going to be a crew that stands at the very top of the world. How can we be afraid of the navy? That answer had completely shattered Kuina's understanding of how pirates were supposed to behave. If it weren't for certain reasons, she probably wouldn't have been so easily swayed by Lu Yu's conviction. On the navy warship. Captain Smoker. We've spotted a pirate ship. The lookout saluted and spoke quickly. Judging by the flag, it's the dragon hunter pirates. But... He hesitated. But what? Smoker asked, frowning impatiently. They're sailing toward us. It looks like they intend to attack. The lookout looked visibly nervous. Lu Yu didn't have a huge reputation yet in the East Blue, but the fact that he had killed a navy captain back in Shell's Town had made him infamous. He clearly didn't care about the power or authority of the navy. Now he was charging straight toward them, even though Smoker himself, an elite from Navy headquarters, was on board. Still, the sailors were worried. You're saying that as a captain from Navy HQ, I should retreat? Go back, call Vice Admiral Jun, and wait for reinforcements before fighting. Smoker's voice was cold, his tone serious. Even though the lookout hadn't said it outright, it was obvious from his face what he was thinking. Captain Smoker. The dragon hunter pirates are far stronger than intelligence suggests, the lookout said finally. One of them reportedly wiped out an entire navy fleet alone. Their individual combat ability is off the charts. If you're restrained by just one of them, the rest of us could be wiped out instantly. It was bold to say such things to a superior officer, but it was the truth. They were just standard patrol troops capable of handling small-time pirates, sure, but utterly unprepared for opponents like this. Smoker, initially irritated, quickly calmed down. Charging in recklessly now could lead to everyone on this ship dying. Even if he somehow managed to capture the dragon hunter pirates, it would be a hollow victory if his men were slaughtered. I understand, he said at last. Return to the main ship. Leave me a daughter ship. Tashiji, you'll evacuate with the rest of the crew and report everything to Vice Admiral Jun through Den Den Mushi. Once you link up with her fleet, come back here and rescue me. Smoker gave the orders without hesitation. Letting the dragon hunter pirates flee or worse, retreating in front of them would be a stain on both the Navy's reputation and his personal sense of justice. So he made his choice. He would stay behind. Alone. Vice Admiral Jun's warships were fast at most, she'd be here in half a day. Smoker was confident he could hold out. But no buts, Smoker interrupted. That's an order, Master Chief Petty Officer Tashiji. Execute it. Tashiji wanted to object, but when she saw the look in Smoker's eyes, she could only nod solemnly. I'll be back as fast as I can. Leave a daughter ship for Captain Smoker, she called out. As someone who'd trained with Smoker back at Navy HQ, she knew how powerful he truly was. He could handle it. As the main warship began to retreat and contact Vice Admiral Jun, Smoker stood tall and alone on the daughter ship, waiting for Lu Yu and his crew to arrive. Back on the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship. Hi. Kuina furrowed her brows. Aren't we the ones they're supposed to be chasing? Why are they retreating? Because they're afraid, Lu Yu said calmly. Kuina, you still don't realize it. The dragon hunter pirates, we're no small fry anymore. His voice carried pride, and Akame and Nyenda raised their chins in agreement, standing tall beside him. Afraid? Kuina echoed. Why would the navy be afraid of rookie pirates? Because we were strong, she realized. It wasn't about being new or not having a big name. What truly mattered was power. And the dragon hunter pirates, their record was terrifying enough to strike fear into even experienced naval crews. Soon, a single daughter ship appeared on the sea not far ahead. Lu Yu recognized the man standing at the front. Smoker, hi. He murmured, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Figured it'd be him. According to the timeline, Smoker should be the current captain stationed at Logue Town. If he was the one making the call, then this kind of cautious but righteous approach made perfect sense. Even though the main warship had backed off to a safe distance, it hadn't left completely. There was definitely someone important backing him up. Someone bigger than Smoker. Could it be a Navy admiral? Or worse, could that old bastard Garp be on his way? If Garp showed up, Lu Yu wouldn't hesitate to retreat no matter what it took. Lu Yu stepped up to the bow, arms crossed, wind brushing past his coat. Hey, Captain Smoker! You planning to arrest us here? Smoker looked up, slightly surprised. You know who I am? Lu Yu smirked. Looks like you know a lot about us too. You're a criminal, Smoker snapped. Turn yourself in and come quietly, pirate. As he spoke, white smoke curled from his mouth. But even as he issued the challenge, Smoker's expression grew tense. He could feel it. Killing intent. Not just from Lu Yu but from every single person on that ship. Each of them radiated an overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust. Even the ship itself felt like a beast, ready to devour anything in its path. What kind of monsters are these people? Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 29, Smoker's Nightmare. Chapter 29 to 29, Smoker's Nightmare. Chapter 29, Smoker's Nightmare. At that moment, Lu Yu squinted his eyes at Smoker. This guy, isn't he just like Luffy? A big, stubborn idiot. What's he even doing here on the smaller ship? Could it be that the momentum of the dragon hunter pirates is so overwhelming that even Smoker, this fool, is paralyzed with shock? As a captain of the Navy headquarters, this is how you act. Shouldn't you at least try to greet me properly? Without another word, Lu Yu unsheathed aim no habakiri. Between a marine and a pirate, the most sincere form of greeting, is a fight. Honestly, Lu Yu had been itching to test this guy out, Smoker, who'd been hounding Luffy from the start. Fighting him would give Lu Yu a good gauge of his own current strength. Plus, Smoker's character setting was a bit strange. His growth and combat power seemed to mirror Luffy's. Might as well beat him down while the opportunity's here. Just like in Fuchsia Village, Lu Yu used to bully Luffy all the time back then. Buzz. The moment Lu Yu drew his sword, Smoker finally snapped. He pulled out his jit and launched forward with a burst of white smoke. Clang! The force behind the strike transferred heavily into Lu Yu's sword. Oh? That's your strength? Lu Yu grinned. Not bad. But I'm not a devil fruit user. That jit of yours? Not much of a threat to me. With a light twist, Lu Yu deflected Smoker's weapon and countered with another slash from aim no habakiri. Smoke. Smoker's body immediately dispersed into thick smoke. Lu Yu's attack passed right through, completely ineffective. The battle escalated quickly, both sides trading moves in a flurry of action. But internally, Smoker was panicking. He could feel it clearly. Lu Yu wasn't using anywhere near his full strength. If this guy got serious, he could end the fight in an instant. That terrifying realization nearly shattered Smoker's will. Desperate, he used his smoke fruit to create distance. Huff, huff. Just that short clash had left him mentally and physically overwhelmed. This fight was pointless. Unless he fought like his life depended on it, he wouldn't even be able to tap into half of his potential. No way. Lu Yu mocked. White chase. Is this the strength of a Navy headquarters captain? Come on, let loose. I promise you I won't kill you. Just as he said that, a powerful wave of energy erupted behind Lu Yu. Smoker instinctively backed away. That was it, the same presence that had just now made his knees weak. Was this the strength of the Dragon Hunter Pirates captain? This young guy had already reached such terrifying heights? No doubt about it, this was the era of extreme evil. Monsters were rising from every corner of the seas. Tsukuyomi. Lu Yu activated his ability. A massive armored figure materialized behind him. Tsukuyomi. The giant gently lifted Lu Yu onto his shoulder and soared into the sky, hovering in midair while staring down at Smoker. What is that thing? Smoker's hands trembled uncontrollably. His observation haki screamed at him. He didn't know what Tsukuyomi was exactly, but he knew one thing for certain, this being could kill him. Ah! You ready? Lu Yu asked coldly. If you're stalling just to wait for reinforcements, then I'll lose all respect for you. Despite his words, Lu Yu didn't make a move. This guy in front of him he had already lost the will to fight. And when Lu Yu saw that, he didn't even feel like bothering to finish him off. White Hunter, what a joke. Lose your respect. Smoker muttered, breathing hard. Yet, I've always resented being bound by orders and rules. Time, plans, chains, screw it all. Luu. Let me fight you. With a wild shout, Smoker charged in again. This time, he was faster, driven by desperation. But in Lu Yu's eyes, it was still nothing more than a predictable straight-line attack. Even if he was smoke. Boom. Just as Lu Yu prepared to counter, Smoker exploded. That's right, he literally burst apart into countless wisps of smoke, swarming Lu Yu and Tsukuyomi from all directions. Though Tsukuyomi's force field kept the smoke from physically touching Lu Yu, his visibility was completely blocked. The fruit's ability was impressive after all. Chaos Force Field. Lu Yu extended both arms. Waves of energy pulsed outward in all directions, instantly clearing the surrounding smoke. Smoker's jit came slicing back in from the edge. Clang! The fight resumed, now even more intense than before. A hint of excitement finally surfaced on Lu Yu's face. Why didn't the captain just finish that marine off? Najita muttered, scribbling in her notebook. Strategically, that would have been the best move, right? Maybe brother Lu Yu thinks that guy has some value, Akahim replied with her usual deadpan tone. That's very Lu Yu, Kuina added with a knowing smirk. If that marine was useless, he would have been cut down like the others on that merchant ship. Their captain wasn't just strong, he was a wild card. An enigma. A brilliant, egotistical anomaly. Captain. Another navy ship approaching. Akahim's voice rang out from the mast. And this one's way bigger than the last. Another warship had entered the area in the short time they'd been watching. I wonder if any of these ships are actually worth our time, Najita mused. Captain, she said, looking toward the battlefield, what's your criteria for judging whether the navy deserves to exist? You think the captain needs a reason? Kuina teased. Najita had gathered tons of data, but none of it could help her understand Lu Yu's decisions. Why spare Smoker? He came to them, ready for battle. Normally, that meant death. Wouldn't killing him have established their dominance more effectively? Her curiosity about Lu Yu only deepened. He was a mysterious and overwhelming force. Brother Lu Yu will end it before those other ships arrive, Akahim said calmly as she landed beside Najita. The situation was crystal clear. Lu Yu hadn't even used Tsukuyomi's offensive power in this fight. Only the passive force field to counter devil fruit abilities. That meant he was holding back. Not just a little. He was letting the water know, letting the sea. If Lu Yu wanted to end this fight, he could do it at any time. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 30, SS Class Crew, Jun is here. Chapter 30-30, SS Class Crew, Jun is here. Chapter 30, SS Class Crew, Jun is here. At this moment, Smoker was exactly as Akahim had predicted. He had seen the approaching warships in the distance. But now, he didn't even dare to look away, let alone signal for reinforcements. In fact, if he could, he would have warned Vice Admiral Jun to turn back. Because the monsters in front of him, they were far beyond anything he could handle. Right now, it was just Lu Yu facing him alone. No, this wasn't even a proper fight anymore. To Smoker, it felt more like being toyed with. And yet, Lu Yu still wore a serious expression, as if this was a genuine duel. That made it even more confusing for Smoker. What exactly was this guy trying to do? One thing was certain, Lu Yu's strength wasn't inferior to a vice admiral. And the person standing on the warship beside Lu Yu radiated the same dangerous aura. Which meant, there was at least one more combatant with Vice Admiral level power on that ship. Just like the Navy lookout had reported earlier, if Vice Admiral Jun got tied up, the rest of the Navy would be left defenseless. They'd be slaughtered. Even he wouldn't survive. Smoker, I'm taking this fight seriously, Lu Yu said with a faint smile, though there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. You flailing around like this makes things boring. He tightened his grip on the aim no habakiri, now coated with armament haki. Smoker's face darkened. Oh no! He quickly retreated, smoke trailing behind him. There was no choice. He couldn't match Lu Yu in a head-on fight. Running away. Lu Yu's voice followed him like a shadow. Is that what your teacher taught you? He narrowed his eyes, tone growing cold. If you're going to disrespect me like that, then it's time I get serious. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu was right in front of him. He slashed down instantly. Smoker's body reacted on instinct, turning into smoke to avoid the strike. But before he could reposition, another slash came. Then another. And another. A flurry of blinding attacks filled the air with afterimages. Even with his Logia powers, Smoker couldn't recover fast enough to counter-attack or escape. Swish. His body trembled. He couldn't keep this up. Staying in his smoke form while maintaining high alert, it was draining him fast. And finally, slash! A sword cut through his chest. Bang! Lu Yu followed up with a vicious kick, sending Smoker flying. He crashed onto the deck of the evil warship and didn't get up. He had fainted, body and mind completely overwhelmed. The fight hadn't lasted long. But Smoker was already done. Lu Yu landed lightly back on the warship. Brother Lu Yu. A new navy ship is approaching. Akame quickly reported. I saw, Lu Yu said calmly, folding his arms. And it's someone I know. Vice Admiral Jun, future candidate for Admiral. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters? Reserve Admiral. Nayenda echoed as she finished jotting something in her notebook. In this world, that sounds like someone strong. She's not bad, Lu Yu nodded. But she's not top tier either. He turned to her with a grin. Wanna try it out? Test your current strength. Nayenda's eyes lit up. She closed her notebook and stood tall, a spark of fighting spirit in her gaze. Sure, she said. Let's see where I stand. As for Lu Yu's standards of measurement, she could always ask later. Or maybe she'd discover them herself through battle. Alright then, I'll leave it to you for now. Lu Yu casually dragged a recliner over and lay down. Nayenda. Akame. Kuina. The three of them were already on the system panel. Potential, S current combat power, S, but once Nayenda or Akame activated their Imperial arm, they could reach SS class. Still, Lu Yu wanted to see how that actually played out in real combat. If none of them could take down a Vice Admiral, he'd need to re-evaluate his future plans. In this world, the major forces could be roughly divided into 7 camps: the world government, the navy, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, the revolutionary army, allied nations, independent kingdoms, and as Lu Yu rose to infamy, each of these camps could potentially provide reputation points. So far, the most efficient source seemed to be the nobles. In other words, the best way to farm reputation was to attack the nobles directly. If he had the chance, killing a few celestial dragons wouldn't be a bad idea either. After all, their pirate crew was called the Dragon Hunter Pirates. If they didn't take out at least a few celestial dragons, what kind of name was that? Right now, Lu Yu needed over 20,000 reputation points to recruit new crew members. If he recruited now, he could bring in 2. And if he was lucky enough to draw 2 S-class or above, it would make a huge difference in the upcoming fight. System, Lu Yu said aloud, recruit 2 crew members randomly. Even though Lu Yu had just said Jun wasn't a serious threat, he wasn't taking chances. Defeating her here would definitely put him on the Navy's radar. And if someone like Sengoku decided to step in, or if Garp personally hunted him down across the world, that would be a huge headache. Killing Jun was out of the question. Not because of the original timeline or plotline, but because she was Tsuru's sister. If she died, the Navy wouldn't just send an admiral, they'd probably send retired monsters from the old era too. As the system responded, 2 glowing summoning circles appeared in front of Lu Yu. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained B-class crew member, Mario. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained SS class crew member. Lu Yu sat upright immediately. Captain! 2 figures materialized before him. And Lu Yu's eyes lit up in shock. SS class crew member, Crollo Lucilfer. And, wait, was that Mario? Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be off rescuing a princess somewhere? Fighting dragons or something? Ahem, forget that. The point is, it's Crollo standing right in front of me, okay? Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 31, Phantom Troop, Crollo. Chapter 31-31, Phantom Troop, Crollo. Chapter 31, Phantom Troop, Crollo. Kuroro Lucilfer, known as Crollo in the Hunter world, written by the old thief Togashi, is no ordinary character. He's the leader of the Phantom Troop Ding. Activating the 2nd Division. Phantom Troop unlocked. Extracting abilities. With a string of system prompts, a new team appeared on Lu Yu's system panel. A powerful wave of energy surged through his body like a tidal wave. Nen. That's right, Krolo's overwhelming Nen abilities were now fusing with Lu Yu's body. Ding. Skill obtained, Snatch. Ding. Additional abilities obtained. Along with stat boosts, Lu Yu extracted one of Kurora's most terrifying skills, Snatch. Snatch, trigger condition when touching or killing a target, you may forcibly seize one of their abilities for storage. Note, can store up to 10 abilities. Each can only be used once, but duplicates of the same ability can be stored multiple times. Lu Yu grinned as he read the description. This kind of skill is basically a golden finger. This god-tier pirate system is insane, he muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the newly arrived Krolo. Krolo, from this moment on, you're the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates 2nd Division. Mario, you're now the official shipwright of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Lu Yu closed the system panel and reviewed his new skills. But there was no time to relax. They were about to face a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. And unlike the weaker fleets of the East Blue, Vice Admiral-led fleets were on a whole different level. Captain, are we about to engage an enemy? Is that why you summoned me? Krolo knelt on one knee in front of Lu Yu, his voice calm and composed. Also. He looked up, can our 2nd Division have its own name? Lu Yu chuckled. Krolo, standing over there is the 1st Division Night Raid. As for your division, even though you're the only member for now, I grant you the right to name it. You may call it the Phantom Troop. A rare smile touched Lu Yu's lips. Krolo's attachment to that name ran deep, so deep that the very concept of the Phantom Troop had long surpassed his own personal identity. Allowing him to keep the name was the right decision. Thank you, Captain. Then, may I participate in the upcoming battle? Krolo asked, placing a hand to his chest. I want to show our crew what I can do. This wasn't just about volunteering. It was Krolo's way of showing his loyalty for being allowed to retain the name Phantom Troop. Lu Yu nodded. All right. But Krolo, remember you're one of us now. Don't let arrogance cloud your judgment. Understood. Krolo rose to his feet, his aura immediately swelling with overwhelming psychic pressure. Mario, who stood nearby, instinctively went silent. Then, without another word, the oddball shipwright pulled out a large water pipe and connected it to the evil warship. Captain, I'm going to inspect the hull. He dove into the pipe and disappeared below. Nayenda stepped forward, visibly surprised. Just moments ago, her attention had been focused entirely on the warship across from them. But then, a sudden, immense aura drew her gaze to the two men kneeling before Lu Yu. Another monster. He's one of us too. Lu Yu nodded. This is Krolo, captain of the 2nd Division, Phantom Troop. From today, he's one of our own. The look in Nayenda's eyes changed instantly. Recruiting Krolo felt like hitting the jackpot. Nice to meet you, Krolo. I'm Nayenda, captain of the 1st Division Night Raid. Looking forward to working with you. She extended her hand. Krolo shook it without hesitation. Likewise. We exist for the same goal, serving the captain. We'll get along just fine. While Lu Yu was enjoying the new additions to his crew, things weren't quite as cheerful on the opposing side. Jun, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, stood with a stern face. Vice Admiral Jun, current intel shows 7 individuals aboard the Dragon Hunter Pirates ship. This doesn't match the reports we received, which mentioned only 2. They appear to be chatting casually. Almost cheerful. The Marine lookout relayed the report with a shaky voice. Roolki had been completely disregarded in earlier intel, considered too weak to matter. But even with that accounted for, their numbers had tripled. Jun's expression darkened. Where is Captain Smoker? He's been thrown onto the enemy deck. Still alive, but unconscious and unable to fight. The lookout's voice dropped even lower. Everyone knew how strong Smoker was. He'd been called a genius among his peers. His smoke fruit made him a formidable opponent. But now, he lay crumpled like a ragdoll on a pirate ship. A disgrace. Everyone be alert. This Dragon Hunter crew isn't some bunch of rookies. The East Blue, Tisk. Jun muttered. Despite being the weakest of the 4 seas, strange monsters always seemed to come out of the East Blue. Still, she had no choice. She was Vice Admiral. And the pirate in front of her had already humiliated one of her own. Vice Admiral Jun, a Marine shouted, running over in a panic. There's someone, walking toward us from the sea. Walking. Jun's eyes widened, and she immediately raised her telescope. Running across water was possible for strong enough martial artists or devil fruit users with the right abilities. But walking? There were only a few ways that could be possible. Either he wasn't a devil fruit user, or he was doing something like freezing the sea like Aokiji. What she saw stunned her. A tall, black-haired man in a windbreaker was casually walking toward her fleet like he was out for a stroll. And behind him, the dragon hunter ship followed slowly, not even trying to join him. He's coming alone? He plans to fight us alone? Jun's face twisted in fury. She wasn't just a vice admiral. She was once a star cadet at boot camp, rose from a lowly sergeant to her current position. Her pride was immense. Not to mention her sister was the Navy headquarters chief of staff, Tsuru. To be so blatantly disrespected by some pirate upstart, it was unacceptable. All gunners, prepare to fire. Target the man walking on the sea. Kill him immediately. She drew her beloved sword Kanpura and pointed it directly at the oncoming enemy. Let's show this dragon hunter what the Navy's made of. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 32, One Man Stops the Vice Admiral's Fleet. Chapter 32-32, One Man Stops the Vice Admiral's Fleet. Chapter 32, One Man Stops the Vice Admiral's Fleet. Boom. 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 The Vice Admiral's fleet wasted no time. The moment they spotted their target, the order to fire was given and a barrage of cannonballs filled the skies. Convenient big pocket. But in the face of such chaos, Krollo remained calm. Without hesitation, he pulled a black cloth from behind his back and covered his eyes. The moment he did, the shells disappeared, vanishing midair without a single explosion. What the hell? What is that thing? Are we really supposed to fight someone like that? Panic swept through the Marines of the local Navy branch. The man before them was no ordinary pirate. He was a monster. Meanwhile, aboard Vice Admiral Jun's warship, the atmosphere was tense. Marines scrambled into position. Some gripped their blades, while others raised long rifles and took aim from the railings. Since their heavy artillery was useless, they turned to small arms instead. But the gunners didn't stop firing. They simply changed targets, now aiming for Lu Yu's black warship, the extremely evil warship. As expected of a vice admiral's fleet. Their discipline is on a whole different level compared to a branch base, Lu Yu muttered. Swish. Boom. 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 Lu Yu leaped into the air, slicing through every cannonball headed his way. At the same time, Krollo had already reached the deck of one of the marine warships. Damn pirate! Die! Bang! 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 Even headquarters Marines felt the pressure bearing down on them. As soon as one pulled the trigger, the rest followed. A hailstorm of bullets rained toward Krollo. But he didn't flinch. Bandit's Secret, Indoor Fish. A book appeared in his hand, and a pitch-black space opened beside him. From it, a strange fish leapt out and swallowed a marine whole, dragging him into the darkness. Inside the space, other Marines could see what was happening. White, spectral fish swam through the darkness, devouring their comrade. Yet he didn't seem to feel any pain. Only terror. Get away! What are you? No! Vice Admiral Jun, help me! The screams echoed not from pain, but from fear. One by one, the fish tore through him until nothing remained. Krollo Lucifer lifted his head, smiling gently. The people of this world have such strong life energy inside them. My fish are very pleased. He spoke the most horrifying words, with the calmest, most tender voice. Even Jun couldn't hide her shock. What kind of pirate was this? Was there not a single normal person in the Dragon Hunter pirates? Swish! 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 The fish surged forward again, attacking more Marines. Swish! Jun reacted instantly. Drawing her blade Kanpura, she unleashed a flurry of sword slashes, cutting down every single fish in one clean motion. She then leapt to the bow of her warship. All personnel below the rank of captain and without mastery of the 6 styles fall back immediately. Captains and lieutenants, stand with me. The enemy before us isn't just some pirate. He's a super pirate. Without waiting, Jun dashed forward, slicing through the air. She didn't understand how Krollo could stand on the sea. But she had learned one thing: armament haki-imbued slashes could hurt him. That was all she needed. 3-fold slash. 3 massive arcs of sword light flew toward Krollo. Meanwhile, the remaining Navy captains and lieutenant launched small ships and charged toward the extremely evil. Their goal was clear: if Krollo was the enemy's strongest fighter, then they would clear the rest of the enemy first, and then surround and overwhelm him. After all, they couldn't let Jun's fight be in vain. If I let you lay a finger on my captain, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Krollo calmly flipped a page in his book. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Krollo Lucifer, captain of the 2nd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, and leader of the Phantom Troop. Bandit's secret, undead. He sidestepped Jun's attack and activated a new ability. The black space began to boil. Countless swimming fish burst out, and from the dark portal, twisted shadows began to rise. Figures emerged, twisted, undead things. They were the Marines who had been devoured earlier. Twisted by their own fear into dark, soulless husks. What the hell are those? Is this a devil fruit ability? Wait, how can he use it on the sea? The sea beneath them grew darker. Red-eyed undead stood on its surface like shadows rising from hell. Jun's face paled. The creatures targeted the officers on the smaller ships. Watch out! Shave! Moon step! With a burst of speed, Jun shot into the air. Using moon step, she took to the skies. She had to defeat Krollo quickly. If she didn't, they were doomed. The Dragon Hunter pirates are monsters. That was Jun's only thought now. And this was just one crew member. She was already considering retreat. If the fight continued, they would be annihilated. Krollo, I'm back. Just as Krollo prepared to turn another page ready to finish Jun off, a familiar voice called from behind him. Yes, Captain. Krollo smiled. Before I go, a parting gift. He threw the black cloth in his hand. A torrent of cannonballs exploded out of thin air, raining onto the enemy fleet. Boom! 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 In the chaos, Kuroro leapt back onto the extremely evil warship. Jun stood on the bow of her ship, staring up at the towering black warship ahead and the terrifying pirate flag flying atop its mast. Her expression turned grim. Captain Lu Yu had arrived. Could this situation possibly get any worse? Vice Admiral Jun, Lu Yu called out, standing at the edge of his deck. You've been chasing the Dragon Hunter pirates, haven't you? So if you die in the process, that's part of the job, right? He smiled as he said it. You insult me, Jun replied coldly. She knew she couldn't win, but she still had her pride. No, no. That's not my intention at all. Lu Yu's expression remained casual. But we've only been active for a few months now. You're just standing behind the biggest power, calling it justice. You turn a blind eye to the crimes of the nobles. Talk about justice to civilians, and call it crime when pirates do the same things. That's quite the overreach. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Yu's aura erupted. And as if answering the call, Nyenda, Akame, Krollo, Kuina. Each of them released their powerful presence, all focused on one target, Vice Admiral Jun. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 33, arriving at Logtown. Chapter 33 to 33, arriving at Logtown. According to the schedule they had agreed on earlier, Roolki should have finished purchasing supplies by now. Of course, Smoker had already been tossed back to the Navy ship by Nyenda. Carrying a Navy officer like that was a liability, it would only attract trouble. Lu Yu had no plans to kill any of the Navy, either. If they started down that road, there'd be no turning back. The Navy would see them as full-blown enemies. And that was something he wanted to avoid for now. Meanwhile, back on the Navy ship, Jun watched as Lu Yu's terrifying warship finally disappeared from view. Her strength gave out, and she collapsed onto the deck. Vice Admiral Jun. Are you alright? Were you injured in the fight? A group of officers quickly surrounded her, their faces filled with worry. I'm fine, she said weakly. Return to Logtown. She stood up with effort, issued her command, and walked alone back to her quarters. You're just standing behind the biggest power, calling it justice. You turn a blind eye to the crimes of the nobles. Talk about justice to civilians, and call it crime when pirates do the same things. Lu Yu's words echoed in Jun's mind like a curse. Her belief in justice, shaped since childhood under the guidance of Vice Admiral Tsuru, had begun to crack. She had always known about the ugly side of the world. She'd seen glimpses. But this time, she felt it. The justice they fought for had holes, gaping flaws that couldn't be fixed. The sins of the world government, the corruption of the celestial dragons. The Navy had no jurisdiction over any of it. So, what was justice? Was it the justice of the nobles? The privileged? Or was it the justice of the common people, those who suffered under the very same laws? The word justice emblazoned on the back of her cloak now felt like a cruel joke, a mockery of everything she believed in. Purururu, her den mushy rang. Sister Tsuru. Jun took a deep breath, steadying her emotions before answering the call. Jun, were you defeated?" came Tsuru's voice, calm but concerned. "Yes. There was no way I could have won. The Dragon Hunter pirates, they're incredibly strong." Jun didn't try to sugarcoat it. A loss was a loss. Even though Lu Yu had spared her, the truth was undeniable, she had been outmatched. Did something else happen? Tsuru immediately picked up on the strange tone in Jun's voice. She knew Jun well. Despite her usual bluntness, Jun was proud, unyielding. Raised under Tsuru's care, she had a strong spirit and a clear sense of right and wrong. But now, she sounded shaken. The Jun she knew wouldn't just admit defeat so easily. Something must have happened out there, something more than just a lost battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu and his crew had finally arrived at Logue Town. The starting point of dreams, the place where the Pirate King, Gold Roger, had been executed. To any pirate with ambition, this town was legendary. A place to visit. A place to reflect. Pirate King Roger was executed here? Nayenda asked, staring at the town with wide eyes. The guy who found the One Piece and kicked off the whole damn age of pirates. She looked both impressed and curious. Well, if we're gonna be a real force, maybe we should start recruiting some crew members, Krollo said casually, scanning the streets. My second squad's just me right now. Yeah, you've got a point, Nayenda added. If we want to form a super crew, it can't just be the main combat team. We also need territory, she continued, tapping her chin in thought. We can't just float around forever. Everyone from the 4 emperors to the warlords has land they operate from. Kuina nodded. Exactly. Having a base may make us a target, but it's necessary. Ababa ababa. Ababa ababa. Akame and Mario were off to the side, mumbling nonsense. They clearly had no clue what to contribute to this kind of discussion. Lu Yu chuckled. Alright, let's hold off on the territory thing for now. Ideally, we'll get 2 bases, one in the Grand Line, one in the New World. As for recruiting squad members, that's up to you guys, he continued, shrugging. You're the captains of your squads. Pick your people. He wasn't about to micromanage, this wasn't that kind of crew. Just like Whitebeard left it to his captains, Lu Yu trusted them to build their own teams. Sounds good to me, Krollo said. This town's the last stop before pirates enter the Grand Line. Should be a ton of strong guys hanging around. Without another word, he vanished into the crowd. Nayenda waved and followed suit, time to find potential recruits for her squad. Mario also walked off, asking Lu Yu for a bit of cash to buy tools and repair gear. In the end, only Lu Yu, Akame, and Kuina were left. Well, let's go check out the execution platform, Lu Yu said, stretching lazily. Then we'll grab a bite and wait for the others. Being the captain had its perks. Delegation was a beautiful thing. They made their way through the streets until they reached the tall execution platform towering above Logue Town. This is where Roger died, Lu Yu said, glancing up. The end of one Pirate King. And the start of something much bigger. The energy of the place was palpable. A strange atmosphere hung in the air, part reverence, part excitement, part dread. As Lu Yu stood there, taking it all in, a sudden sensation brushed past him. He narrowed his eyes. Someone was watching. He reached out with his observation haki and instantly locked on to a small, unassuming shop just across the square. An old man sat inside, seemingly harmless. But that strange pressure he'd just felt, it came from him. Lu Yu's eyes sharpened. There's someone powerful hidden in there. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 34, Roger's Ship. Dr. Irwin. Chapter 34-34, Roger's Ship. Dr. Irwin. Chapter 34, Roger's Ship. Dr. Irwin. Kuina, take Akame shopping. Lu Yu handed her a small box. Here's 30 million berries. Buy whatever you like. Since Kuina was a native of this world, she understood the local customs and shops far better than Akame did. Letting her take the lead made perfect sense. Shopping. Akame tilted her head, confused. You mean, purchasing supplies? She looked at Lu Yu blankly, her tone slow and uncertain. For someone like her, the idea of shopping was alien. That sort of task had always fallen to others, Maine, Leonie, or the rest. Nope, Kuina chuckled. Shopping is when us girls go out to buy stuff we want, not just the stuff we need. She leaned down slightly, grinning. You're adorable, Akame. Let's go pick out some cute clothes or something, yeah. Without waiting for a response, Kuina grabbed her hand and led her away. Kuina still carried the weight of her past, but ever since she'd joined the Dragon Hunter pirates, something in her had shifted. This crew was different. They weren't just chasing power or chaos, they were building something real. And if they stayed on this path, maybe, just maybe, she could complete those things she once thought impossible. Her heart felt a little lighter these days. Once the two girls were out of sight, Lu Yu turned and walked into a nearby shop on his own. "Welcome, young man. What are you looking for?" An old man greeted him politely as he stepped through the door. It was a cozy little store, filled with antiques and handcrafted trinkets. Honestly, a lot of it looked pretty high quality. Lu Yu glanced around, then met the man's gaze. "Old sir, I want to know about Raftel," he said, taking a seat on one of the chairs near the wall. "How much do you think information like that would be worth?" His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp. Lu Yu had a feeling this old man wasn't just some harmless shopkeeper. This store? Definitely a front. As for the guy's real role, well, Lu Yu wasn't sure yet. He only knew that men like this, leftovers from the previous era, often had a lot more going on than they let on. Just like Rayleigh, who worked as a boatman on the Sabayati archipelago. When he was broke, he'd go auction himself off to nobles, then kill whoever bought him, take their money, and go drinking. Why did he do it? Who knew? Maybe just to watch how the world changed, how Roger's so-called age of pirates would play out. The old man waved a hand. "Raftel? You're joking, kid. I'm just a shopkeeper. I might know a few things about Logtown if you're interested, but Raftel? That's beyond me." His voice was calm, steady, and a little too practiced. Lu Yu smirked. "Oh? But, you just said Raftel isn't in Logtown. How would you know that if you didn't know where it is?" The old man froze for a split second. "Ha ha ha." He laughed heartily, shaking his head. "I didn't expect a sharp young man like you to catch that slip. All right then. You said you wanted to know about Raftel." The calm aura around him shifted in an instant. The frail old man was gone, replaced by someone alert, strong, and brimming with presence. Lu Yu watched, impressed. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he wouldn't have believed a person could shift their demeanor that quickly. "The world's greatest treasure, the one Roger found at the end of the Grand Line One Piece," Lu Yu said casually. "I'm guessing you were on that ship. You followed Roger to that final island. No point hiding it now." Lu Yu had already figured it out. "Haha. You're an interesting kid," the man chuckled. "How'd you know I was part of Roger's crew?" "From a hunch to full certainty, that's not a leap most can make." Lu Yu leaned back and smiled. "You started probing me with your aura the moment I walked in. That wasn't a test on my part, I genuinely wanted to know about Raftel. But you gave yourself away. From that moment, I was sure." He tapped the side of his head. "I've got, let's just say, a very solid knowledge base." The man stared at him, then laughed again. "Not bad. You remind me of Roger in his prime. No, maybe you've even surpassed him." He looked up thoughtfully. "I wonder how pissed he'd be if he heard me say that." Then he turned back to Lu Yu and smiled. "Name's Jiro D. Irwin. I was the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's ship." Lu Yu blinked. Ship's doctor? That wasn't what he expected. If this guy had treated Roger, then his medical skills had to be insane top tier, even in a world full of monsters. Maybe, just maybe, he knew why Roger had been terminally ill. That man who conquered the seas had eventually turned himself in, not for fear, but for the sake of his unborn child. "Yeah," Irwin nodded. "I was the first one to spot something wrong with Roger's health. It happened right after we left Raftel." That raised even more questions for Lu Yu. In the original story, the ship doctor was supposed to be Crocus, the same old man who now looked after Laboon, the whale at Twin Capes. Could there have been two doctors on the ship? "Did you work with Crocus?" Lu Yu asked carefully. "Yeah. That guy was good at holding Roger's condition in check for a while," Irwin admitted. "But Raftel, that place was the cause of it all." He looked at Lu Yu seriously. "So, kid, want to hear the whole story?" Honestly, Irwin had made up his mind the moment Lu Yu stepped into the store. The Pirate King had jump-started the age of pirates, but that didn't mean the old crew had to vanish into the shadows. They could still do something. After all, Roger didn't just want to flip off the world government, he wanted to leave behind hope. Lu Yu straightened up. His expression grew serious. "I'd love to hear it." He was all ears now. Whatever secrets this man had about Raftel, about Roger, about the world's greatest treasure, he wanted them. This was the beginning. Irwin's gaze drifted to the past. "Well then, let me take you back. To the day we first set sail in search of the mysterious island Raftel. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, A, 2, A, Chapter 35, Terrible information. Chapter 35 to 35, Terrible information. Chapter 35, Terrible information. Roger's crew was truly something else. Some were scattered across their hometowns, others remained at the starting point of the Grand Line, and a few were in special places like the Sabayati archipelago. Some had risen to become the four emperors, those shining titans ruling over the new world. And then, there were those who had simply vanished, leaving no trace behind. But what really caught Lu Yu's attention was the information Erwin had just shared. Before Roger entered that mysterious sea, his health had been perfectly fine by all medical standards, he was in great shape. But once he stepped into that final, unknown sea? That's when everything changed. Only Roger was affected. None of his crewmates suffered any physical issues. Not one. Realizing something was wrong, Erwin, who was the ship's doctor at the time, immediately began treating him. But no matter what methods he tried, Roger's condition kept getting worse. By the time they reached Raftel, Roger's body had already deteriorated significantly. That's when they invited Crocus to join them. And thanks to the combined efforts of both doctors, Roger's condition was stabilized just enough to delay his inevitable decline for 5 more years. And then, Roger made the world-shaking decision everyone knew today. He sparked the golden age of pirates. If Roger had lived, the sheer weight of the treasure he carried would have made his pirate crew the world's #1 target. That, combined with certain other mysterious factors even Erwin didn't know what those were, led Roger to make his final choice. To die. Publicly. And pass the torch to a new generation. So, Lu Yu asked, his voice serious, what exactly did you guys encounter in the seas around Raftel? He had to ask. Whatever harmed Roger had to have appeared there. But then, why was Roger the only one affected? That didn't make sense. Lu Yu still had hopes, no, expectations for that final island. If he reached it, the world would recognize him as the Pirate King. And the reputation boost alone? Worth it? Erwin smiled. I don't know, he said simply. Maybe only the next person who makes it there will be able to bring back answers. He leaned back, eyes locked onto Lu Yu. If you really do make it there, I hope you come back and tell me what you find. So that was his condition. The reason Erwin was willing to tell all this to some random young pirate? Just that simple, he wanted the truth, someday, from someone who'd been there. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Why me? Why do you think I'll come back and tell you? Erwin chuckled. Ha 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 ha, interesting question. But I think you already know the answer. The old man gave him a knowing smile, full of that unshakable wisdom you only find in the legends of the last era. They were built different. Their judgment, their decisiveness, their aura all screamed that they'd lived lives far beyond ordinary. Lu Yu smiled back. If I make it there, I'll definitely come back and tell you everything. But you better live a few more years, Mr. Erwin. I don't want to end up talking to a gravestone when I do. Erwin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I was the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's crew. I've got a lot of faith in my body, kid. A few more years? I can handle that. Then he stood up, heading over to a wooden locker in the corner of the room. By the way, he added, I've got something for you. Might be useful on your journey. From the locker, Erwin pulled out a weathered old box, worn and scratched by time. The marks on it made it clear this thing had survived decades. What is this? Lu Yu asked, eyes lighting up with curiosity. Erwin opened the box slowly. Inside were 2 tightly rolled scrolls, preserved with extreme care. Treasure maps, Erwin said with a grin. One is a map to the treasure of the Rocks Pirates, the very same treasure from the Valley of the Gods battle. The other is a map to an eternal pose pointing to a mysterious island. He handed the maps over without hesitation. If you really plan on reaching Raftel, you'll need your own strong pirate crew. That island could be the perfect base for them. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed. Whether it was the Rocks Pirates' treasure or the island base, both were massive opportunities. If he could secure them, the Dragon Hunter pirates would see a huge jump in power. Thank you, Mr. Erwin, Lu Yu said with a respectful bow. I promise, I'll be back with the answers you want. These old legends weren't just strong, they were full of charm, wisdom, and stories deeper than any sea. They weren't like the young upstarts nowadays. Time had carved depth into them. And no amount of talent could match that. Oh, right, do you know anything about the Rumber Pirates? Lu Yu suddenly asked. The Rumber Pirates? Erwin looked puzzled, then said, you mean the crew Laboon's waiting for? Lu Yu nodded. Yeah. There's a guy on that crew goes by the name Brook. Erwin's expression shifted. The Rumber Pirates disappeared a long time ago, he said softly. Do you know how old Laboon is? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. How old? Almost 900 years. That made Lu Yu freeze. Wait, what? That didn't add up. According to Brooke's own stories, he wasn't that far removed from the current era. Maybe a few decades, sure, but not centuries. And yet, Erwin seemed so certain. Incredible, isn't it? Erwin said, seeing Lu Yu's reaction. The Rumber Pirates must have existed hundreds of years ago. There's no way we'd run into them now. He paused, then added with a sigh, but Crocus and we never told La Boone the truth. Because the only thing keeping that whale alive, is hope. The belief that someone will return for him. There was a long silence. Lu Yu clenched his fists. Do you know Brooke? He asked again, this time more carefully. Ever heard of him? Erwin shook his head. No. If someone like that was active in our time, and had any connection to Roger's crew, I'd definitely know. Lu Yu frowned. So Brooke's identity was even more mysterious than he thought. And right now, there was no way to find out the truth. Sorry for bothering you, Lu Yu said as he stood up. Thank you for everything, Mr. Erwin. He took the box, bowed once more, and turned to leave. Erwin watched him go, his expression calm but thoughtful. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 36, Current Situation Analysis Changes on the Ship. Chapter 36 to 36, Current Situation Analysis, Changes on the Ship. Chapter 36, Current Situation Analysis, Changes on the Ship. After stepping out of the shop, Lu Yu didn't look back. Even though a million questions were still swirling in his head, he resisted the urge to return and pester Mr. Erwin. Whatever Erwin had hinted at, Lu Yu figured he'd only understand it after living through it himself. So, he left without hesitation. Once he made it back to the street, Lu Yu headed straight for the port. Shopping wasn't really his thing. When he arrived at the harbor, he was surprised to see a large crowd hauling supplies onto the evil warship. Standing at the side, calmly directing the whole operation, was Kurora. I don't know why the author put the word evil on Lu Yu's ship. Is it because it can devour other ships to grow? What do you all think about the reason? Comment here, Captain. Crollo greeted him with a rare smile as soon as he spotted him. Even though this guy was the textbook definition of black-bellied schemer, Lu Yu trusted his loyalty. And honestly, Crollo's personality had shifted a bit. He seemed more open now, like he'd finally found his element. Crollo, who are all these people? Lu Yu asked, a little confused. Crollo grinned. Them? Pirates who were planning to set sail from here. He paused dramatically. Then they ran into me, and lost. He pulled out his infamous bandit's secret book. Instantly, a list of names appeared in glowing letters. This is an oath-based restriction. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Some kind of specialized nin technique, no doubt binding the losers through a contract. With their names engraved in the book, they were now bound to Crollo. The restriction enforced loyalty, much like the absolute obedience enforced by Lu Yu's system. Crollo nodded. Captain knows his stuff. They're now temp workers for the Dragon Hunter pirates. We can toss them if they outlive their usefulness. For now, they're great for handling chores. He shrugged. A pirate crew needs this kind of practicality, right? Lu Yu chuckled. Fair enough. Honestly, Crollo ditching the Phantom Troop and becoming a pirate didn't feel out of place at all. The guy might have been born for this life. All right, I'll leave this part to you, Lu Yu said, giving Crollo a nod before heading back to the ship. He noticed there were over 60 new additions, and none of them looked weak. Clearly, Crollo had cherry-picked the strongest from the various crews docked at Logue Town. Next up is the Reverse Mountain. Lu Yu muttered to himself. Once they crossed it, they'd officially leave the East Blue behind and enter the Grand Line, the real stage for legends. The other side of the Red Line was the true playground, the first half of the Grand Line. Powerhouses and alliances ruled that stretch of sea. Even the four emperors had carved out territories. Lu Yu knew what he had to do now: make his name echo across the Grand Line. Reputation, stronger crew members, new abilities, and expanding power. None of that could go further in the East Blue. He'd already stirred enough chaos here. If there were secrets left to uncover, he should have found them by now. Time to head into the Grand Line, Lu Yu murmured, eyes scanning the horizon. With our current strength, we're still no match for the Navy or the world government. Hell, even the four emperors would squash us. He opened up his system panel, checking on his progress. From what he could tell, an SS rating probably put him around the strength level of a Yonko. Of course, he still wasn't on red-haired Shanks level yet. And even red hair wasn't crazy enough to take on the world government directly. Lu Yu recalled the so-called celestial guards he encountered on that noble merchant ship, not navy, but clearly top-tier enforcement. Those guys weren't mentioned in the anime, which meant the world he was in had a few surprises of its own. Brother Lu Yu, are you okay? Akame's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned around then froze. Akame stood there in full-blown Lolita fashion, white over-the-knee socks, short frilly skirt, cute little top. Lu Yu's nose practically exploded. For the record, Akame usually dressed in a long black dress. This was an ambush. A goddamn fashion ambush. As a time traveler and an unashamed anime fan, Lu Yu's defenses were non-existent against this kind of nuclear-level cuteness. Brother Lu Yu, why's your nose bleeding? Akame blinked innocently. It's nothing. Lu Yu wiped his nose hurriedly. You just look really cute. That's all. I told you Akame would look adorable in that. Kuina appeared beside her, smugly grinning. She herself had changed into something casual yet stylish, her hair tied up, a form-fitting tee, a light jacket draped over her shoulders, and black pants that hugged her legs just right. Lu Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Girls really were a whole different species when they dressed up. Different outfit, whole new person. No wonder all the best tailors were pervy old dudes. They were on to something. Ahem. Kuina, you look great too, he said, quickly changing the subject. But, won't these outfits affect combat? Not at all. Akame and I tested them out already, Kuina replied. But, we kinda spent all our money on clothes. She rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Ha ha ha. That's fine. Sounds like we need to install some proper wardrobes in the cabin, Lu Yu said with a grin. Right then, Krollo stepped forward and bowed slightly. I can build wardrobes. Using Minun. He raised his hands. Dark box. Two shimmering black cubes materialized behind Kuina and Akame. This space inside is as big as the evil battleship. Should be plenty of room for their outfits, Kurora explained. Also, this materialization technique only requires a one-time payment of Nen. After that, it's fully functional. He then showed the two girls how to use their new storage spaces. Yeah, helping women build walk-in closets? That's peak diplomacy right there. Suddenly, the vibe on the ship got a lot more relaxed. When Nyenda returned that evening, she brought along a dozen people with her. Not as many as Krollo, but each one of them looked fiercely loyal, like they'd follow her to hell and back. Clearly, she hadn't become a rebel army commander for nothing. Her charisma alone could match Krollo's mind abilities. Once everyone had regrouped, Lu Yu looked around at his crew and smiled. Alright, let's go. Time to head into the Grand Line. And just like that, the ship set sail straight into the unknown. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 37, Marineford's Reaction, The Seven Warlords of the Sea Take Action. Chapter 37-37, Marineford's Reaction, The Seven Warlords of the Sea Take Action. Chapter 37, Marineford's Reaction, The Seven Warlords of the Sea Take Action. At that moment, in Logue Town, a new generation of pirates is really coming in strong this time, muttered a middle-aged man, standing atop a tall building, gazing out at the pirate ships sailing toward the reverse mountain. Leading the charge was Lu Yu's infamously evil warship. Behind it trailed ships belonging to pirates subdued by Krollo and Nyenda, vessels that had all been united under Lu Yu's banner. A massive pirate fleet stormed into the Grand Line together, an imposing sight not seen in a long while. This was inevitable, another middle-aged man beside him said with a faint smile. The pirates of the new era were bound to replace the old. Those clinging to power while doing nothing should be swept aside. That's just how progress works. The Navy's operation completely flopped, he continued. One of their vice-admirals got taken down by a bunch of rookies. They're not gonna sit still after this. As he finished speaking, a strange grin crept onto his face before he faded into nothingness, vanishing into thin air. TCH, that old bastard! The man beside him muttered, then glanced one last time at Lu Yu's terrifying flagship. In the next instant, he too disappeared. The east blue so deceptively calm hid many monsters beneath its surface. No one truly knew what ancient horrors might be lurking there. Meanwhile, in Marineford, what? Vice Admiral Jun was defeated. How badly was she hurt? Is she okay? Sengoku's voice rose sharply as he reacted to the report from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Jun had grown up right under Sengoku's watch. She was like a little sister to him, not to mention the strong bond he shared with Tsuru herself. Even in his role as Fleet Admiral, this wasn't something he could ignore. She's fine, Tsuru said calmly. The damage to her and her fleet wasn't critical. Jun said the dragon hunter pirates utterly overwhelmed her squad. The only reason she's still alive is because they chose not to kill her. If they had gone for the kill, she added grimly, her fleet would have been wiped out, and they would have escaped without a scratch. Though it pained her to admit it, she couldn't deny the facts. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Dragon hunter pirates. Sengoku repeated, his brows furrowed in thought. We should mobilize the 7 warlords, Tsuru suggested. Hawkeye Mihawk and Crocodile are already near the area where the dragon hunter pirates were last seen. Having pirates deal with pirates is our best option right now. Besides, we can use the Shishibukai to collect intel on this group without risking more of our own forces. Sengoku nodded slowly. The admirals are too valuable to send after some rookies whose captain only has a bounty in the tens of millions. It's not worth the effort. The warlords should handle this. They're not exactly easy to manage, Sengoku muttered under his breath. But fine. Let's put them to work. He pulled out a thick folder and handed it to Tsuru. This just came in from Morgan's. Cost us 100 million berries for these photos. Tsuru opened the folder and began reading. A new member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates Crollo Lucifer. Doesn't have a devil fruit, but can use bizarre and deadly abilities. Captain of the 1st Division, Nayenda. Right hand and right eye injured. That girl with the katana Akame is her subordinate. Then there's Susanoo Nayenda's bodyguard. Huge physical strength and frightening combat ability. Capable of explosive power surges. Tsukuyomi Luyu's personal guard. Unusual attack patterns, deadly power. Rooki a swordswoman. Strength approaching that of a top-level sword master. Finally, the last photo. Lu Yu, alone on the ship's bow, grinning arrogantly confident, sinister, and commanding. This was the man leading the Dragon Hunter pirates. What kind of person could gather such monsters under one flag? And more importantly, what kind of power did he wield? Should we raise the bounty? Tsuru asked quietly. Sengoku shook his head. Not yet. If we raise it now, Crocodile and the others will just go through the motions. We need them motivated. Make it 100 million for Lu Yu. The crew members? Bump them from 60 to 80 million. If the warlords enjoy so many privileges, then they better start earning them. Send out the orders. Contact every Shishibukai currently in the Grand Line. Assign them missions. Tsuru gave a silent nod. She agreed this was the best approach for now. Oh, by the way, she added, Garp's already arrived in East Blue. Should we have him pursue the Dragon Hunter pirates too? Sengoku sighed heavily. Garp might already know Lu Yu. If he wants to chase him, he'll do it on his own terms. Just assign Jun to shadow him. That way, at least we'll know where he is. Just thinking about Garp gave Sengoku a headache. If that old fool would just stick to the navy properly, things would be so much easier to manage. I'll take care of it, Tsuru said before leaving to make the arrangements. Issuing orders to the warlords, though that was Sengoku's job. He glanced down again at the information on Lu Yu's crew. A weary expression came over his face. Garp once claimed he'd bring Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Lu Yu into the navy. And now? None of them stayed. Ace became Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. Lu Yu founded his own pirate group already a rising threat. Luffy just set sail and is already raising hell in East Blue. And Sabo? Missing in action. If Sengoku found out Sabo was now part of the Revolutionary Army, his stress would probably send him to the infirmary. Damn Garp, reverse prophet, that's what he is. With that, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and began dialing Grand Line Kingdom of Alabasta Dragon Hunter Pirates, hi. Crocodile stared at the report in front of him, deep in thought. Just another rookie crew, yet the navy was moving so aggressively. Was there more to them than meets the eye? Still, Crocodile didn't feel too threatened. He wasn't about to underestimate anyone, though not when his own plans were nearing a critical point. Get Baroque works on this, he ordered. I want everything on these newcomers. Names, powers, weaknesses. Don't miss a damn thing. Even if they were just rookies, he'd treat them seriously. That's how you stayed alive. Elsewhere on the Grand Line, atop his iconic coffin ship, Dracula Mihawk calmly ended his call with Marineford. He had other matters to tend to. He'd deal with this later if he had the time. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea weren't navy dogs. Still, the Dragon Hunter pirates had caught his attention. They were worth remembering. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 38, The Squad Becomes Independent, Crollo Leaves. Chapter 38 to 38, The Squad Becomes Independent, Crollo Leaves. Chapter 38, the squad becomes independent, Krollo leaves. Lu Yu had officially arrived at the Grand Line. So this is the Grand Line, he muttered, gazing out at the unpredictable sea. Nayenda stood beside him, holding up a small device. Here's the log pose we bought earlier, she said calmly. Shall we follow its direction for now? Log pose weren't exactly rare in these waters, but they were necessary for navigation. Yeah, let's stick to the pointer for now, Lu Yu nodded. Then, he reached into his coat and handed Nayenda another device. Also, take this eternal pose. It points to the treasure location of the Roger pirates. We'll need it later. Got it, Nayenda replied, tucking it away. Just then, Krollo stepped forward, his eyes full of determination. Captain, he said seriously, can I go explore this world on my own? Lu Yu raised a brow. Thinking of striking out solo? Krollo nodded. Yeah. I've got my own goals. There are still members of the Phantom Troop I haven't gathered yet. If I'm always following you, I'll be too limited. As the captain of the 2nd Division, I think it's time I formed my own crew. Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then gave a small smile. An independent squad, huh? That's not a bad idea. He looked Krollo in the eye. But listen, whatever you do, don't tarnish the name of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Got it? Krollo smirked. Of course, Captain. I'd never disgrace our name. There's so much out here worth chasing, and I plan to make all of it part of our legacy. Seeing Krollo's enthusiasm and confidence, Lu Yu couldn't help but be a little proud. This guy felt like someone born for this chaotic sea. All right. Go for it, Lu Yu said with a firm nod. Thank you, Captain. With that, Krollo took a log pose, jumped overboard, and landed gracefully on a nearby ship. Without wasting time, he gave the order to sail in the opposite direction of Lu Yu's course. That way, they wouldn't overlap, and both squads could expand their name across the seas. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lu Yu's mind, ding. The 2nd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates has officially become independent. Designated name, the Phantom Troop. Reward, plus 20,000 reputation points. All crew members receive a 20% increase to max health. Multiverse roulette unlocked. Lu Yu blinked. Wait, there's a reward for letting divisions operate independently? He instinctively glanced at Nayenda. If Night Raid separated too, I'd probably get another reward. But then he looked into her bright red eyes and shook the thought away. Nah, she's way too cute. I'm keeping her close whether it's for battle or just eye candy. With that, he opened the newly unlocked Multiverse Roulette feature. Multiverse Roulette, spend 10,000 reputation points to spin for random items or abilities from across the worlds. Skimming through the prize pool, his eyes widened. Demon bloodlines? That was practically cheating, definitely a game changer. Just then, Roolki returned. Captain, the supplies are stocked, he reported. Our next stop is Veloz Island. It's a small town, mostly a supply outpost. No major power controls it. It'll take about 10 days of sailing. Even though they didn't really need more supplies, Roolki had taken the time to scout the area and gather intel, which impressed Lu Yu. Alright, let's stick to the usual route, Lu Yu replied. That way, we won't give the Navy a reason to forget about us. He turned to Nayenda. Let's make Alabasta our first major destination. Nayenda gave a small nod. Understood. Alabasta wasn't just any island, it was Crocodile's territory, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. More importantly, it was where the ancient weapon Pluto was rumored to be. Crocodile had been searching for Pluto for years. Lu Yu intended to pay him a visit. He was curious about the man's true strength. Fans often joked Crocodile was like the Lao Ji of the One Piece world, always showing up to fight, no matter the opponent. Yet somehow, he got beaten by a newbie Luffy who didn't even know Haki yet. That defeat was still hard to accept. Let's set sail, Nayenda announced, snapping everyone back into action. And so, the Dragon Hunter Pirates officially began their voyage across the Grand Line. Meanwhile, a group of captured pirates and Roolki's old crew had gathered on deck, murmuring among themselves. Is this really a newly formed pirate crew? One of them, Maki, asked suspiciously. It feels more like one of those legendary crews from the stories. Maki had been dragged into the crew by Nayenda. With a bounty of 23 million berries, he used to think he was hot shit. Now? He was doing grunt work, not even recognized as a proper crew member. He wanted to complain, but after seeing the terrifying strength of the official crew members, he kept his mouth shut. Krollo had just sailed off with some of the scariest people Maki had ever met, folks he never would have dared to cross before. And yet, they followed Krollo like loyal dogs. The ones who stayed behind? Even more intimidating. Especially those on the so-called evil battleship. I didn't know much at first, an older man named Wells said. He was part of Roelke's original group. But when I joined, there were only 2 people in the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Captain Lu Yu and the leader, came. The rest came later. Joined later. Maki frowned. Doesn't seem that simple. Roelke walked over, arms crossed. Though he was officially part of the crew now, he still handled most of the chores and labor. That's what happened when the core members were always off training or planning battles. Roelke, someone called. Do you know more? Yeah, spill it. Even if we're just handymen, we still want to know what kind of crew we're following. The crowd looked at Roelke, full of curiosity. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, Chapter 39, Roelke's Propaganda. Chapter 39-39, Roelke's Propaganda. Chapter 39, Roelke's Propaganda. Seeing the eager eyes around him, Roelke couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, he was the only official crew member here personally acknowledged by Lu Yu. Even better, he'd been gifted a devil fruit by the captain himself. You know, I started off as a nobody. Just a small-time pirate with a bounty of barely over 10 million, Roelke began, puffing out his chest. Now? I've got a devil fruit. I don't know what my current bounty is, but it's gotta be way higher than before. He grinned smugly. And this fruit? Given to me by the captain. Damn, I'm jealous. When's the captain gonna hand us a devil fruit? Are you kidding? You think devil fruits grow on trees or something? Still, are all the higher UPS devil fruit users? Don't think so. I've seen the captain dive straight into the water. The group broke into a low, excited chatter, everyone throwing out questions and guesses, envy clear on their faces. Roelke, standing off to the side, wore a proud smirk. Ahem, he cleared his throat dramatically. The noise died instantly. All eyes turned to him. You guys ever find it odd, he asked, lowering his voice for dramatic effect. The strength of our captain, the strength of the other full-time crew members, they don't match a rookie pirate crew. The others nodded slowly. Yeah, the Dragon Hunter Pirates feel way too elite to be a new crew. Their strength is beyond anything I've ever seen. Roelke grinned. They were taking the bait. You know Nyenda, right? The new 1st Division captain? It's called Night Raid. And the 2nd Division captain, Krollo, is called Phantom Troop. You think the captain just handed those names out randomly? That hit the curiosity button hard. The handymen stared at him, practically shaking with suspense. Boss Roelke, come on. Just tell us already. Damn, I'm dying to know. Is our crew hiding some kind of insane backstory? Boss, spill it. Roelke pretended to hesitate, then finally leaned in, voice low. I've got a theory our Dragon Hunter Pirates used to be one of the top pirate crews in the world. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Something must have happened. A major event. They disbanded, laid low for years. But now, the captain's making a comeback. He's regrouping. He pointed around. Look at all of you. Each of you had your own pirate crew once, right? And now you're just handymen. A few heads dropped in frustration. I had a bounty of 18 million, now I'm scrubbing floors. Same. I was worth 17 million. Now I do laundry. Join the club. They sounded defeated, but Roelke's voice turned sharp. That's because you haven't earned the right to be full crew yet. I started just like you, cleaning, carrying supplies. A nobody. But the captain saw my potential. Gave me a devil fruit. Promoted me. He paused, letting the moment sink in. You all have a chance. Every last one of you can make it. But you've gotta earn it. Get stronger. Prove yourself. Think about it. If my level is the bare minimum to become an official member, what does that say about the standard of our crew? That means. Someone muttered, eyes wide, we're not even qualified to be trainees. Roelke nodded. Exactly. Which tells you just how strong this pirate crew really is. But why did they disband in the first place? That doesn't matter, Roelke shrugged. What matters is that we're back, and this time, we're going all the way to the top. Excitement bubbled up in the crowd like a wave. Damn, this is huge. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Even as handymen, we're part of this. They weren't just nobodies anymore. They were soldiers in the making, future elite members of a crew on the rise. Their captain wasn't just some upstart. He was a man who once ruled the seas, and now he was gathering his strength again, aiming to conquer the world once more. Even the Navy vice admirals were nothing to him. The atmosphere shifted. No one complained about being a handyman anymore. They were fired up, determined. With time, effort, and loyalty, any of them could rise through the ranks. Maybe even become a cotter one day. Stand at the top of the world. Look down from the peak. And damn, that felt like a dream worth chasing. At that moment, Lu Yu was lying on a lounge chair on the deck, towel over his face, still catching his breath from a long training session. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your reputation has spread far and wide. Reputation plus 100. Ding! Reputation plus 200. Lu Yu blinked in surprise. What the hell? He hadn't even done anything major lately, just trained in peace. How was his reputation skyrocketing? So even staying put and training is boosting it? That was good news. No slacking off from now on. After all, reputation points were the fastest route to power. The moment he had that thought, his fatigue vanished. He sat up, eyes sharp again. Ugh! A flutter of wings caught everyone's attention. A news bird descended from the sky. Roolki spotted it and quickly stepped forward. It was his job to collect the daily paper. He handed over a few coins, grabbed the rolled-up newspaper, and opened it. What he saw made his breath hitch. Right there on the front page, Lu Yu, confidently holding his long sword, Tsukuyomi standing just behind him. A full-blown bounty poster. Roolki's eyes widened as he read the figure beneath it. 100 million. Berries, he whispered. His hands trembled slightly. Even though he'd just been boasting about Lu Yu's legendary past, seeing it in print official, undeniable was a different feeling. It hadn't even been that long since the Dragon Hunter pirates were formed. Yet Lu Yu's bounty had already rocketed to 100 million. And not just him, Nyenda and Akame had also jumped to 70 or 80 million berries. That kind of growth wasn't normal. There had to be history behind them. There was no way they were nobodies before this. Roolki clutched the paper, eyes burning with conviction. This crew. Lu Yu. They were going to the top. And he'd be right there with them. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 40, Rin Egan Chapter 40-40, Rin Egan Chapter 40, Rin Egan. At that moment, Lu Yu heard the system's prompt ring out again. Yep, another wave of reputation gain. Thanks to the Navy's top-tier PR machine, there was no way Lu Yu wasn't getting a boost in popularity. Gotta admit, they were actually doing him a solid. Glancing at his system panel, the reputation value had already climbed past 5 digits. Time to consider, who should he recruit next? For now, the fighting force was stacked. Handling the current level of conflict wouldn't be a problem. So, what kind of talent did they need now? Actually, not much. There were no urgent needs at the moment. Just keep training, keep growing, and steadily level up the Dragon Hunter pirates. System, Multiverse Roulette. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yu summoned the Multiverse Roulette. A massive, glowing wheel appeared in front of him, visible only to him. Of course. What's the captain doing? Nyenda, freshly showered and drying her hair, walked onto the deck. She tilted her head, watching Lu Yu mutter to himself while making strange hand gestures. No clue, someone shrugged. Brother Lu Yu is always so mysterious. He's probably like that before we even got here, another added. Looks like some kind of ritual or summoning ceremony, Akame commented flatly, wearing a JK uniform that clashed hilariously with her deadpan tone. Maybe we're getting a new crewmate, Kuina said as she approached, towel around her shoulders. The captain's powers are beyond what any of us can guess. Just hoping it's not another Krollo situation, dude bailed the moment he showed up. Meanwhile, the roulette wheel spun. 10,000 reputation points per spin. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the SSS level item, 12 Megatamarin Egan Eyes from the Naruto world. As the announcement hit, a powerful energy surged into Lu Yu's eyes. His vision blurred for a second as his pupils began to morph, rings forming layer by layer, Megatama beads appearing along the outer edges. His entire body was flooded with an overwhelming wave of power. Rin Egan abilities unlocked, Heavenly Hand Power, Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Elemental Absorption, Dynamic Vision. Soon, the transformation completed. And the system had more good news, ding! Through the aura amplification, all crew members have unlocked Intermediate Observation Haki. Ding! Dragon Hunter Pirate's strength has significantly increased. You've gained 10,000 additional reputation points. Lu Yu grinned. Now that's what you call an SSS level pull. Not only had he gained terrifying new power, but the system had refunded his spin and boosted his entire crew. Roolki, who had been about to report something, felt the change instantly. He used to be the weakest member of the crew even after getting a devil fruit. But now? With observation haki suddenly unlocked in him, his senses expanded like never before. For the first few seconds, it was overwhelming. He couldn't control it at all. But the clarity, the awareness, it was wild. He could sense every movement on the ship, from footsteps to breathing patterns. And in battle? This would be a game-changer. Captain. Roolki ran over, holding a rolled-up newspaper. Here's today's news. You and Big Sis have updated bounties. Also, the Navy just issued a public statement. The 7 warlords are being deployed to come after us. Lu Yu's eyes lit up with interest as he took the paper. The 7 warlords, hi. Now this is getting fun. His eyes scanned the bounty posters and headlines. So, Crocodile might make a move. Using the warlords as stepping stones wasn't a bad idea. Not only would it bring more attention from the Navy, but it would also put the Dragon Hunter pirates on the global map. Destroying a country in the East Blue, going toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Jun and winning, those feats had mostly been reported internally, to places like Marineford or even Marie Joyce. But in this era, it wasn't just the government's recognition that mattered. Pirate reputation was just as important. Once their name really got out there, their influence and strength would snowball together, and that, for Lu Yu, was the true path to power. Captain, should we go confront these so-called warlords head-on? Nyenda asked, feeling the new strength pulsing within her. The ritual Lu Yu had just performed clearly wasn't just summoning. It had strengthened everyone. Nyenda could feel it in her bones. The 7 warlords. Akame tilted her head, hugging her Murasame. Want me to bury them all? The way she said it, so sweet and serious, was both adorable and mildly terrifying. Kuina, however, looked a little more serious. The 7 warlords of the sea, officially known as the Shishibukai. They're 7 infamous pirates chosen by the world government and given legal rights to plunder. In return, they work to balance the power of the 4 emperors. In short, they're strong. Really strong. She paused, glancing around at the others. Something about this crew still felt weird. They were powerful, absurdly so, but when it came to general knowledge of the world, most of them were clueless. Besides Lu Yu, they all acted like fresh rookies. Even Krollo, who was cold and ruthless, felt more like a newcomer than a seasoned pirate. The contrast bugged her. They sound like fun. Akame grinned. Should we go hunt them down, brother Lu Yu? No need, Lu Yu replied, waving her off casually. Since the Navy gave them orders, let's see if they come to us. And crocodiles in Alabasta anyway. That's already one of our next destinations. We'll let fate decide. He stretched his arms, clearly not worried. After all, most of those arrogant warlords wouldn't bother chasing down some newcomer pirate crew, especially one they didn't understand. Except maybe Crocodile. That guy was probably bored enough to make a move. The rest of the crew was buzzing with excitement. They weren't scared, far from it. Thanks to Roolki's relentless brainwashing campaign, fear was no longer in their vocabulary. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03 change, A, Chapter 41, The Identity of the Pirate, Kuina's Purpose. Chapter 41-41, The Identity of the Pirate, Kuina's Purpose. Chapter 41, The Identity of the Pirate, Kuina's Purpose. A week later, Lu Yu and his crew arrived at Velos Island 3 days earlier than expected. Despite the journey being smooth, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit bored during the days at sea. As soon as they docked, he stepped off the ship, eager to stretch his legs and see the island. Velos Island was ordinary, no major powers ruled here. But due to its unique geographic location, pirates had an unspoken rule not to cause trouble on this island. Brother Lu Yu, Kuina, and I are going shopping. Akame announced with a straight face before vanishing into the crowd with Kuina at her side. Nyenda wandered off in search of a place to drink. Meanwhile, Lu Yu entered a lively bar on his own. The place buzzed with chatter, overflowing with all kinds of rumors. Have you heard? A pirate crew called the Dragon Hunters just entered the Grand Line. I heard they're total rookies, right? Yeah, but apparently they're strong. The Navy's already paying close attention to them. Pfft, a bunch of newbies. They don't even understand what it means to be pirates. Just winging it. Exactly. They'll be in Impel Down before long. Laughter followed. The bar was filled with pirates discussing recent news. Alongside talk of Lu Yu's Dragon Hunters, the 7 warlords of the sea came up, especially Hawkeye my Hawk. His rampage from the Grand Line into the East Blue had shaken many. Anyone who stood in his way had been mercilessly cut down. The title of World's Greatest Swordsman wasn't just for show. Lu Yu sat down and ordered a meal. Each island had its own flavors, and he always enjoyed trying something new. Nearby, another conversation caught his ear. Did you hear? That guy kid showed up in the Grand Line. Yeah, and I heard he's recruiting crew already. Maybe we should join him. They're aiming to challenge the 4 emperors. You mean Eustace Kid's crew? Lu Yu paused mid-bite. Kid. So he's already making moves? And with a decent reputation, recruiting becomes easy. Lu Yu realized he needed to raise his own notoriety fast. Otherwise, even these low-tier pirates would continue calling him a rookie behind his back. Boss. Check, please. He tossed a stack of berries on the counter and stood up to leave. The bar was a good place for rumors, but nothing useful today. These guys hadn't even seen the wider world. Just as he turned to leave, a large, muscle-bound man stepped in front of him, blocking the way. Hey, kid, you seem to be loaded. Why don't you share some of that with me? Robbery. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Since when did pirates stoop to petty theft? You're a disgrace to real pirates, he muttered, stepping aside to walk around the man. It wasn't that Lu Yu feared conflict. This kind of person just wasn't worth his time, driven by nothing but desire, with no ideals or purpose. Killing him would only stain his hands. What the hell did you just say to me? I've been roaming the seas for 4 years. You think you can disrespect me? Pretty boy, you're dead meat. The brute swung a massive fist at Lu Yu. Shhh. Lu Yu barely moved. A surge of sharp energy burst from his body, slicing clean through the man's arm like a blade. It was the energy he'd gained from Krollo now completely under his control. You dare call yourself a pirate? Boom. The man's body exploded into a bloody mist. Lu Yu calmly stepped out of the bar, unfazed. Wait, that guy. Wasn't that Lu Yu, the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? No way that was him. He's a monster. Just one move. Now I kind of want to join them, but, they're just a rookie crew, right? Still, did you see that power? The bar buzzed with fear and awe. Outside, Akame and Kuina had just returned. Brother Lu Yu, look. I bought so many cute clothes. Akame grinned, her hands full of bags. The town was small, so they had quickly finished exploring and shopping. Lu Yu smiled. Glad you found what you liked. Let's get ready to head out, there's nothing more to learn here. He then glanced at Kuina. By the way, your appearance in the East Blue, it wasn't just to find that sword, was it? Kuina raised an eyebrow, but smiled knowingly. Well, picking up Wado Ikimonji was just a bonus. Are you finally curious about my real reason for being here? You've never asked until now. Because back then, it didn't concern the crew. But now, Lu Yu replied, his voice calm but firm, you're part of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Your business is our business. Kuina stopped walking. A strange look flickered across her face. Then, her eyes brimmed with tears. Captain, thank you. She stepped forward and hugged Lu Yu from behind, her voice trembling slightly. Kuina, you don't move. Just let me stay like this for a moment. Lu Yu fell silent as she sobbed quietly against his back. Eventually, her sobs faded. My father, is Kojiki Kojiro. Yes. He's part of Wano's royal family and head of a renowned sword-forging clan. Besides swordsmanship, our family also carries ancient forging techniques. But all of it was ruined when Kaido appeared. Kurozumai Orokai conspired with Kaido to seize control of the Land of Rivers. That's why I fight. As for why I came to the East Blue, it's because of a secret transaction happening here, one involving the 4 emperors, especially Kaido. Lu Yu nodded. So the deal was happening here. And the Donquixote family's behind it, aren't they? Doflamingo, the warlord of the sea. He runs the underground arms deals. If you want to trace the network, Doflamingo's your guy. Kuina nodded. I know. But it's not just about what's on the surface. There's something deeper. The Donquixote family handles the trade, but the distribution? That's controlled by a massive web of underworld networks. Those hidden channels, they're the real threat. Lu Yu understood now. Kuina's real plan wasn't just to intercept the arms, it was to sever the financial lifeline of the Beast's pirates. Crush the trade networks, and force Kaido to redirect his attention away from Wano. A bold plan. And one Lu Yu would help see through. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 42, Ace. Chapter 42-42, Ace. Chapter 42, Ace. After hearing what Kuina said, Lu Yu fell into deep thought. Most of the arms deals going around were purchased by powerful allies and even the world government was a customer. The central figure behind this web of illegal trades was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If Lu Yu made a move against da Flamingo now, it wouldn't just be about taking down a warlord. The ripple effect would reach the world government itself. And once that happens, they'd slap a bounty on his head without hesitation. If the navy sent an admiral, combined with the world government's influence and might, the dragon hunter pirates wouldn't stand a chance. Kuina, don't worry about that for now, Lu Yu said calmly. When the world government created the warlord system, they already chose to abandon the allied nations and other kingdoms. What they care about is balance, keeping the 3 major powers in check. But outside of that structure, new pirate groups like us, we're the wild cards. Of course, the Revolutionary Army is also a factor, he added. But even with their strength, they're still hiding in the shadows. That's why we need to move carefully, step by step. When we reach the new world, I'll take you to tear down the so-called underground empire. But not yet. Lu Yu's voice was steady, but firm. Kuina's determination was admirable, but the path she was eyeing was one that touched the very core of this world's power balance. Anyone who poked at that power structure too early was marked for elimination. And Lu Yu wasn't planning to spend his life being hunted across the seas. I understand, Captain, Kuina said softly. She let go of him, wiping away the last of her tears with a smile. Seeing her like this, Lu Yu nodded in approval. Together, the 3 of them made their way back to the ship. Captain! We found an incredible pirate. Just as Lu Yu stepped on deck, Roolki rushed over, visibly excited. He had stayed behind to guard their warship, the evil warship. After all, a ship this magnificent couldn't just be left unguarded. Incredible pirate! Lu Yu raised a brow. Aren't there already enough incredible pirates on this ship? Roolki froze for a second before scratching his head. Well, yeah, I guess we are kinda amazing too. But seriously, Captain, we found the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace. Lu Yu's expression shifted. Ace? The son of Gold Roger, and the godson of Whitebeard. Also a member of the D clan, he muttered. The one who'll trigger the Summit War in the future. Lu Yu quickly sifted through everything he remembered about Ace. Why was Ace near the East Blue? Could he be trying to visit Luffy before chasing down Blackbeard? Or, more likely, knowing Ace's direction-challenged personality, he just wandered here by accident. As for tracking Blackbeard, it probably depended more on dumb luck than any real plan. Fire Fist Ace, hi! Lu Yu smirked. Invite him aboard. We're old friends. Back in Fusha village, he used to mess around with those 3 troublemakers all the time. Everything back then was to save money and prepare for their own journeys to sea. During that time, he'd grown close with Luffy, Sabo, and Ace and almost became a regular victim of Garp's love-fueled training. Since Ace was here, why not catch up? But Captain, he's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Roolki said hesitantly. His bounty is 550 million berries. You really think he'll come? Roolki didn't doubt Lu Yu's strength, he knew their captain could take on monsters. But still, Ace's connection to Whitebeard added a dangerous layer. Lu Yu simply grinned. He's my brother. He'll come. Then he turned toward the ship. Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, get a feast ready. We're having a guest tonight. Understood, Captain, the 2 chefs responded in unison. Both had become the culinary backbone of the dragon hunter pirates. Their skills were top-notch, far better than Akame's, though hers wasn't bad either. All right, I'll go get him. Roolki said, bolstered by Lu Yu's confidence. Lu Yu's easygoing smile made it clear he wasn't joking. Roolki set off to bring Ace to the ship. Huh? Dragon hunter pirates. Ace raised an eyebrow. That new pirate crew? Never heard of them. His main priority right now was Luffy. Well, that and chasing down Blackbeard, though that idiot was annoyingly hard to pin down. Blackbeard had been laying low for a while now. Maybe he was hiding because of internal Whitebeard politics, or maybe he was scared. Either way, Ace wasn't interested in dealing with other pirates. Mr. Ace, our captain said you're his brother, Roolki pressed. He's invited you to dinner, please don't refuse. Roolki had expected to be intimidated, maybe even grovel a little in front of Ace. But as he stood there, all he could feel was pride. He was a member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. And that meant something. His brother. Ace blinked. Then he laughed. Haha. I'm my old man's son. Wait, did Whitebeard adopt this guy too? Well, now I'm curious. Let's see who this brother is. Ace followed Roolki back to the Extreme Evil Warship 7. After all, his old man had a habit of picking up sons like seashells on a beach. Maybe this crew was one of them. Damn, this is a nice ship, Ace said, admiring the sleek design. Your captain's got good taste. Then, something hit his nose. Whoa, what is that smell? He turned and saw a massive feast laid out across the table. Is this all for me? Ace's eyes sparkled. Food was always the way to his heart, and right now, his stomach was winning. He forgot all about pirate crews and rivalries. Some things never changed. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo were still gluttons at heart. Yo, Ace! Long time no see, a familiar voice called out. Ace froze. Lu Yu! He turned and burst out laughing. You're the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. When did you become one of the old man's sons? Roelji blinked in shock. Wait! Lu Yu was Whitebeard's son? But if that were true, why start his own pirate crew? Lu Yu waved off the idea. Nah. I'm not Whitebeard's son. Your old man's just getting old and forgetful. I heard that, Ace joked. Say that again and I'll punch you. Lu Yu chuckled. Alright. Come eat. Ace grinned and plopped down at the table. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 43, Ace joins the crew. Chapter 43-43, Ace joins the crew. Chapter 43, Ace joins the crew. After that, the two didn't talk much. Ace was focused on the food in front of him, and Lu Yu followed suit, digging in. There was still that old saying, no talking while eating, no talking while sleeping. And surprisingly, Ace had picked up some manners from Miss Makino back in the village. Soon enough, the entire table was cleared. Plates emptied. Bottles drained. Burp. Ace leaned back, patting his full stomach as he let out a satisfied burp. Normally, after a big meal, he'd be knocked out and snoring within minutes. But Lu Yu's food? Not, it didn't make him sleepy, it was too damn good. Lu Yu. Who's your chef? Ace sat up, eyes gleaming. Can I buy them off you? I'll pay 100 million. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, lips twitching. Oi, are you half asleep or just dreaming with your eyes open? He put down his chopsticks and let the ship's crew clear the table. My people aren't for sale, you idiot. Then his tone shifted slightly. Anyway, have you found any leads on Blackbeard? Hearing that name, Ace's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the crew cleaning up gave subtle glances toward the two. Seeing their captain casually chatting with Fire Fist Ace, a man with a 500 million bounty, was surreal. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. This was Ace. That Ace. And he'd even said thank you to the ship's handymen. They were floored. That single word, coming from someone of his caliber, made them feel like their role on the ship mattered. Of course, what they didn't know was Ace was just that kind of guy. Polite by nature. You know what's crazy? Ace muttered. That bastard Teach. I can't believe what he did. I haven't tracked him down yet, but word is, someone spotted him in Alabasta. I'm heading there next. Alabasta, hi. Lu Yu leaned back. Crocodile's turf. If you go poking around there, you'll end up on the Sandgator's radar. Ace snorted. Crocodile? Whatever. I'm not there to stir up shit with him. I just want to find Teach. By the way, when did you head out to sea? He asked, glancing around at the impressive crew. And you already formed such a strong group. Your crew's no joke. That girl with the sword, the one with the red eyes, even those who just served the food gave me chills. Lu Yu smiled, watching Ace take it all in. Gone was the kid from Fuza village who needed protection. Now, Lu Yu's strength was something even Ace couldn't fully grasp. I left the same day Luffy did, Lu Yu said casually. If my guess is right, he should be nearing the Grand Line by now. Ace blinked. Luffy, he really went out to sea. Lu Yu nodded. Yep. And he's not alone. That idiot's got a solid crew behind him. Ace stared for a moment, stunned. So both Lu Yu and Luffy had set out on their journeys, damn. Even that fool Luffy was carving his own path now. Ha, that little troublemaker actually got himself a crew, Ace said with a laugh. That's wild. Speaking of dreams, he added, you became a pirate, are you aiming for the Pirate King title too? He didn't finish the thought but locked eyes with Lu Yu. Lu Yu grinned. Raftel? Nah. My goal's pretty simple. I want the Dragon Hunter pirates to reign supreme over the entire sea. The one who'll become Pirate King, is Luffy. Ace froze for a beat then burst out laughing. Ha! You really said that with a straight face. Reign over the sea, hi. actually. Ace paused, eyes twinkling. Since you're also chasing Blackbeard, wanna tag along with me? We could sail together. Maybe even go check in on Luffy. Though Ace considered the Blackbeard hunt a personal mission, sailing alone had started to feel empty. Sure, he'd met cool people here and there, but he always ended up parting ways. Lu Yu, though? They were practically brothers. Sail with you. Lu Yu raised a brow. You just don't want to steer your own damn ship, do you? Ace grinned sheepishly. Lu Yu sighed. Fine. You can come with me. But listen up, on my ship, you're part of my crew. You make that clear to anyone who asks. I don't want people confusing us with the Whitebeard pirates. His voice was firm. The Dragon Hunter pirates were building their own name. He wasn't about to let that reputation be split or overshadowed. Yeah, got it. Besides. Ace smiled. Sailing with my brother again? Hell yeah. Get lost. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. You just can't stay away from my cooking. Oh, and don't forget, he added, you're paying for your meals. Ha ha ha. Ace laughed so hard he nearly choked. You saw right through me. The two of them stood there, cracking up like a couple of fools. From a distance, Kuina, Nyenda, and Akame watched silently. When did the captain get this side to him? Nyenda asked, genuinely puzzled. I thought he was the super serious type, always calm, always steady. Kuina smiled softly. Maybe this is his real personality. And honestly, I kind of like it. Seeing Lu Yu loosen up like this made him feel less like some untouchable powerhouse and more like a real, young man. Brother Lu Yu is so handsome when he laughs. Akame said dreamily. Kuina and Nyenda exchanged a quick look, both sighing internally. They admired Lu Yu too, of course. But Akame? She was blatant about it. Still, they couldn't blame her. Young, powerful, skilled, and with a personality like that? How could anyone not be drawn to him? But most of the time, they kept those feelings buried. He was their captain, after all. On the other side of the ship. You hear that? One crew member whispered. Ace the Fire Fist. Ace called our captain brother. Isn't he the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates? I also heard the captain is related to Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero himself. No wonder the captain's so damn strong. Even his background is next level. Excitement rippled across the crew like wildfire. Their respect and loyalty for Lu Yu already high just skyrocketed. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord, .gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 44, New Plan, Join Forces to Hunt Down Blackbeard. Chapter 44-44, New Plan, Join Forces to Hunt Down Blackbeard. Chapter 44, New Plan, Join Forces to Hunt Down Blackbeard. Soon, Lu Yu and Ace stood at the bow of the ship, catching up and sharing stories from their recent adventures. Ace, in particular, talked a lot about the Whitebeard pirates. It was clear he had only one goal: recruit Lu Yu into the crew. But in the end, he gave up. Lu Yu had no interest in joining another pirate crew. He made it clear he wanted the Dragon Hunter pirates to rise and stand atop the world. With a dream like that, how could he possibly join someone else's crew? Still, Ace wasn't ready to give up hope just yet. What if Lu Yu met Whitebeard and was captivated by the old man's charm? Ace thought it was possible. Roolki. Go buy out every damn drink you can find on this island. Lu Yu suddenly shouted. We're throwing a party. Ace is officially aboard. Let's celebrate. It's about damn time we had a real banquet, anyway. We've been together this long and haven't even had a proper one. As he spoke, Lu Yu tossed out a few heavy boxes. Inside was a whopping 2 billion berries. More than enough for a legendary party. As for the rest, Roolki, you handle it. Got it, Captain. Roolki grinned wide. You heard the captain, boys. Go grab some drinks. It's party time. Hell yeah, Captain's the best. Long live the captain. The crew roared in excitement and scattered toward the island, ready to raid every tavern and market. Soon, they set up a barbecue grill right on the beach by the port. They began grilling every type of food they had, with Susanoo and Tsukuyomi taking the lead behind the flames. The rest of the crew helped however they could. Soon, the scent of roasted meat and spices filled the air. It had to be said, being a pirate having the sea as your playground, your strength as your backbone, you could live as freely as the wind. Of course, only as long as no danger loomed nearby. But even if you stayed landlocked in some village, town, or kingdom, you weren't necessarily safe. These days, many nations were just puppets controlled by corrupt nobles. The common folk? They had no rights at all. That's part of the reason so many people flooded to the seas after the golden age of pirates. Becoming a pirate was often their only shot at true freedom. And so, the banquet raged on for 3 full days. On the 4th day, Lu Yu turned to Ace with a serious look. Ace, do you have any intel on Blackbeard? If you're planning to hunt him down, you need to know what you're walking into. Ace clenched his jaw. Blackbeard. That bastard wouldn't have stood a chance if it weren't for a sneak attack. If I can just find him, I'll take him down. No doubt. He spoke with confidence. After all, Blackbeard had always been a background figure in the Whitebeard pirates. Quiet, unassuming, not someone who ever stood out. Whitebeard's crew was built on trust. Betrayal was unthinkable. So to Ace, the only logical explanation was that Blackbeard ambushed Thatch. Lu Yu, however, shook his head. You're underestimating him. Blackbeard's way stronger than you think. He's got insane armament haki, monstrous physical strength, and now, he's got the power of the dark fruit. Lu Yu's voice was calm but heavy. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but right now? You don't stand a chance against him. Ace's eyes narrowed. He wanted to protest. Ace was talented, and he trained like hell. But Lu Yu continued. Don't forget, Blackbeard's been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for decades. He's from the same generation as Red Hair Shanks. The guy's been lurking in the shadows longer than you've even been a pirate. Ace's fists tightened. Lu Yu, are you serious? How could someone that powerful stay hidden? I lived with the guy. He's just some average crew member. If he really had all that strength, how come nobody noticed? Lu Yu met his eyes. Because nobody was looking. The Whitebeard pirates trusted each other too much. Blackbeard played the long game. Plus your flame fruit? The dark fruit can completely absorb any elemental attack. Your flames won't mean jack. Add his physical abilities and potential backup, if you go alone, you're walking into a slaughter. There was no hesitation in Lu Yu's tone. Ace stayed silent for a long moment, then exhaled. Damn. I guess you're right. Maybe I do need to go back to Dad. Talk to the old man about this. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. What, you gonna run back with your tail between your legs now? As my brother, if you embarrass yourself, that's my reputation on the line too. He smirked. Since you've run into me, why don't we handle Blackbeard together? Ace froze. Then burst into laughter. Lu Yu. Just come with me to meet Dad. You'd fit right in. He'd love you. We could be brothers again under Whitebeard. Hell no. Lu Yu snapped. You've been brainwashed, haven't you? That old man adopts sons like he's collecting Pokemon. What, you planning to take Luffy to him next? Gonna make him Whitebeard's third son or some crap? Ace blinked in surprise. How'd you know? Because, yeah. That was the plan. You're hopeless, Lu Yu sighed. Whatever. Let's stick to the plan for now. Hunt down Blackbeard. We'll worry about your dad issues later. He waved his hand dismissively. Ace, still grinning like a kid, asked, alright, but what's for dinner tonight? The rest of the Dragon Hunter crew had been watching from the sidelines, completely lost. The conversation between Lu Yu and Ace had touched on some seriously deep stuff, secrets of the sea, betrayals, power struggles. Yet they'd come to such a major decision so casually. Roolki, on the other hand, looked like he'd just seen a god. His eyes sparkled with admiration. His captain had just rejected the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world. And Lu Yu turned him down without blinking. From that moment on, Roolki didn't just respect Lu Yu. He worshipped him. And of course, he wasted no time spreading that hype to the rest of the crew. This method? Wildly effective. Lu Yu's reputation points started ticking upward like crazy. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 45, The Shrewd Miss Valentine, Ace and Lu Yu. Chapter 45-45, The Shrewd Miss Valentine, Ace and Lu Yu. Chapter 45, The Shrewd Miss Valentine, Ace and Lu Yu. As the evil battleship made its way toward the Grand Line, another ship appeared in the surrounding sea, this one belonging to Mr. 5-Gem, a member of Baroque Works. So the Dragon Hunter pirates are actually connected to the Whitebeard pirates. Gem muttered, brows furrowed. He turned to the girl beside him. Miss Valentine, report this to boss. If these guys were sent by Whitebeard, then the navy's just trying to use us as cannon fodder, he added with a sigh. Even with crocodiles backing one of the 7 warlords of the sea and their own solid combat strength, Jem knew the harsh reality. Compared to a giant like the Whitebeard pirates, they were ants. Worse, the intel they'd gathered said the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Lu Yu, already carried a bounty worth of 100 million. Baroque Works agents like them were only worth a little over 10 million each. They weren't even in the same league. And now? They had Fire Fist Ace on the Dragon Hunter pirates ship, a man with a staggering bounty of 550 million. Jem sighed. We're not fighting them. That'd just be asking to die. I know, Makita aka Miss Valentine nodded and immediately contacted Crocodile. At that moment in Alabasta, Crocodile was still buried in his investigation of the ancient weapon, Pluto. That was his only reason for staying there. We've tracked the Dragon Hunter pirates, Miss Valentine reported. But it seems like they're connected to Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace is on board their ship now. Do we proceed? Nico Robin appeared beside Crocodile, smiling faintly. She and Crocodile had a working arrangement. He protected her, and she translated the poneglyphs for him. Robin was well aware of Crocodile's ambitions, but she had no other options. No matter where she went, people who knew her true identity would try to turn her in for the bounty. She'd seen too many betrayals to trust anyone now. There was no loyalty between her and Crocodile, just mutual benefit. Whitebeard. Crocodile paused. Though he wasn't afraid of the Emperor himself, he didn't want his plans disrupted by one of the 4 emperors, not now, when he was so close to securing Pluto. Once he got his hands on the weapon, he planned to destroy everything in his path. Such power had to belong to him and only him. Forget the Dragon Hunter pirates for now, he finally said. Then his gaze shifted toward Robin, a calculating smile on his lips. Nico Robin. I think it's about time you pull your weight, don't you think? Robin stiffened. That name Nico Robin was one she kept buried. Crocodile had never called her that before. He always referred to her as Miss Sunday. Ever since she accepted his protection, she'd gone by her alias. Hearing her real name now? That was a threat. He was done being patient. The intel I provide comes from you, remember? Robin responded coolly. If you give me better information, I'll deliver better results. Even though she knew if Crocodile ever got Pluto, it would bring destruction across the world, she didn't have the luxury to care right now. Fine, Crocodile said, waving a hand. Contact them. Tell them to return. And don't worry about the Navy, he added. I'll handle those bastards. Robin exhaled silently, then turned and left the room. Back on the evil battleship. They're gone, Ace said, standing beside Lu Yu at the bow of the ship. Looks like we won't be fighting today. He sounded disappointed. Since setting out, they'd known someone was tailing them. But now? Their stalkers had disappeared. Kind of boring, honestly. Lu Yu smirked. You've gotten pretty strong, huh? Fire Fist Ace. A 550 million bounty. Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain. You've come a long way. Ace blinked. You think you've changed less? He glanced at the crew behind Lu Yu, then shook his head. All right, what are you getting at? Spit it out. You've got that scheming look again. The two had grown up together. Ace could see through him easily. Lu Yu grinned. I am older than you. So you should be calling me big bro, right? Ace raised an eyebrow. How about this? Lu Yu said, eyes gleaming. Let's fight. If you win, I'll call you big brother from now on. If you lose, no more excuses. Deal? Ace's gaze sharpened. He remembered saying the same thing to Lu Yu years ago to settle who the big brother was with fists. Back then, Lu Yu had refused. But now he was the one bringing it up? All right, Ace said without hesitation. There's a deserted island up ahead. Let's settle it there. And don't you dare back out. Lu Yu chuckled, the corner of his mouth curving into a sly smile. He knew Ace was proud of his brothers. If Lu Yu beat him here, Ace would have no choice but to recognize him publicly. Having someone like Ace famous and powerful talking him up? That'd be a huge boost to Lu Yu's rep. Before long, the two disembarked and made their way to the small island. Back on the ship, the rest of the crew watched from the deck. Nayenda, who do you think's gonna win? Lu Yu or Ace? Akame asked, eyes fixed on the two figures in the distance. Nayenda smirked. Come on. You think our captain would ever pick a fight if he thought he'd lose? Even if there's only a 1% chance of losing, he'd never take the risk, she added confidently. Just wait, he's got this. Akame looked thoughtful, but Kuina chimed in with a more cautious take. Don't underestimate Fire Fist Ace, she said. He's one of the top new generation pirates. In just a few years, he's already faced the red hair pirates and went after Whitebeard himself. Sure, he lost but he still earned the 2nd Division captain spot afterward. That's huge. The flame fruit is a Logia-type devil fruit. That fire power has turned him into a nightmare for other pirates. Kuina had more knowledge about the seas than the others, and she couldn't help feeling a little nervous for Lu Yu. Nayenda, meanwhile, just smiled. Sounds like he's got a pretty legendary journey of his own, she said, sitting on the railing with a cup of coffee from Susanoo in hand. But either way, those two. I don't think either of them plans to lose. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 chapter 46, Ace explodes. Chapter 46 to 46, Ace explodes. Chapter 46, Ace explodes. On a quiet, isolated island, two figures stood facing each other. The air between them crackled with tension. Lu Yu, I know you've made serious progress, Ace said, his eyes narrowing. You've built a solid pirate crew too. But if you think you can take me down easily, you've got another thing coming. As he spoke, flames ignited in his palm, just a small ball of fire, but the heat it radiated distorted the surrounding air. This wasn't just for show. The temperature alone could burn an ordinary person to ashes. The power of the flame fruit, hi! Lu Yu muttered with interest. Ace, show me what that fire fist of yours can really do. Without waiting, Lu Yu unsheathed aim no habakuri. With a single, clean slash, the surrounding grass and trees were cut down, clearing the battlefield instantly. A swordsman, hi! Ace raised a brow. I wonder who's stronger between you and Vista from the Whitebeard pirates. But you're losing today, Lu Yu. And after that, you're coming with me. Join my crew, and maybe then you'll find the answer. He grinned and mimicked a pistol with his fingers. Fire gun! Toot toot toot! Flames exploded from his hand, turning into countless bullets of fire that flew at terrifying speed, each packed with deadly force and piercing power. Ren Egan. Lu Yu activated his ability instantly. Thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision and his observation haki, every single flame bullet's path became crystal clear to him. He didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. He just stood tall, calm, and walked straight toward Ace. The fire bullets whizzed past him, deliberately missing his body as if the flames themselves feared to touch him. You didn't dodge at all. Ace muttered, stunned. Fire fist. Ace's signature move roared to life. An enormous fist of flame surged forward like a runaway train. Lu Yu's body shifted in an eerie motion, slipping past the fire with ease. Then, in a flash, he charged straight at Ace. Firefly Flame Buddha. Just before Lu Yu could strike, sparks danced into the air. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted all around. Smoke and dust swallowed Lu Yu whole. Ace took a few cautious steps back, chuckling nervously. I didn't overdo it, did I? But deep down, Ace felt something he hadn't expected: pressure. He hadn't even landed a proper hit on Lu Yu yet, and from the speed and fluidity of Lu Yu's movement, Ace knew this wasn't the same guy they once protected. Lu Yu's strength might not be greater than his, but it was dangerously close. One mistake, and it could end badly. Honestly? That was kind of weak, Lu Yu's voice rang out. He stepped out from the cloud of dust, completely unharmed. Not even his clothes had a speck of soot. Seriously, Ace, is this what you've done with the flame fruit since you got it? Feels like you're just trying to warm me up. The flame fruit is about more than fire. It's about heat, combustion, and sticking power. So what are you playing at? Ace's eye twitched. Yo, Lu Yu. We're sparring here. Isn't that a little arrogant? Fire fist, big explosion. Ace had enough. Lu Yu's trash talk got under his skin. This time, when he launched a fire fist, it detonated midair just before reaching Lu Yu to prevent him from sidestepping again. The explosive shockwave rippled across the battlefield, heat and force swirling together for maximum destruction. You better start using observation haki properly, Ace, Lu Yu's voice came from behind. Or I might just take your head. Ace turned just in time to feel a sharp slash at his neck. Lu Yu's blade had struck clean. But instead of blood, a burst of flame replaced Ace's body. His elemental transformation saved him. He leapt back, sweat forming on his brow. Lu Yu, are you serious right now? That was armament haki. You actually tried to kill me. If I hadn't transformed fast enough, I'd be dead. Lu Yu scratched his ear, unfazed. You're not dead though, are you? Come on, let's keep going. I believe in your strength. And hey, I warned you. If you can't react fast enough, you don't deserve to win. Ace's expression hardened. At first, he thought Lu Yu had just gotten stronger. Now, he realized Lu Yu was on a whole different level. His fighting instincts, strength control, and even his ability to manipulate an opponent mid-battle. When the hell did Lu Yu become this damn strong? Alright then, Ace said through gritted teeth. I won't hold back anymore. Get ready for the full force of my rage. In an instant, his body turned to flames, rocketing into the air. The ground beneath them scorched as the flames around him burned so hot that even the stones started to melt. Ace wasn't just throwing out fancy moves, he'd been working hard on developing his fruit's potential. Finally, the heat felt real. Dangerous. Still, it wasn't enough to phase Lu Yu. Flame Emperor, Cage. Flame Emperor, Cage Destruction. Ace flew higher, then slammed his palms together. Two massive orbs of fire formed his most powerful attack, Entei. Boom. The explosion obliterated everything nearby, trees gone, the sea erupting into waves from the force. Watching from afar, Kuina's jaw dropped. Are they really brothers? She asked. They're fighting like enemies ready to kill each other. Nayenda chuckled. Well, Kuina, don't you have observation haki? Yeah, but the captain. Nayenda cut her off, her tone more serious now. Kuina activated her haki, eyes scanning the battlefield. There, emerging from the aftermath of the explosion, was Lu Yu walking out completely unscathed. A translucent shield surrounded him, untouched by flame or debris. Not even a fleck of dust clung to him. Then, oddly enough, Lu Yu bent down and rubbed some ash and soot on his face and clothes. Kuina blinked. Wait, is he dirtying himself on purpose? Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 47, You are developing in the wrong direction. Chapter 47 to 47, You are developing in the wrong direction. Chapter 47, You are developing in the wrong direction. Pa. 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 A terrifying force erupted from Lu Yu's body, instantly blowing away the surrounding flames and dust. He clapped his hands together and stepped forward with a smirk. Ace, this kind of attack, it's just the basic move of the flame fruit, right? He glanced at the scorched battlefield. That flashy crap from earlier? That's not your style. Not at all. There's gotta be more. Something deeper. Show me what you really got. As Lu Yu finished speaking, the air around him rippled with power. The pattern in his eyes spun wildly, Rin Egan in full activation. Then boom, a massive skeletal arm appeared behind him, gripping a long sword. It came crashing down in a single slash. Fire Fist! Ace shouted, launching a fiery punch with everything he had. But he was already running on fumes. Those two Flame Emperor moves earlier had drained most of his stamina. And now, with Lu Yu unleashing this freakish power, Ace didn't dare hold back anymore. The fire clashed with the skeletal sword and was sliced clean in half like it was nothing. Ace's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The flames didn't even slow it down. Faced with such terrifying force, Ace did the only thing he could: retreat. Tsukuyomi. Lu Yu raised a hand. In the blink of an eye, a tall humanoid figure materialized in front of Ace. Bang! Before Ace could even react, Tsukuyomi's fist smashed into him, launching him across the battlefield. It's over. The direction Ace flew in just happened to be right where Lu Yu was standing. Lu Yu raised aim no habakiri, his hand cloaked in swirling black armament haki. Oh my god, you're really gonna kill me? Bro, chill. I give up. I was wrong, okay. Right as Lu Yu was about to strike, Ace cried out in surrender. No joke, man, what was he supposed to do? Wait until Lu Yu actually clobbered him before tapping out? Hell no. Getting beaten to a pulp just to save face? Not worth it. Ace knew when to fold. Better to swallow some pride than a mouthful of dirt. Bang! Tsukuyomi appeared right where Ace landed, catching him mid-fall and gently placing him down on the ground. Then it calmly walked back behind Lu Yu. That thing is also your ability. Ace stared at the tall, armored spirit standing behind Lu Yu. It looked human, sure, but his observation haki told a different story. That wasn't a person. And that same eerie aura? It matched the one coming off the ship Susanoo. No wonder Ace had that weird gut feeling during their fight. My guardian spirit weapon, Lu Yu said casually. His name's Tsukuyomi. Anyway, I think the fight just now cleared up a few things, yet. Whether it's strength or age, I'm clearly the big brother here. He grinned. You better go tell Luffy that, or I might have to knock some sense into him too. Haha. That kid Luffy, hi. Ace chuckled, shaking his head. But for real, why didn't you show this kind of power earlier? If I'd known how strong you were back then, we could have gone to sea together. Hell, we might have even had a shot at taking down Dad. Lu Yu waved him off. Nah. You still need to be Whitebeard's son. But hey, even if you're not on my crew, even if you sail a different path, you can still shout to the sea, Lu Yu, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, is my brother. Ace rolled his eyes, smirking. Man, you really love hyping yourself up, don't you? The two of them laughed and walked side by side back to the extremely evil warship. But as soon as they stepped aboard, Lu Yu's tone turned serious. Ace, he said flatly, you've been developing in the wrong direction. That caught Roolki's attention. He was carrying supplies nearby and immediately froze. Lu Yu rarely spoke about devil fruit abilities, especially his own. Most people on the crew figured he didn't even have a devil fruit, since he wasn't affected by seawater. Roolki had assumed Lu Yu's power came from something else entirely. So hearing him talk about development direction now? Yeah, that was worth stopping for. Wrong direction. Ace raised an eyebrow. I mean, I feel like I've been doing pretty well. My strength's gone up a lot. But lately, yeah, I've hit a wall. Feels like my Flame Emperor techniques just drain me too fast. Way too much stamina burn. I can't keep them up in a drawn-out fight. He scratched his head, frustrated. I'm stuck, man. If anyone else had said that, Ace would have brushed it off. But Lu Yu? He clearly knew what he was talking about. During their fight, he'd picked apart Ace's ability usage almost instantly and kept pointing out its flaws. There was no denying it now. Your fruit is Logia-type flame fruit, Lu Yu said. Its core is simple, control and enhancement of flames. But you focused way too much on control. You barely scratched the surface on enhancement. He leaned back, voice calm and precise. The true strength of fire can be summed up in two things, temperature and burning. High temperature brings destructive force. And true burning means leaving damage that lingers. Ace tilted his head. Temperature and burning. But my Flame Emperor already has insane heat. And my Fire Fist? It sticks to enemies and explodes. Isn't that burning? He looked puzzled. This wasn't news to him. He had thought of these things before when developing his moves. So why did it sound different coming from Lu Yu? You're not wrong, Lu Yu nodded. You've developed both. But you've been chasing style over substance. All your moves, they're flashy, huge, overwhelming. You could call it violent aesthetics. But Ace, have you ever stopped to think about efficiency? In real battles, it's not about how cool your moves look. It's about survival. It's about putting down your enemy fast, clean, absolute. Only after that can you worry about flair. His tone was low, but firm. And Ace knew he was right. His journey had been smooth. Too smooth. After defeating a few strong opponents, Whitebeard himself had offered to take him in. From there, Ace became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. With that title alone, most people wouldn't even dare fight him even if they could win. That status gave Ace a sense of invincibility. False confidence. He didn't need to push himself. He didn't have to evolve. But now? Ace clenched his fists. It had been years since he became 2nd Division commander. And his strength? It hadn't changed much at all. No breakthroughs. No growth. He'd been floating. Stagnating. And Lu Yu just slapped him in the face with the truth. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 48, Ace wakes up and is released. Chapter 48 to 48, Ace wakes up and is released. Chapter 48, Ace wakes up and is released. Ace was silent. Lu Yu, standing beside him, calmly analyzed the characteristics of his devil fruit ability. He pointed out a few flaws in Ace's development so far, quirks and potential he hadn't fully tapped into. Are you just gonna keep denying yourself? Lu Yu asked, his tone growing sharper. You realize developing a devil fruit isn't some walk in the park, right? Ace's silence lingered. You scared or something? Lu Yu suddenly shouted. Don't forget who the hell you are. You've got Conqueror's haki. The words hit Ace like a slap to the face, snapping him out of his daze. Conqueror's haki. Ace looked at Lu Yu, confused. He remembered using it once back when he was a kid. But that was just a glimpse. Later, no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't seem to awaken it again. Maybe his method had been off. Maybe he'd given up too soon. But now Lu Yu was bringing it up again? What's your dream? Lu Yu cut through his thoughts. Ace blinked, stunned. My dream. He paused, then slowly spoke. At first, I wanted to surpass that man. I wanted to be the strongest pirate in the world so people wouldn't just see me as his son. His voice turned firmer. But now, I want to protect the Whitebeard pirates. My place is with Dad. Lu Yu shook his head. You've gone off course, Ace. What? You're heading the wrong direction. Your ability, your mindset, even your dream. You forgot why you went to sea in the first place. Those words struck deep like a blade through fog. Everything suddenly felt clearer. Ace let out a chuckle that grew into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Damn, bro, you really know how to hit someone where it counts. I get it now. No point developing a half-assed ability. No destruction, no creation. Time to show you what real flames look like. Ace stood tall, clenching his fist. A burst of flame exploded in his hand, but it wasn't the usual orange blaze. Hidden within it was a trace of white flame, faint but distinct. Neither Ace nor Lu Yu noticed the change just yet. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've been recognized by Fire Fist Ace as his big brother. You have gained 8,000 reputation points and unlocked the ability, Flame Frenzy. Lu Yu grinned. Knew he'd cave eventually. Being acknowledged by Ace was no small feat, especially considering who he was. Just this recognition earned Lu Yu 8,000 reputation points. If I send him back to the Whitebeard pirates to brag about me, I might rake in tens of thousands more. But for now, Ace had another mission, tracking down Blackbeard. And if I catch Blackbeard first, or even take him out myself. No war at Marineford, no Whitebeard's death. Plus, a whole new wave of reputation points. Hell yeah, I'm living good. Brother Lu Yu. Akame's voice called out. She dropped from the mast and landed smoothly beside them. Several pirate ships just appeared ahead. Should we take them down? Pirates? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Ace stepped forward, his eyes flashing. Hold up. Let me handle this. He cracked his knuckles, itching for a fight. I got my ass handed to me just now. Time to blow off some steam. Lu Yu waved him off. All yours. I'm not wasting energy on small fries. Meanwhile, on one of the enemy ships. Captain. It's the Dragon Hunter pirates up ahead, the lookout shouted. Intel was right, they've only got one main ship and a bunch of trashy ones. Probably just came from East Blue. Their gear looks outdated. If we take them down, we might get noticed by the world government. We could even be candidates for the next 7 warlords of the sea. Their captain, a hulking man with a mace and a cruel grin, laughed. This is our shot. The Birido pirates are finally gonna make a name for ourselves. He twirled his weapon, its head wrapped in armament haki. With a 170 million bounty under my belt, it's about time they start recognizing me. 7 warlords of the sea, here we come. 7 warlords of the sea. Lord Birido! Lord Birido! The crew chanted in unison, fired up by delusions of grandeur. But then, Captain, someone's coming, another lookout cried, eyes wide in fear. It's him, it's really him. Who? Birido snapped. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace. Birido froze. No way. Why the hell is he here? Panic started to set in. If Ace is here, is Whitebeard nearby too? He's probably just passing through, Birido said quickly, trying to reassure himself. We can boom. Before he could finish, a wave of searing flame shot across the sky, engulfing several pirate ships in an instant. See, Captain. What do we do? He's coming right for us. Boom. Another blast. This time, the fire engulfed their own ship. In just seconds, the entire Birido pirates' ambitious scum with delusions of grandeur were reduced to ash. Their 170 million bounty didn't mean shit. It came from crimes, not strength. They mistook infamy for power, and paid the price when they ran into a truly furious Ace. A man with something to prove. Ace landed back on deck, flame still flickering around him. Whew, now that's what I needed, he said, cracking his neck with a grin. Blasting fools like that, really helps clear the head. With that, he turned, walking calmly toward Lu Yu's ship. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 chapter 49, The World Government's Help, My Stupid Brother. Chapter 49 to 49, The World Government's Help, My Stupid Brother. Chapter 49, The World Government's Help, My Stupid Brother. Seeing the scene unfold before her, Nayenda clapped her hands and grinned. Captain, Ace's fighting style isn't half bad, huh? She said playfully. With that kind of momentum, he can wipe out small fry in seconds. Plus, it's good for building up your reputation, right? Lu Yu nodded slightly, his tone calm. Yeah, flashy attacks like that do give off the illusion of being strong. But there are plenty of people out there way more powerful than Ace, he added. Take Akame, for example. No fancy moves, just pure, lethal efficiency. Anyone she kills knows better than to question her strength. Nayenda raised a brow. So you're saying all the flash is just for show? Exactly, Lu Yu replied. It looks good, sure. It wins fans. But when you're burning that much energy to control a weak flame, that's just style over substance. He paused, then added with a small smirk, me? I focus on ending fights quickly. That's the best way to prove all this training wasn't for nothing. Just then, Roolki walked over, holding a sheet of paper. The pirate ships we took down earlier? They belonged to the Birido pirates. Bounties at 170 million berries. And, looks like they were coming for us. He handed the report to Lu Yu. Got it from the newsbird. Looks like our dragon hunter pirates are attracting quite a bit of heat. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Coming for us? Why? What's their angle? He glanced at the document and a smirk spread across his face. So, the world government's already making moves, huh? He murmured. Printed on the front page was big news, the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, to step down. Though the article didn't spell it out directly, one line caught Lu Yu's eye, anyone who eliminates Lu Yu will be given priority for the vacant warlord seat. He chuckled darkly. Ha, clever bastards. They're using the warlord position as bait now. It was a classic move by the world government: redirect attention, control chaos, and dangle power to lure out the ambitious. And it was working. The Birido pirates weren't random. Without the government's push, they probably wouldn't have even noticed a rookie crew like his. Most of the big names in the Grand Line had already carved out territory and weren't wasting time on new blood. They'd been through the grinder and knew the danger that lurked across the seas. But the warlord title? That was a different story. Too tempting to ignore. Pfft, ha ha ha. Lu Yu suddenly burst into laughter, his body trembling from how hard he was laughing. Roolki blinked in confusion. Captain? You good? He had never seen Lu Yu react like this even when facing Ace. Usually, his captain was composed. Calm. In control. But this was excitement. I'm fine, Lu Yu replied, still grinning. Honestly, we should thank the world government. They just gave us one hell of a boost. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've been targeted by the Carlos pirates. Plus 500 reputation points. Ding. More pirates are targeting you. Reputation increased. The notifications echoed in his mind. With the newsbird just starting to spread the info, Lu Yu's fame was only going to skyrocket from here. And with that, more enemies would come. But that's exactly what he wanted. This is the One Piece world. Adventure. Danger. Freedom. It was nothing like the dull world he'd left behind. This place, this sea was exactly what he craved. To rise to the top, to see a view no one else ever had, this was the dream worth chasing. Yo, what are you grinning about? Ace strolled back onto the ship, brushing soot from his clothes. Those pirates are toast. You're just standing here smiling like a weirdo. Nothing, Lu Yu said casually. By the way, weren't you chasing Blackbeard? Ace tilted his head. Yeah. Why? Lu Yu crossed his arms. Stick with me for now. Work on my ship. Trust me, Blackbeard'll come to me. Ace narrowed his eyes. Come to you? What are you talking about? Before he could press further, Lu Yu handed him the newspaper. As Ace read the headline, his eyes widened. The government was offering up the warlord seat to whoever killed Lu Yu. That meant Blackbeard, the ambitious bastard that he was, might try to use Lu Yu as a stepping stone. And if that was the case, then sticking around might actually be the best way to catch him. Alright, I'll stick around, Ace said finally. Roolki, Lu Yu called out, Ace is yours to manage. Give him the odd jobs. Hi. Roolki blinked. Yes, Captain. He still looked a little dazed. After all, Ace was Lu Yu's brother. And now Lu Yu wanted him scrubbing the deck? But Roolki quickly understood. This was a setup. A trap for Blackbeard. Odd jobs! Ace shouted, clearly pissed. Lu Yu, don't push it. But Lu Yu just laughed and walked off. Oh, my stupid brother, he called back, you can hate me all you want but until you beat me, you're still just that. My stupid little brother. Ace stood there fuming, fists clenched. But deep down, the fire in his gut was already pushing him to get stronger. He would master the flame fruit. And next time, he wouldn't be the one left behind. Do you want to read advanced chapters? Visit this link, patreon.com/fanficlord03change, check my discord.gg/mntqcdprz9 Chapter 50, Food Crisis. Chapter 50-50, Food Crisis. Chapter 50, Food Crisis. As Lu Yu and his crew set out to sea, the newsbirds quickly broadcasted the shocking development. Lu Yu and his crew had taken down the notorious Birido pirates. Naturally, Ace's unexpected stint aboard Lu Yu's ship was also part of the scoop. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World. Interesting, way too interesting. The Dragon Hunter pirates and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, huh? Who would have thought they'd be connected like this? If the Navy finds out about this, things could get very messy. No, maybe I shouldn't leak this. Where's the fun if the Navy screws it all up? Googa gaga. Morgans, the infamous minister of the news department, underground emperor of the New World, and perhaps the most powerful journalist in the world, grinned to himself as he read the fresh intel. In times like these, with chaos brewing everywhere, a wild card like Lu Yu made things incredibly entertaining. And for someone like Morgans, chaos meant money. As long as he had the exclusive, the profit would be massive. His newsbird fleet numbered in the millions. Every major story raked in hundreds of millions in revenue. This was the reason Morgans stood at the top of the information food chain. His news empire was a juggernaut. Untouchable. Back on the Grand Line. Clang! Sparks flew as Lu Yu's sword clashed with Akame's. Both swords glowed faintly with armament haki, so there was no worry about either blade snapping under pressure. Akame pulled back, eyes sharp. Brother Lu Yu, your swordsmanship's getting tight. You've almost mastered my assassination sword and burial blade. She withdrew her blade, Murasame, coating it with haki before sheathing it. We don't need to keep sparring. You've already caught up. Over the past several days, their voyage had been relatively peaceful. When they weren't fighting pirates or wild beasts, they spent their time training and sparring. Lu Yu often practiced with his crew. It helped kill time, kept everyone sharp, and allowed him to test the results of his own progress. Lu Yu cracked a smile and turned. All right then. Nayenda, you're next. Hey! Hold up! Ace jumped in, clearly annoyed. Ain't it my turn already? He'd been stuck on the ship for days cleaning, carrying, fetching. Nothing fun. No real fights either. Every time they clashed with pirates, Lu Yu or his crew took care of it before Ace could even warm up. Sure, he'd been training and developing his flame fruit, and yet, he'd made decent progress, but still, he was bored out of his damn mind. He glared at Lu Yu. Come on, man! Let me fight already! Lu Yu looked over at Rolki. How long till we reach the next island? As an official crew member, Rolki was in charge of navigation aboard the extremely evil battleship. Rolki adjusted his goggles. About 3 days. We'll hit Whiskey Peak next. Word is the people there are very welcoming to pirates. Should be a good spot to resupply. He glanced sideways at Ace. Assuming we have supplies left. Our handyman here eats like 3 people combined. Hi! Ace turned sharply. The hell did you just say? I work my ass off for you guys, and now you're whining about how much I eat. Seriously? He turned to the rest of the odd job crew, eyes narrowing. The look on his face screamed, say something and you're next. For the first time, Lu Yu was beginning to understand just how expensive sailing could be. No wonder the big-name pirates went around pillaging and raiding without money, there was no way to keep a ship and crew afloat. He sighed and called out, Ace, you better work harder. If you can't control those flames soon, we're feeding you charcoal for dinner. Laughing, Lu Yu peeled off his shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. He wasn't bulky like a bodybuilder, but lean, powerful, and athletic, built for speed, precision, and control. The perfect body for combat. Those bloated muscle types? Yeah, they looked intimidating, but they'd slow you down in a real fight. With that, Lu Yu leapt into the sea, diving in smoothly as the rest of the crew began prepping the deck. Soon enough, a massive grill was set up on the extremely evil battleship, a floating barbecue on the Grand Line. Ace stood by the railing, watching Lu Yu swim effortlessly. That guy, he's not a devil fruit user, huh? But what is he then? Is it something about his race? He looks totally normal. Ace furrowed his brows. Ever since their last battle, he'd been trying to figure Lu Yu out. But the guy was like a damn puzzle with missing pieces. From what he'd observed, Lu Yu's training focused heavily on building physical strength. He pushed that same mentality onto his crew. Everyone practiced constantly, sparring with haki active even during casual sessions. And the results? Terrifying. Every single official member of Lu Yu's crew had both armament and observation haki, and they weren't half-baked users either. Akame and Nyenda in particular, those two were monsters. Akame turned into a silent killing machine when she entered combat mode. That eerie calm, that cold, ruthless energy, yet it scared even him. And Nyenda? She fought alongside a massive armored guardian, Susanoo. Like Lu Yu's, but maybe even more refined. Her control over it made their fights look like deadly choreographed dances. What kind of crew is this? Then there was Kuina. A freakishly talented swordswoman. She was already at the level of a high-class swordsman, and she was only getting stronger. Ace had no doubt someday, she'd be up there with legends like Dracula Mihawk. All of them, monsters. Where the hell did Lu Yu find these people?